It's for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back at long last to the greatest region in Overwatch history. We are here live. We're finally kicking off the APAC region at long last. We've been waiting with bated breath for this very moment. Had some delays and whatnot, but here we are. We have finally arrived in this moment, and we are excited to kick it off. I am Achilles. I am joined, of course, by my cohort, Avril, and we could not be more excited to be diving back into the APAC region and unpacking these teams, seeing how they're going to perform up against each other, because we've already got a banger right off the bat. We've got the Philadelphia Fusion going up against the Shanghai Dragons.
And what a way to kick things off in the APAC region here as well. I know we've already watched a little bit NA, but you know, like you said, Seth, the real Overwatch starts tonight, this evening, today, no matter where you are right now. Welcome back to the Overwatch League 2 officially. It's 5v5 time. We've got a brand new look for a bunch of these teams. Fusion have a new roster. Shanghai brought their old squad back. Everyone is adapting to the new game and the new playstyle. I can't wait to see what they're going to do tonight.
Yeah, neither can I. There's a lot of questions around, Philadelphia Fusion. How are they going to be looking with this new squad? They've decided to just kind of shift away from, the things that were kind of causing them woe last year, and having some of the, non-Asian players on that roster struggled a while to try to get people visas, and by the time that they ended up getting over here, it was a little bit too late. Now they're going in, just full Korean squad, just going to look to see how they can perform, and they have a very tough opponent in the Shanghai Dragons, because like you said, they haven't had to retool much. This is a squad that said, hey, yeah, we've won everything, let's just basically keep the same team together. Of course, they do have, an extended roster and whatnot. Maybe we'll see some of those players getting flipped in throughout this first series, but probably just going to see a lot of the same stuff, I would think, for the side of the Shanghai Dragons, but time will tell. We are just moments away, though, from putting up on your screens that starting five for the Philadelphia Fusion, see who they're going to be fielding to try to take down the reigning champs. And here we go, get the player cams up. We've got Carpe and Zest in the DPS lineup, Belarus in the tank position, and then Fixa and Aim God on support.
Yeah, a couple of returning faces here, some new faces as well. Fusion have had a lively injection of their rookies from their academy team in T1. So, we've seen the success that Shock have now done with their rookie squad, backed by their veteran Violet. They picked up O2 Blast as their academy team, and if you look back in Contender's career, T1 was also a very high-performing Contender squad as well. The only reason they didn't make it to the finals was because they had to bow out and forfeit due to COVID-related reasons. So this team had a lot of superstars on it. You see some of them on this roster now. Zest, MN3 on the bench as well. Carpe leading the squad as that captain, as the sole remaining figure from last year's Fusion still here.
Yeah, on the other side of the arena, the theoretical arena. Hopefully one day we'll have these guys back into some venues together here in the Asia region. But it is the Shanghai Dragons who are looking to maintain dominance here in APAC. We've got Lip and Fleta continuing to just look like the scariest DPS duo that you could possibly imagine. Yeah. And Void, of course, they're in the tank position. Lee Jae-gon is a Yaki, going to be rocking up in support.
And the interesting thing about these matchups is the fact that you have Bellasaria, the main tank player of Philly, coming in first over Fury, who would otherwise be the off-tank player. You have Void coming as the off-tank player instead of Fate, the main tank player. So initially, just looking at the rosters, we haven't even dived into any games yet. The teams have a different approach to how they want to apply themselves to our first map and yet the meta as well. And these off-tank, main tank classifications, with time, they'll probably all go away. They're just going to be tank players. But for now, there is still a distinction, and I'm excited to see how the new rookie Bellasaria hands himself against a veteran like Void.
He's got a pretty big grin on his face, so it seems like he's just as jazzed up as you and I to be jumping into the action, as he's going to be looking to prove himself. And here we go, our map set for this first series. We'll be kicking things off with a new game mode and push as we head to New Queen Street. Then we'll go into Circuit Royale for Hybrid, Kings Row for Escort, and if we can get through a map 4 or a map 5, we will see Ilios as well as Colosseo for Control. So I'm excited about this. I think this definitely can go the distance. It's 5v5. We've got new players coming in. Nothing but excitement across the board as we get ready to kick things off in Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, it's, 3 of the new maps from the Overwatch 2 beta coming in straight away for our opening series. We have the double push week here as well. NA just finished up their double push week, so we saw how some of that went for the respective teams starting on New Queen Street. First of all, I'm going to be looking out at the compositions. What's going to happen here? We know Void coming in as off-tank play means probably leading towards Zarya. As you can see, the Reaper coming through for Flitter is also going to be playing more of a defensive, counter-dive type of composition. Belastry, he's a main tank player. Winston is his jam. He's going to be coming out. Zest on the Tracer as well. They're playing dive, regular dive.
Yep, well, out the rip, here we go. The team's getting ready to clash as they make their way over to the bot, which I don't know if we ever had a consensus on what the bot's name is.
I call it the push bot. Just very to the point, you know. Just the push bot.
There you go. Straight
no
up,
funny
we don't
names,
need to
no
have any bells and
business.
whistles here. Yep. Well, here's Lip getting right up into Bellasria's grill. Takes him rather low. They had the anti-out onto him as well, but it's going to be Void who goes down first. Felix Rockets not going to find a connection there. With Flutta low on HP, they will pull away, but no one's really gotten themselves onto the bot quite just yet. Not seeing any distance come through as they just continue this initial skirmishing, and Lip almost gets picked off by Carpe.
A really important meta for the hit scans as well. Obviously, we're still on that initial beta patch, so Soldier is not nerfed right at this very moment in gameplay. Lip on 1 HP, even like lucky to be alive, to be honest with you. Really, a lot of this battle is going to come down to Lip versus Carpe. You can see Belastria surviving on 1, but Void going down. That initially will give the Fusion some meterage, but Control already back in the hands of Shanghai.
Looking to just go ahead and equalize as best as they possibly can. Getting a little bit of distance here. I mean, not too much picked up, only 9.5 meters, but speaking of pickups, there's a kill for Zest. Finds Flutta. Bionade goes out. Lip under fire as Izayaki tries to keep everybody alive. They will manage to trade this back as Lee J gone. Gets his hands dirty. Takes out Bellasria there with that man.
Visor's coming. Double Visors on both teams about to be online, but I mean, look, the Nano is already gone for Izayaki, so we're looking towards Aim God. What is he going to do with this Nano? Likely will go towards Carpe. They want to get that combo underway. Beautiful pulse bomb from Zest. Izayaki kind of walks into that one.
Yeah, kind of just landed on it. Sleep as well. Connects and Void goes down. Zest just really putting in some solid figures here as far as the damage is concerned. Opening things up further here for the side of the Philly Fusion. And right now, it's struggle street for the Shanghai Dragons, who have not really been able to get too much control.
I mean, we've had like 2, nearly 3 fights now. We've got a maximum of 14-ish kind of meters. Finally, we've crested the 15-meter mark. The Visor has gone for Carpe. God actually retains the Nano, so that will probably now go into Bellasria, who's nearly onto Primal. Lip has a Visor up next, so Shanghai need to do something about this quick snap.
Yep, he invests it, throws it out.
Big nade.
Carpe gonna have to run the hell away from here. Lip, though, gonna be slept out of the Visor. Did manage to get a single kill. He'll get traded out. Carpe picks that up. Now he's looking to duel against Blood. Get some reinforcements there from Bellasria. Was also sitting on the Mega Pack, so stays alive. And it's a great shutdown onto Lip's ult, making sure that the Shanghai Dragons cannot find that much value. And Fusion are getting a huge amount of distance now. That forward spawn is just a couple meters away.
I mean, it's an insane Bionade from Aim God as well. Catches Izayaki, it's the kill, puts Void under a lot of pressure there as well. Lip's trying to solo in with his Visor, but it's not really doing too much. And at the end of the day, the dust settles. Carpe on a big, it wasn't on a huge fight, but he had the high ground control, had a brilliant off angle to play with. Does a ton of damage, shuts down the Dragons, still in the lead now, 55 meters to just what, the 14 as Bellasria goes to the Primal.
Yep, he is going to be slept though. They'll leave him on the floor for a little bit longer there. Aim God going to be picked off. Let it goes down. So 1 for 1 so far. But now Izayaki is also out of the fight. Jagon under fire will end up falling as Carpe picks him with those Helix rockets. And Bellasria just continues to charge forward. As needs to get through Void here in the back end. They will manage to do so. They have the combo. They have that grab combo in with that Death Blossom. But so far, it seems like Shanghai Dragons are very scattered. They haven't been able to get any set plays off the ground.
And the other thing about Dragon's comp is it's designed to punish the main tank plays. It's designed to punish the Doom, punish the Winston. Well, guess what? Bellasria, in his debut game of the Overwatch League as a rookie, he's only died 1 time so far, so he's been doing a great job of staying alive. And the supports as well, keeping it up there. Carpe's going for a Visor now as well. A lot of these kind of dry Visors, no Nano supporting them. This one's going to be pretty much just a zoning one for now.
Under fire, though, tries to throw down and healing field, but will get picked in the end. Lip able to pursue far enough forward. to finish off Carpe. Nearly has an attack visor of his own here. Just a little bit away, now has it online, but can they get the cart control, the bot control? They will start shifting it back over, but they still have a considerable amount of distance to try to close here if they want to even just tie it up. To pick on the Zest, opens up a good amount of space.
They have the ultimates to play through as well. You need to see a lot of value out of this grab. Unfortunately, there's not great targets. At best, you're probably looking at a solo grab on Belosria, right? You're not really going to catch Carpe unless he miss positions. You're not going to catch Sports either unless they miss positions. So it is kind of hard for Void to get value here. So he needs to find something.
Bot again getting it controlled here by the side of the Fusion. Lip opens up with the attack visor, just managed to find Vixen, but Izayaki gets traded out. Now both supports going to be gone for the side of the Philly Fusion, however. And Lee Jae-Kon again getting a melee hit, finishes off Zest. Opens up a good amount of space now. They can continue to push this cart, but there's still just a third of the distance that the Fusion have established so far. Belosria in a bit of a pickle there, does manage to leap out, just waits for the timing. Keeps himself alive for the recontest.
We're kind of below, well, we definitely are below halfway mark now in terms of timing. They're not that far away in terms of Shanghai, so they are steadily catching up now, nearly at the 40-meter mark. Just trying to do just a little bit of this poke damage. Still waiting for this grab combo to come on through. When I say grab combo, maybe you might want to use the grab, see where the Death Blossom goes with that as well. No defensive ultimates on the side of Fusion just yet. Fix is still far away.
He dives in with that, manages to find Lee Jae-Kon. It's a huge pickoff. Who's going to have that sound barrier up in just a couple percentage now. Fleta going to be taken out in this grab from Void. It is not going to profit for the side of the Dragons whatsoever. The bot starting to shift back, picking up that massive distance back over towards the Fusion's control, and they only get within 20 meters here. Avril, they've got 2 minutes to try to take this back.
And the problem here now for
the win.
The extra problem here with the Dragons is not only do they have to win team fights to do that, but they have to kind of push the bot all the way back to where they originally had it. I know the bot runs pretty quickly, but with just 2 minutes remaining, it does waste a lot of time. They are going to get the initial pick on Encore, which is good.
Okay, they find a second. Zest does manage to trade one back. Now Lee Jae-Kon going to be out of the fight as well, so it's a 3v3. Belosria dangerously low. Looks like he does manage to find a Mega Pack somewhere off screen, but Fleta picks up that kill in the end. Zest still continuing to put up fantastic numbers, takes down Izayaki, so even though they have this bot, they're shifting it back into Fusion's territory. Yep. Now they have to wait for that Ana to run back over. Lee Jae-Kon's going to have to taxi.
Look at the ult difference though. I mean, I do know that Lip has a visor coming online, but these kind of dry visors haven't been getting a ton of value, especially now when you look towards Fixer using that sound barrier. They can win a fight off that. They can push the bot backwards. We're nearly at the minute mark. We're going to be in OT soon, and you pretty much can't really win this map in OT. I haven't really seen anybody win push in OT yet.
There's a stick again. Zest finding Izayaki. Void instantly melted down. Lip's got the tack visor available, but there's no way in hell that he can use it here. Falls before he would even get the opportunity, and just like that, as soon as that bot gets over towards Fusion's side of the map, they wrest control away from the Dragons, and they continue to shove it back towards the Dragons.
Which means now guaranteed Dragons going to have to fight this one in OT. So it's close. I mean, 63 to 44, but when you look at the actual payload position, the push pop position, that's what matters at the end of the day. Your 44.51 doesn't mean a lot until you're actually pushing your distance marker, your objective marker, right? That's what it has to come down to at the end of the day. Nano is online. Lip still has his visor available. He's going to need to buy a lot of space with that. I don't think Void's been doing too much damage this game. He's been reset multiple times. Plenty of deaths. Hasn't had the best energy.
Yep, I haven't been seeing too many of those grabs get built up by him either, because like you said, he's spending a lot of time
this will be his second
to respawn. Fleta chunked low, Lip pops the attack visor, the Nano goes out. Carpe on the flank, looking to get that pick off. Takes him low, but cannot confirm the kill. 10 seconds remaining though, the bot again held for now by Fusion, shifted back into the hands of the Dragons. They start pushing forward, but they need to ride this out for a very long time if they want to get the win. OT comes up onto the screen. Lee Jae-Kon and Fleta instantly evaporate. Izayaki dead before he can use the Nano, and Void will be the last sad member of the Dragons alive. He's pushing the bot ever so slowly. He's got the grab, but he's got no hope. The bubble comes down. They block out all chances of damage. Get the finishing blow, and there you have it. Map 1 in our debut for Belosria. He comes up with the win with the rest of the Philadelphia Fusion, taking down the Dragons on push.
And Zest as well. I mean, this new Tracer / Projectile / Flex DPS player for the Philly Fusion. He wasn't as hyped up as his counterpart MN3, who we've yet to see debut yet. Might still come out soon, who knows. But honestly, these two combined, Fixer as well coming through from Uprising Academy. Aim got even really surprising. I mean, a lot of people were down on Aim God. They've just taken down the Dragons in the very first opening map of the Overwatch League 2022 season for the APAC region. The defending champions of the Shanghai Dragons are down 0-1 to begin with.
Yep, certainly not what a lot of people would have anticipated, but it's definitely a good, strong look here for the side of the Fusion. We'll see if this is going to be a bit of a push thing, or if Fusion can continue this dominance forward through the rest of the map set and potentially pick up that, a total match victory. We're going to find out, but first we're going to have a quick little break. We'll reset, and then we'll get ready to dive back in for map number 2. Circuit Royale is going to be coming up in just a few minutes. Alrighty, welcome back, guys. What a way to kick things off. Philadelphia Fusion come out swinging in the first map there on New Queen Street. They managed to pick up a victory over the Shanghai Dragons. We'll see if we're going to be getting a little bit of a different look from either of these squads moving forward, any substitutions and whatnot. We'll have to just wait and see, but we do have Circuit Royale coming up for Hybrid.
And just looking back on that map, Shanghai must have been watching some Dallas gameplay. Maybe we heard some comments at Harbin, have been looking at some APAC games and their experience. Zari was being run a lot. They could be talking about the Shanghai Dragons here, but when I look at how the meta has been developing, I truly do think that Winston is key in the meta. Doom is starting to fall out of favor. Get a substitution here as well. Fury coming in for Bellasaria. Not a huge surprise going into an escort map. It does favor the off-tank hero pools just a little bit more. So opportunity to see Void make some comeback. I looked at the statistics. His average energy, Void I'm talking about here, on New Queen Street was only 32, so wasn't even really getting above 50 energy. He's just not doing a lot of damage. He was really getting gapped by Bellasaria at various points. I don't think that's to speak to him as a quality of play. I just think that there was a wrong hero choice on a map like New Queen Street. Even if Harbin makes it work, Shanghai haven't quite figured out that style. Flitter was also not doing a lot on the Reaper either, so really Lip's trying to carry this entire team on a soldier. He's keeping up with Carpe. It's the other hero picks of the Reaper and the Zarya that did not work out.
Well, in addition to Fury, we also have MN3 coming in over Carpe. In the past, there has been a lot of criticism of Fusion when Carpe is subbed out. Most people would say never sub Carpe out. But I'm excited to see how this looks because everybody seems like they're gelling extremely well on the roster. Granted, it's just a singular map as as our observation pool, so we'll have to just wait and see if this ends up working out for them. They can move up 2-0, or if it bites them in the rear at the end. Either way, I think Shanghai Dragons very much going to be looking to just shake off the rust a little bit like you and I. It's been quite some time since we've gotten to commentate. It's been quite some time since they've gotten to compete. So we'll see how they fare going into Circuit Royale, see if they can pick up a win, tie it up, because like I said at the top of the show, Avril, I am more than happy to have this go all the way to 5.
Sure, and I think Philly would, they definitely want the win here. A strong opening versus a championship team like the Shanghai Dragons, who have made no roster changes because, like I said earlier, they won the last season. Why change anybody? They, did a couple of bits and pieces in their substitution bench role, but that doesn't really matter for them right now. We need to talk about what Flitter and Lip and Void are going to do here. We're going to probably look to stay on the Zarya, as it seems like. Some teams have been moving towards the Sigma. It seems like Fury might want to move that direction as well. I'm really excited for MN3 because, to me, he was kind of like the pivotal player on that T1 squad that a bunch of these rookies from Fusion come from. MN3 is such an exciting new hit scan player, and we have a pretty big hit scan meta right now as well, so it's prime time for someone like MN3 to shine and prove himself to be one of the better rookies, if not potentially even, I don't know if I want to say best just yet, because proper does exist, but MN3 is going to try anyway. He's going to come out in the Widow first.
All right, MN3 versus Lip. See how they fare now. Sees the pop up there, doesn't manage to get the shot across. Sends one out. So far, Shanghai Dragons shifting back over towards the bridge as the cart begins to slowly push up.
Big difference here is that Fixer's actually going to be pocketing both Zest and MN3 at various times as well. Actually, right now, not really doing too much with MN3. That's probably going to get res. There it is. So, first blood going the way of the Shanghai Dragons. Neither of the Widowmakers finding too much value here. It is super interesting that both teams are looking at the Echo, though.
Yep, and Zest's going to trade it right back over. And obviously no res going to be available here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons, not operating with that Mercy. Lip just sitting in the back, see if he can find any kills, but he's actually going to get dove on to go into the backside, and the beam will kill him off. Trade on the Widowmakers here, as Fusion looks to continue moving this payload forward.
Lee Jae-gon's out of position.
Right in on top of Lee Jae-gon. Somehow he is still alive, but they eventually get him in the end. MN3 as well with a nice little headshot onto Void, picks off the tank player, and that opens up a good amount of distance here for the cart to proceed.
I mean, I think MN3 probably oversteps it a little bit, really wants a duel against Lip and gets punished. Void walks further forward, wants Fixer as well. But Zest is cleaning up. He's already the back player. He somehow managed to get all the way behind all the Shanghai Dragons members. Lee Jae-gon's pushed up super far forward, gets punished, and it's a huge cleanup. They lose Fixer, but Shanghai Dragons lose that fight, and now we're nearly at that point now, still waiting for any sort of Widowmaker presence to be shown. I believe MN3 does have a kill so far. Lip yet to get a final blow just yet.
Hasn't been finding the impact too much here. Let's see now as they battle over the corner.
Grabs
Neither
coming.
of these Widowmakers can find an opening kill to try to really break through this position.
Fury has it.
With a trade of blows there. And the 3 going for the pop shot, looking for him. Just off to the side, and Lip answers back. What a kill to get. Rez looking to come out, but he's going to double down. He gets Zest as well. Rez will come through, but Lip immediately puts him back in the dirt. and that is the Lip Widow performance that we've been waiting for.
Yeah, it took him a while to warm up there, but warm up he does. He's firing up 3 kills in quick succession. Ruins the timing for Fusion there as well, because Fury was slightly ahead of Void in terms of Grav Charge. Not too sure if they understood that at the time either. I mean, it can be difficult to track because Void was also getting kills, but at this stage now, Lip's going to pop that Infrasight to begin with. That's going to slow down the Fusion even further. We're below 1 minute 30 now, and Shanghai Dragons, I mean, if they can hold this corner successfully, we're looking at a full hold.
Yeah, I mean, time is dwindling away here. Lip on the hunt, pushing forward really aggressively here on that corner, and if he could have gotten Aim God right there, would have been devastating, would have forced the res ahead of a fight. Doesn't manage to do so. Instead, we'll just go ahead, grapples back to safety. It's a shot out onto Zest, but just hits him in the chest. Not going to lead to a kill.
Oh, Jesus.
Finds another one, though. Right back in. There's the res now forced. He's waiting for it. He's not going to be able to find the timing to try to get the instant punish. Falls back as the sticky bombs get a little bit of damage onto him. Void taking a nap. Does get woken up over by the cart. Yeah, 45 seconds here remaining.
Okay, they pop the Valkyrie, but every single time that Fusion wants to go in, Lip gets a frag. Finally, he's kind of missing a couple of shots. The Valkyrie has all but kind of been wasted. Now, you do have a Duke Plus grab online, but Flitter's got one here as well. Where's that grab going? It's all the way in the back one. They get Izayaki off it.
Yeah, well into the back. MN3 does manage to find the headshot there. Dangerously low. Flutta does go for the duplicate, but gets knocked out of that instantly by MN3. He's starting to find some real value here, and he needs it. Fusion need to start pushing this cart. Lee Jae Gon going to get picked off. Good opener there. Izayaki is not going to have enough throughput to try to keep Void alive, so does end up falling, and they will be able to get this cap. So 2.5 minutes going to be added to the time bank, but it took a hell of a lot longer than we might have anticipated, given how that first map won here for the Fusion.
Well, I think a lot of that just comes down to Lip's presence in the last 2 minutes of A, right? We're talking about the Infrasight coming online, huge respect being shown by Fusion, they do not want to push into it, and then we talk about the fact that Lip gets another frag, and then another frag, and every single time he gets a frag, it slows the Fusion down. They have an ultimate advantage, and they couldn't use the ultimate advantage. Eventually, the difference maker for me was that MN3 knocked Flutter out of his duplicate form instantly, destroyed that Zarya copy, and that's how we led to this point.
Back into it. But a minor skirmishing as Lip is going on a bit of a walkabout. He's coming around the backside. Zest, Nano up into their faces. The beam not going to be able to get the hits through to try to take Void down. Now they have to reposition. They spot Lip here into the backside. He's going to jump up over the top, but he should end up falling here unless he can get this close scope in.
Oh, that
drops down to the low ground though, and Flutta is there to cover. Zest falls, as does MN3. Both DPS now going to be eliminated, and the supports don't stand a chance. The pickoffs begin to come through, and Fusion are going to have to reset now with just 1.5 minutes to go.
I mean, that's a support diff right there. You see Zest diving on in, Lee Jae Gon lands this beautiful mid-air whip shot. That destroys Zest's opportunity to get Void down because he nearly had Void killed, right? Same thing happens for Lip. He wants to go for Lip. Lip is being pocketed by both Lee Jae Gon and Izayaki, and people on Shanghai are not going down. We're about 1 minute remaining now. Flavor finally gets that pick fix. It's huge!
Yeah, he's gonna get a little nap here, but it's well deserved. He put in his effort for sure. 2 kills come through. Aim God again now going to fall as they just pile in on top of the Fusion members. Lip will get Zest as well. Cart now starting to roll back. It's just 50 seconds remaining. A plethora of ultimates about to come online here for the side of the Fusion, but they need to be able to utilize them.
It's the ultimates coming online on the other end there as well, though. The rally is coming online. You have Grab, you have the duplicate. Flitter found out, though, he is mispositioned, technically speaking. Doesn't have a fly available. Flitter could very well go down here, probably will go down here, and that will be the 5v4 the Fusion are looking for.
Oh, he actually almost trades it out there and best Zest, but meanwhile, back over towards the cart. Lip finds yet another kill. MN3 going to be taken down yet again. Looks for a little bit more. Rez going to be forced out all the same. Jumps back up onto the high ground, sees Echo over on his top left. Zest starts pushing through. Bubbles come through, they keep Lip protected. And we are running low on time. 7 seconds remaining as they will go ahead and touch the cart.
Solo grab.
Have they actually forced it out? I don't know. Has somebody touched the cart recently enough? They have not. Didn't think so. Not quite a full hold, but they didn't make it too far past point A. Shanghai Dragons with Lip coming alive, looking scary on that defense.
I think I really have to look at Fixer there. I had the opportunity to touch the payload, did not do so. Trying his best to pocket Fury, who got solo grabbed just slightly off the payload. So, like you sort of mentioned there, no one touched the payload in recent times. No OT triggered there. Difficult to say what would have happened because, I mean, Fury could have still actually have died in that position, but Lip is a talking point for now. He had a very, very slow start to begin with, wasn't showing a lot of presence. MN3 wasn't getting a ton of kills, but he was certainly putting some damage on the board, had that one final blow. At the end of the first half of Kilios, Lip is sitting on 7 final blows, 1 death. MN3 is on 3 final blows, 7 deaths.
Yep. Lip very much putting up numbers. And I mean, we knew that this was going to be a fairly tough matchup here for MN3 stepping in, coming in over top of Carpe. And when you're going up against Lip, it's just so terrifying. I mean, look at these shots. The quick grapple mid-air just to go ahead and really fully punish that res. Beautiful shots from him.
And to me, the big difference between this map for Fusion and the previous one, aside from the obvious with the substitutions here, Fury coming in for Bellasria, MN3 for Carpe, I'm not saying that having those players would make the biggest difference here. To me, it's a tempo difference, right? You look at New Queen Street, Bellasria on the Winston, and just a general dive composition for the side of Fusion was so strong it put Shanghai on the back foot in terms of tempo the whole time. Here, playing a more slow, Zarya-based composition, you're playing into kind of Void's territory here now. Void wasn't able to have his game on New Queen Street. Now he can, because it's Zarya versus Zarya.
All right, well, Zest again putting up some solid numbers here for the side of the Fusion. Lee Jae-gon gonna get picked off right at the start. Good early kill to find. He fishes out for a little bit more, tries to get that duplicate up.
See if defending for MN3 helps out his sort of KD and stats any bit. Zest really testing Lip's aim there, lands the body shot, the bubble coming in late as well. I mean, Fury really kind of testing his own timing. Could have been Zest punished him. That would have been a massive push for Shanghai. The confidence shown by Lip now. He knows he's got the better of MN3 on that defense, and he wants to push MN3 off the line, and he will do so.
All right, well, already good amount of distance picked up here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons as the bridge is just conceded by the Fusion. They'll look to try to play around the corner. MN3 set back, has a bit of covering fire here. Trying to stay safe, can't get those shots in to flood it, but does manage. Actually follow up as soon as we snap off his cam and get Lip. So good kill found, and that's going to give a lot more position back over to the side of the Fusion. They have a lot more breathing room here.
And you can see just the shift in tempo as soon as one of the kills comes through. When the one Widowmaker gets the other one, Fusion finally feel the confidence to walk on up. They want to try and pressure Void out. And if one of the Zaryas dies, it's a huge difference maker. Unlike our last map, both the Zaryas are going to have high energy. And if one of them goes down, and that is going to be a pretty huge reset. It's being a reset, so they're back into action now. Looking for MN3 on the other end, but at the same time, they also want to pressure down those Echoes.
Spotted him, knows where the enemy Widow at least was playing, as the pings do come out, giving him more detailed information. For his moment there to try to find that kill, you could hear that one just kind of gliding past Lip as he's looking for the connection. Can't quite find it though. A lot of space now going to be bought up as Flutter's diving into the back line. The Nano goes out onto him. He does take a huge chunk of damage. Looks like he will be sustained. Crab comes in. Kill's going to be found here as the tanks look to fall on either side. Looks like they will actually stay alive. As Zest and MN3 just break down the support lineup on the side of the Dragons. So space could be bought yet again. And they can look to continue this hold for a good little while.
A good defense by Fusion. They receive the pressure from Flitter. They absorb it. They're okay for the most part. Trays come on through. Both the Zaryas dropping grabs. At the end of the day, Zest is the kingmaker here. He'll be the one dropping down the frags. And right now, he's putting the crown on his own head. He's been definitely, I think, outpacing Flitter for the most part. But a lot of that was due to the fact that he was being pocketed by Fixer on the attack with the Mercy. Now, both the Echoes are Mercy-less. And the duplicates are coming online as well. Flitter's 5% off.
Back up against the cart. Could be duplicate. We'll see what happens and who's going to be able to come out on top. It's just going to be exchanged, yeah, as both of them pop the Infra Sight. Looking for targets, but everybody has to play so patiently and so cautiously here in this moment.
This is good for Fusion because neither team really want to walk in. Lip just doesn't want to give him in 3 free sites to work with, but neither team's really going to do much with that, which means time goes down. Duplicate comes on through. Double Zarya's online for both sides.
Yeah, for both sides, the rally's rolling there from the side of Fixa as well. Helps keep everybody alive. There's a nice double anti that connected from Izayaki, but they can't find any kills because of that armor coming in from the rally. Smart. No one really going to be taken down. It's just Flutta who loses out on the duplicate, but as I say, that Izayaki will be felled. Zest follows up with the sticky bombs, takes out Void. Lee Jae-gon will get the whip kill, but it's too little too late. And yeah, the time is dwindling. They need to get this point, otherwise it's just going to be a full hold coming through from the side of the Fusion. Lip gets picked off here in the back end, and they are running out of time. People are now swapping over to desperate picks like the Doomfist here just to be able to touch the cart.
They've
can
completely
do
stopped
it.
the compositions. Liv needs to probably stop here as well.
Can't get
And
it.
slipped, pushed away. Void cannot touch. It's a 2-0 Kilios to the Philadelphia Fusion. What are we seeing?
Unbelievable defenses from both of these teams, but Fusion's just a bit better. They stopped them. The picks come in at the perfect time. There's no time left in the bank. They can't get the touch with the Doom with the Lucio. So despite Lip's best efforts, as we look at the on our screen, the play of the match, it is not going to result in a win. A 2-0 start here for the side of the Fusion as the Shanghai Dragons are staring down the barrel of a needed reverse sweep in their first series of the 2022 season. This script, whoever wrote it, it wasn't me, I love them for it because this is exciting as hell. We'll see if Fusion can go ahead and close it out on King's Row, or if the Shanghai Dragons can stabilize and bounce back, put a win on the board, and extend this series. We're going to go to a quick little break, and when we come back, we will have King's Row for you, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, we are back and in one of the strangest timelines that we could have imagined. Starting off the season here so far, Philadelphia Fusion 2-0 lead over the Shanghai Dragons. They are looking absolutely stellar so far into this series. It looked like it should have been a 1-1 after that first half of the Circuit Royale, but no, Fusion just as strong, a little bit stronger of a defense there. Managed to hold them, denying them access to even point A. Now it's a reverse sweep that the Shanghai Dragons need to pull off if they want to get their first match win here, Avril.
It's a crazy thing to even consider. Maybe this is just Fusion coming in with the same momentum they ended last year with. I'm not talking about the sort of playoffs run, but the fact that they did 3-0 Shanghai in the Countdown Cup. That was the last time these two teams had actually played. But at the same time, you know, Fusion has to give a bit of hope, a bit of hopium to their fans. You know, we got to lead 2-0, and then, you know, if Shanghai reverse sweeps, it'll be the most Fusion thing ever. It'll be the full Fusion experience. But at the same time, what if, Seth? What if Fusion actually win here? Because Shanghai don't look as strong as we remember. They look like they're still figuring things out. Definitely map 1 was super shaky. I think map 2 was a much closer game, but man, Shanghai on map 1 did not look good. Now they have to try and bring it together with Who Are You, their bench player coming in to replace Fleta, probably on the Genji. They're finally going to be showing us a little bit of Genji, but Void is still in. They don't want to be playing Winston today at all.
Yeah, it would certainly seem that way. So likely just going to be seeing more of the Zarya here from Void. Maybe he'll shake it up a bit. We'll have to just wait and see, but I am excited to see Who Are You. I mean, this is a guy whose name echoes through the annals of history in Overwatch Esports. He's been around the scene for a very, very long time. We haven't gotten to see too much of him as of late, so I, for one, is a...
And he's an Overwatch League champion.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see this. Technically correct. But, yeah, let's see how this looks, and if he is going to be piloting that Genji, which we do anticipate. As the clock ticks down, we'll start seeing the teams assemble their compositions, and I mean, what else would it be? We see him right now on that, and okay, early days, obviously they're playing attack first, so have plenty of time to swap it up, but I'm seeing a Sojourn, I'm seeing a Doomfist. What do you think? Is this going to make it through, or is this going to get swapped in the next 30 seconds?
Well, it's possible that Void is the Doom player. I haven't ruled that out completely yet. I actually don't know who the Doom player on this team is. Is it going to be Sojourn? I would think probably not, because both Widowmaker and Soldier are much better on the specific patch that they are playing on. The only issue here is that, yes, we do expect it to be Genji. However, Genji doesn't have a great matchup into the Echo, and Zest has been pounding on the Echo. So I don't know if the Genji is going to be enough here. It might have been better to put Fleta still in the roster and not sub him out, but at this point, Shanghai need options. They need an answer. They need something to work through, and they believe Who Are You is that key to victory.
All right, well, Lip not going to be matching the Ashe. Takes that little pop shot at the beginning with the Widowmaker, swaps it back up with Soldier 76, just looking to be able to run down on the ground here alongside Void. Lee Jae-gon profit from that move speed, and he's already going to find a nice little kill. Zest goes down, but Who Are You will also get picked. Low HP. Two members on the side of Fusion, though. His fix-it was antied out. Does manage to stay alive at least for a little bit longer, but as I make the call, Void will finish him off. Considerable amount of space going to be opened up here as they get in on top of the Ashe as well, and that should basically be point A, or at least a couple ticks.
I mean, I'm not liking the Ashe here at all, unfortunately. Very much not meta at the moment. Ashe also requires a lot of pocketing. MN3 sees the writing on the wall, says, sorry guys, I trolled. Bad pick. Not playing that hero again. Definitely go towards the Soldier. Again, still probably the best hero on this specific patch for the Overwatch League. Very close fight to begin with, but at the end of the day, Lip has the strong hero. MN3 did not. Lip is way ahead in Visor now. Who Are You doesn't really have much charge to work through on his own ultimate towards the blade, so we'll see what happens in a few short moments when he does have a blade.
See how long it takes for him to build that up. Nearly shut down. Definitely not lending to him being able to have that. But knowing Who Are You, he should be able to get it rather quickly. He's going to play up here into the high ground. Sends the sticky bombs right back onto Zest. Nearly gets the kill, but do not manage to find it quite yet. Zest now going to be in a bit of an awkward position. Antied out, has to rotate back around to join in with the rest of the team. As Who Are You is just fearlessly charging forward. He says, yeah, just keep pumping heals into me. Everything will be fine. That's going to be the nano out, though, onto MN3. Helps find one.
Healing.
Narrowly stays alive there. Yeah, throws down the healing field as well, just for a little bit of extra juice. It works out. They come up with 2 kills, and that's the cart controlled for now by Fusion.
I mean, every single time you see these kind of dry nanos come on through, the soldiers are running to the front line, they're running ahead of their tanks even. He's trying to duel, he's trying to duel Void on the other end. Meanwhile, the rest of Shanghai are aiming and looking at him, and he barely survives. Now it's Lip's turn to do something. He's got the visor out, he's got a double kill.
He does, but MN3 comes up with a double himself. The Helix Rockets find Lip and Lee Jae gone just like that. Everything is equalized. It's a DPS for a support. Shanghai, though, they do occupy the cart for now. Ziyaki falling low, has that.
Oh, no.
MN3, I don't know about this one, buddy. Gets antied immediately and gets cut down to size by Who Are You. He followed up for a second kill. It does fall to Fury, but Fury falls to Void, and now there's a good amount of space here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons to make their way towards point B.
Yeah, that's ill-advised visor timing there. I could see the hero play kind of vision in his mind, like, oh, I could do this and just kind of win, but Izuyaki shuts it down. No chance to stay alive there after you eat the ante. Second point cap, not quite imminent just yet, but I mean, we're looking towards grab, we're looking towards Dragonblade. This one should be in the books. Even if Shanghai have to spend 3 ultimates for it, they should be at the cap.
Could just be an El Clasico grab blade combination here. Here's who Zest is going to look for as well on the duplicate. It is going to be Void, so copies Azaria, picks it up, immediately killed off. Lip with some nice headshots. They just melt through that brigade up. And Zest is not finding too much purchase with this duplicate at all. Only 47% built up towards the grab, so does not find it. So continue to contest the cart, just 36 meters away, but there's going to be the sound barrier. Obviously, gone. Now the blade's going to be pulled by Who Are You. Already found one kill. He's looking for another. Gets the slice through onto Aim God, finishes him off. And the cleanup will be there. Fixa, the only one rotating back over towards the spawn to try to stay alive as the cap comes in.
I mean, respect to Dragons, they're actually, for the timing, they could have just spent all 3 ultimates in one go, but they wanted to wait for Zest to run out of duplicate forms so they don't have to deal with the second Zarya. Then they can pull the blade with the sound barrier. They lose a play, but they have the ultimates to swing on through. 4 minutes still for C. It's a lot of time to work through. This should be a pretty tasty time bank if all things continue the way it has been. Nano Visor online now, and it will be online for both teams in just a short while.
Yeah. Trying to get his, but it's going to be the Dragons who strike first. Zest down underneath the map. He's got nowhere to go. Looking for him. They're trying to see if he makes his way back out. Does actually manage to survive. Wow, unbelievable. Does stay into the fight, but still has to try to reconnect with the rest of the team. MN3 in the meantime is going to be popping his visor. Going to find some kills, and they will get Who Are You at the end. He dashes across trying to get that elimination. Can't make it happen. The Jagon only going to find Zest. It's the only little takeaway here for the Dragons is they have to reset.
I mean, great play by Fusion in terms of Fury and Zest staying alive there. I believe what Zest did was he floated into the pit, but he didn't use his fly. Save that to get out. So that's, I think, the line of play that ends up happening, obviously, with the bubble as well from Fury to keep him alive. So huge stuff there to make sure that Lip basically spends his entire nanovisor on one target that he can't kill.
Yeah, now MN3, after using that tag visor, swapping over to the Widowmakers, going to just get those instant kills across. Push some significant damage through.
That was huge.
Who Are You?
Woo! Dashing
forward, quick scope in, gets his Izuyaki. Falls a little bit low, but just jumps away, keeps himself safe, and now Lip is completely pinned in the corner. MN3 will get the kill at the end. Nice little swap from him. I mean, Carpe-esque. I think back to 2020. Carpe swapping over on the Paul with the Widowmaker, I mean, and it's coming up clutch.
In many ways, I look at MN3 as like the young Carpe, right? He's the rookie Carpe, very similar hero pool, good on all the same types of heroes. Widowmaker's his signature here. Obviously, he destroyed Who Are You. I believe it was a headshot as Who Are You diving on in. They just SMGs him down, looking for more damage now, and he's finding it for sure.
Goes up top, there's going to be the grab coming through. They lock in Void. It's an easy headshot here for MN3. Continues to look for a little bit more. 2 minutes now remaining. Time bank. Drain down by half as MN3 is unleashed. What a beautiful shot there on the Lee Jae-gon, and Shanghai Dragons, they need to reset now. This is just time being wasted. Look, where are you going, my friend? It's completely surrounded.
What's going on here?
Just domes him from above.
It's gone all wrong for Shanghai. I mean, it's about a minute 45. They have the ultimates online. They can definitely do a lot here. It will be a nano visor, but they have to get past MN3, who's just freshly swapped onto a Widowmaker. He wasn't feeling the soldier, was basically trolling on the Ash, but now that he's on this here, he's dominating.
No one can hide from my
some
sight.
Unbelievable shots. And now they've got the Infra sight. That's just going to be even more time bought here. With just a minute and 24 remaining. The Shanghai Dragons, it's now very much in question whether or not they're going to be able to finish this map. They almost have 5 ults online versus 3 on the side of Fusion, so they can potentially just really ham-fist their way through to the finish line here, but we'll see. Who Are You? Great opening pick, dashes through, gets the pick up here onto MN3.
Only 5 ults now. It's going to be Zest pulling the trigger first, gets the duplicate deleted instantly. This huge advantage here. Zest is down for the time being. Encore still has a nano in playthrough, needs to use it.
Yep, Nano Blade is out. Who are you? He's looking for a target, but they're just playing ring around the rosy here with the pillar. Doesn't get too much through, but they do occupy enough space. They open it up, and the Fusion do not recontest the cart, so it glides through with 48 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say technically not a C9 here. I mean, Achilles, you and I, we are the arbiters and the,
yes,
you know, the 2 senior sergeants of the C9 police here. I'm going to say that one's not quite a C9 because Lip came in, Visored, killed everybody, no one could touch anyway. It is what it is. MN3 eventually got a lot more pressure put on him. You can see that Who Are You on that Genji was very much trying to dive down into MN3 most times. He was previously as well, but he kind of got owned and shut down that one time he tried. But since then, things did improve as we get through with all the ultimates. Big play there, killing Zest, deleting the duplicate form, having that 5v4 to work with, and then walking forward to the visor. That was what got Shanghai that cap, but 48 seconds. They had, what, over 4 minutes walking on to C? Only 48 seconds remaining for the cap, and so much of that was MN3 slowing them the heck down.
Yeah. Really great effort from him. Obviously, can at least open with the Widowmaker here for that potential early shot. We'll see if he sticks through with it. Wouldn't blame him if he does. Point A is very much a bit of a playground for Widowmakers here on the attack, so could just ride it out. Otherwise, maybe we just see the swap over to the Soldier 76, match Lip.
5, 4, 3.
See if he finds anything here, though, in this moment.
He might stay, actually.
Open up. Well, they've confirmed that he is on that. And okay, it's not what I was anticipating at all. He's going to go for Hangzhou.
I don't know if I think this is going to be a good matchup at all. He doesn't have, I think, really a positive matchup versus anybody here. Certainly isn't going to be pressuring Zest too much. Sorry, Zest is on his own team. Who Are You, I think, too much. So, he probably, well, he won't be pressuring Zest because Zest is probably going to have to pull double weight here a little bit if the Hangzhou doesn't do it all.
Void playing forward. He's in danger here. The bubbles come out, uses both of them. Does manage to stay alive as that anti comes out. Izayaki is boosting up the healing. Push through the hotel. MN3 just fishing for any kind of stray shot that he can get across. Finds a little bit of damage as Fusion do make their way to the point. They start ticking their way up. See how long we can occupy this spot, though. No kills coming through yet. There's a lot of chip damage back and forth. Push the corner, and the timing is perfect. Catches two with the Bionade. MN3 gets the headshot through. Will be traded back, though. Izayaki with a Bionade of his own comes up massively, and Who Are You? Looks like he deflects the sticky bomb back into MN3 and Aim God.
Massive. I mean, that's the kind of Genji level. That's the kind of, like, high-tier Genji gameplay that Who Are You is known for. Puts on a full display here. Good recovery by Shanghai Dragons after losing Void. Sort of questioning what MN3 was going to do with his Hangzhou. The answer is put the damage onto Void so that Fury can maybe get a better matchup himself. And instantly Who Are You responds. So, brilliant stuff there. Showing the value of the Genji. Nano's online now as the first ultimate of this half for Izayaki. No ultimates online just yet for the Fusion, but Fury is far ahead of Void.
Alright, well, there's the Nano out on a Who Are You. Lip falling low, but doesn't matter. Stays alive, and they get the DPS first and foremost. The rest of the cleanup looks relatively easy here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons, and Fusion, they don't even get that first tick. They get so close to it, and haven't managed to lock it in. Now it's less than 2 minutes remaining for this first point attack.
Yep.
The ults are still a little ways away. They will not have that grab dragon combo up for a little bit longer unless MN3 can get some shots through.
I don't even think you're going to catch a lot in the Grab Dragon either. Again, you know, in these type of compositions, Void shouldn't be stacking too hard with anybody else on his team. So likely you're going to get a solo or double grab at best. This is a potential kill here though. Maybe, no.
Who Are You goes for the blade. They've got an attack visor out as well. Lip will claim 2. MN3, yeah, sure, he gets that kill. He ends up falling as it's just going to be another team kill coming through for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Now 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining as Lip is thinking about going on a little bit of a flank angle, but looks like the call will come through for him to join in.
They've actually, that was the first time they spent 2 ultimates on a fight when Shanghai have been very, very frugal with how they're playing their ultimate so far. Just 1 ult for 1 fight. Previously it was Izayaki and Nano only. Here it's a Visor and a Blade. That's giving some opportunity now for Fusion to bank up their own ultimate. So if not now, then it won't be happening at all. They just have about 5 ultimates online. Leechagon doesn't quite have a sound barrier, and now is the time to strike Fusion.
Dink connects there onto Void. There's the grab. There's the Dragon. The anti in on top of Void. He tries to cleanse it off with the bubble. Stays alive a little bit longer, but ends up falling all the same. Who Are You will claim one. That's the sound barrier out, though, from Lee J gone. Everybody shielded up as they look for additional kills. The rally has to be used by Fixit just to try to keep them in the fight. 1.5 ticks just about picked up as M3 finds a nice kill. Lip is going to be eliminated, but Void is going to be on his way back, and he's going to have this Graviton Surge here pretty darn soon ready to roll. Let's see if he can even get into a position to use it. It seems like no. They will just have to concede this. He'll fall back, and the point will be capped. So, not done yet. 2 minutes and 45 seconds here for the Fusion as they get the cap on A, but how far can they take this card?
Fusion using 3 out of 5 ultimates there. I don't think Fusion were at too much risk of losing that point. If they were pressured, they would spend more ultimates, then play the fight further. They target Void first. Like I said, Lee Jigon was slightly off the sound barrier, so the Grab Dragon combo solo on the Void is the expected kill there, but in 6v6 I think that probably wouldn't have been high value, but in 5v5 that's your only tank gone, so pretty damn high value. Void can't use his grab, that swings the fight pretty heavily. M3 going towards the Cassidy now, which is a very interesting pick. We'll see how that one fares for him.
Flame's out, Bubbles cleanse. Who Are You? Even with a nano, getting chunked low, but they will manage to keep him alive, and he comes up with 2 kills. Just and Fix Up both falling down. Oh, the Cassidy, he just showed up, but he's also going to make an exit. M3 instantly is finished off. Doesn't get to find too much of anything there with that pick, and that is going to be Arch control now here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons.
I mean, I don't know who he would be targeting here. He can shoot people from long range, but that magnetic grenade, it's not a flashbang. There's no stun there. You're not going to stop Who Are You. He's going to get permanently bubbled anyway, so M3 doesn't really have a good opportunity to throw the grenade onto anybody because no one's diving him except for Who Are You. So I don't see high value in this Cassie pick at all. I think Soldier still is the expected high value pick if you want to go towards it. And now we've run out of ultimates for the Fusion, so they could get held here. I mean, this is where Shanghai can really set up their Alamo.
Yep. They've got a plethora of ultimates here to work through as well. Magnetic grenade not going to connect. Who Are You? Takes down Fury first and foremost.
That's a
Lucio is pretty decent, but Who Are You is just dashing through everybody. Zest finds nothing with the duplicate. And it's just going to be effectively another team wipe. ImGod trying to make his exit. Seems like he just about will be able to. But no! They push him up into the air, and Izayaki from downtown with a Bionade will finish him off.
Yeah,
what a great pursuit.
You can start to see that Fusion running out of ideas now. Zest is going towards the Genji as well. He's saying, okay, well, they're pocketing Genji with the bubbles. We can do that on our team here as well. But you're looking at a situation where Fury should be okay. I don't think he's under too much pressure, just eats a lot of damage. Zest using duplicate on Lee Jigon's Lucio must have been a misclick. That looked like a misfire to me, because you're never really ever going to go for that.
One would think, but here's Who Are You? Unleashed yet again. Everybody grouped up for him. M3 will manage to get some nice headshots to punish him, make sure that he can't find anything else off the back of the blade, but that's about it. Cart still held here in the same position. And it's 15 seconds remaining. They're looking for M3, and they will find him. Oh, maybe not. Lee J-Con. Lee J-Con does Lee J-Con things. M3, he gets some nice hits, and he does manage to stay alive, and he actually gets Izayaki. The supports are gone. This has just been a massive opening. Have Shanghai Dragons flown too close to the sun?
That was a little bit much. That was a wee tad bit of trolling by Lee Jig on there, running at M3 and dying. Izayaki trying to save his life dies as well. And now Fusion get an OT to play with. Shanghai, they've overstepped. Hang on, guys, you haven't won yet. Save the trolling for afterwards, Just win the map first, and then we'll talk about it.
Lip. Look at Lip. He's here in the subway, waiting to go on a flank. The nano is available as well, but Zest is sussed it out. He shuts him down quickly. This is, I know exactly how you think. It's the massive punish. Nano now going to be used on the Who Are You, and he's still so far away from a blade. He's just trying to farm it up, but even with that reduced damage, ends up getting chunked out. Void dead, and just like that, the Fusion have actually broken through. They're going to get this cap on B. They have a second lease on life, and the Shanghai Dragons, it all comes off the back of that pursuit, trying to kill MN3.
I mean, but, further risks to be taken as well. Lip wants to go for a flank, spotted up by Zest. They have the ultimates to play through. I mean, Who Are You receives a nano. Lee Jigon has sound there. If they play it as 5, maybe Lip just kind of either doesn't get spotted or comes and receives a sound barrier. I can see them playing that properly. At least they burn a lot of ultimates. Fusion get that cap for free. They didn't spend anything. They have 4 ultimates online. None of it spent to cap B.
Oh my goodness. Well, Void is trying to play in that front line. Nearly has his grab online. Fix is going to be taking a nap for now, but no one can get on top of him. It's safe for now. And Lip, he pops the visor. He instantly gets melted down. Oh my goodness. Such an outpouring of damage, and now Void has fallen as well. That's going to get this cart around the final corner. As the cleanup comes in, Lip now in desperation, swapping over to the Widowmaker. We'll see if he can find any heads to click on. 4 ultimates nearly available here for the side of the Fusion. Swap again.
Here comes that rally now. I mean, there's so many ultimates for the Fusion because, again, they haven't been forced to use anything. So Nanovice is up next. Deadeye's been popped.
Okay, the Bionade is huge. Gets onto 3, but M3, he gets the kill onto Lip. Takes him out with the High Noon. Zest slicing and dicing, looking for a little bit more here. Lee Jae-gon now going to fall. Izayaki is taken out, and they have done it. They will make it the push all the way to the end, and we are going into extra innings. A minute versus a minute 41. Oh my goodness, the Fusion had no right winning this, or pushing it this far. The Shanghai Dragons, off the back of one big blunder, allow it to happen.
Yeah. What is the emoji combo again? Troll face, pinching hand is what happened there for the Shanghai Dragons. It's not just the feed that Lee Jae-gon and Izayaki kind of did chasing into spawn. It was primarily Lee Jae-gon there. I don't want to implicate Izayaki too heavily for it. But beyond that as well, how long did it take to get this one sound barrier out? I mean, even if you weren't going to get the chance to use it to defend B, that initial fight on C, the first fight that occurred, that's when the sound barrier should have come up from Lee Jae-gon. You reset as 5, now it's time to go full ham. You got all your ultimates ready. At minimum, you need to start forcing Fusion's hand, drain their economy down so that their final fight, they're not just going to have ultimates to work through, but instead, those 4 to 5-ish kind of ultimates that Fusion walked through B for free with, they kept that going until the end of the map. Those are the same ultimates, mostly. They didn't have to spend anything. That's a crime.
Lee Jae-gon just saying hello.
4, 3, 2,
Retreats back, joining with his squad. MN3, at least off the start, looking for a target here with the Widowmaker. Will just go ahead, drop down, and he's going right back over to the Cassidy. We'll see if he can have just as much of an impact here with this reduced time bank. Had a very rough go of it last time, just trying to get a cap, so let's see what they can manage.
All right, I mean, 1 minute. Realistically, if they get any sort of distance on A, if they cap A, actually, that's huge because it's 1 minute versus 141. A cap on A actually might seal the deal for the 3-0. Zest wants to go over towards Lip, but not going to get too much done in that first initial bubble. Who are you kind of low, though?
Yeah, low, forced to use the deflect, puts that on cooldown. So he is steadily going to get topped back up here. Fusion start making their way onto the point. Lip, so low, takes the sprint, rotates down to the low ground here with the rest of his squad, just get topped up. Void now, the one who's being focused on pressure. The first hit comes in for the side of the Fusion, still with 6 seconds remaining. They can just continue to play the point. Void falling low just around the corner. Who are you is going to get picked? MN3 finds the opening kill, and the cap is coming in. They need to contest this right now, but they just have nobody able to do it. Void will push forward, looking for the reset. And it's just a matter of time. Fusion will get the card out, but can they stay glued to it is the question.
I mean, this is disastrous for Shanghai Dragons because, you know, this map could have already been over. We would have gone to map 4 by now. But we're looking at a situation where they failed to defend A point. It's a 1 attempt, a very slow 1 attempt. MN3 offers a checkbook onto Huayu. But more importantly than that, Zest chasing Lip down on those upper battlements forces the high ground control away. So Lip's got no angles to play through. Void's under pressure here as well. I mean, 91% for Fury, he's going to have the first grab. There's no defense so far for the side of Shanghai Dragons, no beat to play with. They have to probably nano Void if he gets caught in the grab. Or maybe they'll just nano Lip and Who Are You and just make a dry play now.
Lip just going to be playing here onto the high ground. Tac Visor still going to be 15% away. Waits out the bubble from Fury. Is the grab now going to be invested? Locks them all up, and MN3 comes rolling into the station. 2 quick headshots. They get the kills. This cart, it is not done moving yet, it would seem. They pound through the Shanghai Dragons. Don't really suffer any losses other than fixing the cart now. Moving forward, is this the miracle run? Can they take it all the way to the end?
They don't have to.
On their side right now.
This is already too far. This is already far too much distance for the Shanghai Dragons to deal with on their own attack with 141. It'll be incredibly difficult for them to get even this far. So, yeah, the damage could have already been done. There still is this grab to play through. Void needs to find it. Fury got a huge grab, catching both supports. Void will be lucky to get anything similar.
Rally almost up, Fixa puts the shield up, keeps himself protected. That's going to give him the rally now. He's going to pop it instantly. Here comes the attack visor around the flank, but they immediately dive in. Zest looking for the kill, and he's going to find it. Lip eliminated. Doesn't find any value from the ult yet again. MN3 with the Deadeye comes up with 2. Both supports are out of the fight. Void goes down. Who are the last one standing? But he will fall, and point B is locked in. The Fusion are not yielding. They use everything that they have in the fight, but like we've been saying, this is already far too much distance for the Dragons to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Dragons are desperate. They're trying to do anything. Lip gets another visor shut down, goes back over towards the soldier. Has got nothing to work through. We're still waiting for the same blade, the same grab that Void and Hua Youth have had since B. They need to get something off this. That's going to be 1 kill. Brilliant start for the Shanghai Dragons. Can they convert further? They need to.
Okay, Crab is invested. The kills will come in. It seems like this should just be the end. Who are you? Ends it with a Dragon Blade. They finally stopped this cart momentum right here on the inside of point C. But good lord, who would have thought the Fusion would be able to make it this far with just a minute to begin with? Now, with a 41-second advantage, the Shanghai Dragons need to do the unthinkable as well. They need to push this so very far, or the series is done.
I think that at this rate, I mean, look, if they could take attack pause, they would. That was the game for it. Shanghai Dragons, 141 to get 2 points here. They would need the most incredible sort of tempo pacing to outpace Fusion entirely, to snowball off their ultimates. Basically everything the Fusion just did to them. Let's talk about that Fury Graviton Surge again. Just catches, I think, 3 people in a sort of meta where usually you can't really catch that many in grabs. And well, they confirm the damage because MN3 rolls in double headshots on his Cassidy. It's done and dusted. And somehow, I think because, you know, Shanghai just lacked the ability to engage, MN3 sitting there close to medium range of this Cassidy, actually doing significant damage. He's actually gone back over towards Ashe now. I was definitely criticizing this a little bit earlier on when they originally were playing an Ashe on this A defense. Didn't go well. I think Ashe gets pushed away far too easily, needs Poking to succeed, and generally just isn't as good as a Soldier or a Widow. He's going to try that again. If there's anything that Shanghai can capitalize off, it might be to get MN3 off of this Ashe again, push him out of the point, get that 5v4.
Well, he's going to see if it can work the second time around. Just repositioning, Lip just right back over here onto the Soldier 76, a little bit of dynamite out. Nice little headshot there across. Already a third of the way to having that Bob online. Feels like a significantly better start, but as I say that, MN3 is going to fall. Lichegon gets on top of this as well. And that might just be the point broken open and capped. We'll have a good amount of time to work with here as well before we roll into OT as they just pursue deep. Who are you? Farming up. Trying to get as much of a Dragon Blade as he possibly can get.
Yeah, it's important for them to chase here, not just for the ult charge, but to make sure there's no chance to regroup for the side of the Fusion, so they can't actually go for a last-minute contest. Like I said, the Ashe wasn't going to have a lot of value. It's twice in a row now that MN3 has just played that, swapped off instantly, doesn't do a lot at all. It's a poor meta read. That's going to be something the Fusion coaches need to address after this game. Don't go back to Ashe. It seriously ain't it. And that's giving Shanghai Dragons the opportunity now, because Shanghai Dragons get a super clean pusher. They do lose 2, though. That's pretty massive as Zest.
Okay, Lichegon and Lip playing off of the flank, and Zest just dashes through for 2. Gets a third, as who are you? Will be the recipient of some nice little shurikens to the face. There's the team kill in reverse, and they're just playing in the spawn. The card hasn't moved at all. They say, yeah, we'll just sit on top of you. We've got plenty of time now.
This is huge because this is how they can charge up their own ultimates, and timing-wise, Shanghai need it all the time. And how has Zest not been spotted? He even does an emote there as well. Void walks past. Can he even get a flank here? Easy Yaki's a freebie for sure.
Oh my god, he somehow manages to make it out alive though. Gets himself back to safety, but the OT is now rolling. They have to stay on the cart the entire time if they want to make this happen. Oh, the deflect into the headshot there onto Izayaki. Shuts him down. The nano not able to be used. Lichegon's going to be good for 1. Gets traded up by MN3. It's just a bit of a back and forth here. So 2 members left standing here. Void falling low, will get picked off, and Lip is the only one alive at the moment. The attack visor's available, but he can't use it. He can't get into position. And the Philly Fusion will take down the Shanghai Dragons 3-0.
I'm going to be real with you, Achilleos. In my opening weeks of pick'ems, I did have Shanghai Dragons losing 3-0, but I didn't think it was going to be this game. Usually they lose their second game of their opening season, not the first one. They've been dominated here. I mean, maybe not this map, but the first map for sure. New Queen Street. Simply one way in the favor of Fusion. You look at the second map there as well. It was a lot closer, but still, the fuller hold coming on through from the Fusion. And now, I mean, King's Road probably could have been a nap win for the Shanghai? Could they have bounced back and reverse swept and won the series? Not too sure about that one, but at least they would have gotten away with one map. But I think Dragons let that one through and slip through their fingers. It's a shame, to be sure.
Well, damn, what a performance here from the side of the Fusion. I mean, going with, multiple substitutions here. We see Carpe at the very beginning, still looks great. Swap out for MN3, a little bit shaky at the start there, but ends up finding his groove and finding an immense amount of impact. Zest as well. This is a terrifying DPS duo that other teams are now going to have to be concerned about playing against. And we see Fury come back in, looks just as good. But man, what a performance from these guys. Belos Ria as well in his debut, able to pick up that map when playing Winston. It's just, and I don't think I ever really get to say this, it's a great feeling as a Fusion fan. I'm trying to think the last time that I really got to say that with meaning. But damn, what a start to the season for them.
Yeah, I mean, look, I will say though, this is where you got to temper your expectations. You'll get the win now, but the full Fusion experience is that you're going to look great versus the Dragons, and then wonder how you lost to the Valiant in a week from now. Like, what's going on, guys? But we'll get to that a week later. For now, you get to bask in your victory.
It's very possible.
I got to say as well, what a brilliant start for the rookies. Let's highlight one of them. Player of the match here is going to be one of our brand new rookies. You'll see him on screen soon. I don't want to spoil him yet, but it is the year of the rookies, isn't it, Seth? Because you look at Shock.
Yeah.
They've had a full team, basically, of rookies. Rookies across the board, and every single team performing well. Twilight and Chorong, the rookie. Twilight's not the rookie. Chorong, the rookie of Toronto Defiant as well. We've got Finale doing great on that team. I could name more teams, but the point is, I think we've just seen so much brilliant play out of new players. Zest is the player of the match here from the Fusion side of things, and he dominated all three maps. Tracer, Genji, Echo, 3 different pricks, 3 different maps. This play as well, diving beneath the point, the fly comes up just in time. Just everything Zest did was brilliant. I think he actually outplayed Flitter as well, and that's a hard thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely is. I mean, very well deserved here on the player of the match. I think you could also just as easily make a bit of an argument for MN3 off the back of this. So really strong performance, and it looked like MN3 actually maybe even shedding some tears of happiness there at the very end. But damn, what a performance here from Zest. Really great. We see him swap over the Genji, and he is able to just really keep up and punish who are you at every twist and turn. But the Echo as well, fantastic looking from Zest.
I gotta say as well, because a lot of Fusion fans were super down on this team in the off-season, like, oh my god, every other team's making all these huge pickups and all these massive veteran players. Why are we only getting rookies? You guys need to make a damn apology to Fusion right now, because they're showing up why exactly they got rookies. All these T1 rookies coming through, they're underrated because people were like, oh yeah, well, I mean, Talon and O2 Blast, they're the best Korean contenders teams. Everyone forgot about T1. Well, now you remember T1. Now you know why these guys got picked up and why they're here to stay.
Yeah, incredible performance here from the Fusion. Definitely, I think, a large weight lifted off the shoulders here for the rookies, the organization, everybody involved to be able to get not only the first win, but your first match win against the Shanghai Dragons. Just utterly incredible to see from them. Got to be, feeling like they're on cloud 9 right now, I would think. But good way to kick things off. We're not done yet. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll break down that first series a little bit more. And then we'll get ready to go in for the Valiant versus the Guangzhou Charge. So don't go anywhere, guys. The action continues in just a bit.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Hello and welcome to the Watchpoint pre-show. I'm Zoe Schwind, and joining me on this delightful, it was a bit rainy, Friday noon are Danny Denim Dream.
Danny Denim Dream.
Yeah, Danny Denim Dreams Lim. Let's go with
Yes,
that.
I am in everyone's dreams.
Oh no.
That's a threat and a promise. all at once.
I better be in your dream.
After this, yes. Now we, of course, also are once again joined by our digital homies, starting with Scott Costa-Kennedy.
Yeah, I got the memo. I'm also wearing denim. This is great. I have a cat right in front of me. It's nice to be able to do this with a cat. Hey, Aya. And it's just good to be back, honestly. Missed out. I had massive FOMO from you guys last weekend, so it's good to be back. And all four of us are back, finally.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's right.
yeah.
Jonathan Reinforce Larson, our second box boy, is also joining us digitally. How are you doing?
Hello, this is box boy number 2 checking in with denim 2. Over a miracle that we all selected denim.
Yeah, I know. This time it wasn't even coordinated.
It wasn't.
We didn't even talk about it.
We just know.
It just so happened.
I saw Danny in my dream.
Yeah, we're just.
Then-
Oh, yeah. You had that denim dream?
Yeah, the Danny
Nice.
Denim dreams.
Nice.
We live for those. We also live for Overwatch, and for the past 2 weeks, we only got to see the Western region teams clash. So I am incredibly excited to finally get a closer look at our teams from the Eastern region. So let's see if these first 3 matches we had overnight gave us maybe a rough idea of what we can expect. We're looking at the compositions here, or if they're the same in the West. The first match we saw was the return of our 2021 champion. Of course, I'm talking about the Shanghai Dragons, and they went up against the Philadelphia Fusion, a team which, I mean, they landed in the middle of the pack in 2021, and it's the first match of the year for both these teams, but I think no one can help but be a little surprised here at the result, Danny.
Yeah, hey everybody, how are your pick'ems looking, huh? Not so great. Mine's completely failed too, but hey, it was a great win for the Philadelphia Fusion. They started off, as we were saying, Winston, Tracer, dive competition. It worked really well against the Shanghai Dragons, who primarily used the Zarya competition. They really had a lot of great looks all around. The second map that we're looking at right now, MN3 versus Lip. Lip is still a great player. I mean, he is still a monster. MN3 really had a great show on his Widow as well. I think overall, Philadelphia Fusion they did their homework. They knew what they needed to do against the Shanghai Dragons, like taking a lot of space, controlling that space, and also Shanghai Dragons were really going for a lot of flanks. They were really wary of that, and they used that to their advantage as well. So big up to the Philadelphia Fusion, and I do need to give a quick shout out to Philadelphia's 2 main DPS, the 2 rookies, Zest and MN3. They had an amazing series this match. Both of them were really great. I'm really excited to see more from them this season.
Same. I mean, I was not really super familiar with a player such as Zest, so it was great to see a rookie. Once again, rookies this year, right? They're just having such a splendid coming out performances. So can't wait to see more of that. Now, next up, we did have the Guangzhou Charge, and they went up against the LA Valiant, everyone's favorite team. Now, both these teams had, let's say, a bit of a disappointing run. That one still hurts me, but I don't know why.
LA Valiant.
I mean, okay, both these teams, they did have a disappointing run in the 2021 season. There's no way to beat around the bush here.
But at the very least, this match looked closer than previous ones. Costa, what are your first impressions of both teams?
Yeah, obviously both of these teams have made drastic upgrades going from last season into this season. And honestly, it was a pretty good look from a lot of these newer players on these teams. Especially Dia, I think for the Los Angeles Valiant, you can start to see him becoming that damage franchise player. But I don't really want to talk about the players specifically. I want to talk about the compositions, because there's a lot of things we learned that are good and a lot of things that we learned that are bad. In this Route 66 that you're looking at right here for the Guangzhou Charge, they got 2 final blows, and both of those were by Rio, and I think that was on the back of really poor Sombra play by Develop, and I don't even think that's Develop's fault. I think we're starting to learn that Sombra is just not part of the meta. On top of that, both of these teams tried to play an Ashe at some point, and I'm also going to whack them and say, no, don't do that, because Soldier is just so good. We didn't see any success from either of those picks. But other than that, we saw different styles from these two teams. The Guangzhou Charge relying heavily on Rio on that Winston for the most part, playing that dive style, while the Los Angeles Valiant, as we expected, playing Sashin on that Xayah consistently throughout the entire match. It looked good. I like that both teams are playing to their strengths and playing to their styles. I don't think either of these teams are going to be winning APAC, but it's definitely a good first look, and it's going to be interesting to see these two teams go up against different teams in the future. Oh, that's a bad one.
Oh, Dia.
Not everyone's over, but yeah, Dia. I mean Dia.
Dia.
Yeah, though.
Dia, though.
I'm honestly, I'm excited to see more out of all of those
Right.
teams. It's very interesting to see those first few games coming out, and everyone's still testing their strength. Now, the final match of the day was the Seoul Dynasty, and they took on the Hangzhou Spark. Now, Seoul, they're just one of those teams, right? The expectations, for several reasons, on that franchise particularly are always very high. And they have a tendency to fall short of what we're actually expecting from them. And now, they unfortunately fell in their opening match against the Spark, but Reinforced, what did you make of this one?
Oh my god. I mean, we knew this would happen, Zoe. We knew this would happen. Everyone spent the entire offseason hyping up the Seoul Dynasty, talking themselves into their DPS line and smurfing the tank of this team. I'm so disappointed in myself. Really. I fell for this joke of a narrative that Chengdu and the Hangzhou Spark, you know, oh, they're gonna be switching around their players, whatever. There's nothing to it. I was high on this team 221 days out of 222 off-season days, and I just completely fell for it. I've been psychologically manipulated to believe that the Hangzhou Spark were not going to be this good this year. But Shai and Alpha Yi, they absolutely proved it. This is what we wanted to see from the Hangzhou Spark. So these doubters sowing their manipulation on Reddit or Twitter or what have you, with what I can only assume is Operation Spitfire 19 and Chengdu. I mean, I'm over it. I really am over it. In this moment, I am manifestation of mob. I am so disappointed for refusing to believe in the Hangzhou Spark this time around, because when they deliver, I mean, they're going to compete with some of the best teams in APAC. They have a really good DPS line this year with Shai and Alpha Yi, both with Hitscan and Projectile. And if they keep this up, I am totally a believer in this team, and I'm not letting go. People are gonna clown on me about my pre-season power rankings. I don't care, okay? Pre-season power rankings, they're fish fodder. People gobble it up. They don't mean anything anymore. This is one win that proved that the Hangzhou Spark, they can really compete, and from here on out, I am all in. I am all in on the Hangzhou Spark. 1 win to go, 23 wins to go. There's a reason their hashtag is bang. I'm expecting more fireworks from here on out. I'm in.
That was great.
Johnny,
yeah, you got to applaud that. You know, that's passion.
Yeah, we got everyone. We got to give a round of applause for that. That was wow. Inspirational.
That's what bananas do to you. I like that. Well, that does conclude our first APAC recap. I hope for many more passionate recaps like that. After just 1 day of play, I think it's still a little early for us to really have an idea of where these teams stand, except, of course, from Johnny's opinion on the Spark here. But looking at the West, I think we now have enough input at this point to give our beloved teams some very unsolicited advice in our next segment, where we'll attempt to help fix some of the teams struggling in the league right now. So make sure to stick around for that right after this break. Watchpoint pre-show. We have 2 full weeks of league play in the books at this point for the 2022 season. So you know what that means. That's right. It's time to look at the standings. We didn't rehearse that. Very good. Wow.
The standings.
Yeah, I know, right?
Sorry.
Right, we do love some good standings, and as you can see, we do have the San Francisco Shock sitting comfortable on top, followed by the LA Gladiators, and I do think that a lot of the teams people expected to look really good are on the top. Whereas
London?
some teams might have surprised with their performance so far. Yeah, exactly. So London, they definitely stepped it up and came in as a surprise, but alas, it's only been 2 weeks of play. So as you can also see here, we have 4 teams with 1 win or less. So of course, that means that they need some advice from us certified experts, totally in quotes here, at the Watchpoint desk. And obviously, no. They need our advice. I'm sure if someone
They need
asks
you,
for it,
Danny.
and we're gonna get it to them. They need you, Danny. Now, obviously, Paris, they had their struggles. We discussed that already last week. But at the very least, they were trying to make changes very, very early on to the season. So let's see if that can actually fix things moving forward. But there is another team here, Danny, at the very bottom, and they got to change something up. I'm talking about the Vancouver Titans.
Yeah, Vancouver Titans, they had some winnable games and they sort of managed to drop that. It was unlucky. And now things are a lot harder, I feel like, because the next couple matches that are coming up is not going to be easy. They have the Atlanta Reign and then they have the Shock. So there is a possibility that they won't get any wins. And it's looking tough because, looking at the roster, their players, they have pretty good players as well. They have Aspire, they have Shockwave, they have Masa. All these great players are on the team, but somehow they are not getting the wins that they need. So what is my solution? For now, I think, look at the bigger picture. Overwatch League is a marathon. It's not just like a short race. So, of course, it's not going to be, you guys are not going to have an easy time. It's going to be a tough road ahead, but, just take little victories. Try to get as many map wins as possible because those things are going to add up. And also, maybe work on a little bit of your team synergy. I don't know, what's a good team building exercise? Go jogging together. Go camp.
Jogging is like the one real solo sport you can do.
Nice. Yeah.
Camping is good. I like that.
And also, you maybe add an analyst to your team, another.
Ayo.
Add things.
Yeah.
Get help.
Build. I'm trying to give that help.
I think you're doing phenomenal.
You're doing your best, Danny.
Make some changes, see what happens. But as you said, I completely agree. They have to look ahead.
Yeah.
This first tournament cycle might be a bust for them, but there's many more to come. And metas can still change. Yeah. And you never know. Teams from the bottom can suddenly pop off. So you're absolutely correct there, Danny. Now, a team which maybe isn't in dire need of immediate changes is Boston. But Scott, Boston, they're currently sitting on a 1-2 record, which isn't horrible, but you did notice a trend, something that they may be able to fix to improve their standings going forward.
Yeah, I think the Boston Uprising is a team that most people had higher expectations from coming into this season. This is their schedule so far. They just squeaked a win over the Vancouver Titans, but their next 3 matches are Toronto, Washington, then Dallas, and then there's 2 more after that, which are the Atlanta Reign and the San Francisco Shock. So their next 5 matches are going to be very difficult. So in the same vein as what Danny was saying, it's about growth. Over these next 5 matches, it's unlikely, unless they have some massive turnaround, that they're going to get secure many wins. So it's about finding a consistency within your roster, because I think right now one of the biggest issues is the roulette that they're doing with their entire roster. In the supports, MCD and Crimzo going back and forth, Victoria and Striker have been going back and forth. I just want to see some consistency on those roles, but especially in the tank role. So far, it feels like Boston is just, playing musical chairs, and they're not playing the same style as well. So we see Marvel coming in to play the Doomfist, and it's had some success. If they want to lean into that, they can. We've seen Punk come in, play some of these other heroes like the Zaya. He's even played some Winston, and it's looked not bad. If they want to rely on that, they absolutely can. And we even saw a little bit of Itzel. So it's gone back and forth, and I think that they have a good roster, and they can start getting wins against some of these other teams. But I just want to see more consistency from them, because it feels like every time I watch them, I'm getting a new Boston Uprising roster. And I think that's very hard to grow as a team and improve as a team when there are so many moving parts, because it's hard to isolate and truly find the issue within the team. So I want to see some consistency from the Boston Uprising and just start to look a little bit better over some of these tougher matches.
Yeah, shocker that these kind of musical chairs rosters never seem to work out. 5 years and running, and it still doesn't seem like a winning formula. So you'd think eventually teams will catch on to that, but alas, it ain't the case. But listen to Costa, we want to see some more consistency, and then you might be fighting your way up into the top. Now, New York Excelsior, they have made the trip over from the eastern region into the west. They're back with us now. They've got so far one win. Reinforce, this might not be like their own fault, though. They did have a very, very rough schedule. But what kind of hopium would you like to offer for the fans or the players?
I mean, I think that the New York Excelsior is in a really good position for the rest of the year. If we take a look at their schedule, I mean, yes, you've only had one win so far, but some of the matches you've lost so far, those are not matches you're even expected to win in the first place, right? So as a New York Excelsior fan, I'm kind of building on this. I'm looking forward. We've had some great performances coming out from Yaki already. We've seen them mess around with the Soldier Tracer composition with Flora and the Soldier. I like that from them. Kellan as well. He likes to be on the Winston, the Wrecking Ball, so when he can sit on this Winston, I think that's a really good sign for the New York Excelsior team, and they can build on this and actually get some wins. The main problem for this team, though, is that Gangnam Jin, he's just not an Overwatch League Lucio, and I don't even think that's his fault to begin with. Gangnam Jin is a fantastic flex support player. I think a lot of teams around the league would be happy to have Gangnam Jin. He's arguably even better than Myeonbong. But New York Excelsior, they put themselves in this situation now where Gangnam Jin's Lucio is holding this team back. So I think the New York Excelsior, if you want to unleash this roster, you actually do need to sign a Lucio player, because the rumor so far has been in the 200-day offseason that a lot of these teams, and not New York Excelsior exclusively, I don't know about them, but that they're waiting to see how 5 versus 5 plays. And if you look so far, I mean, yes, his healing is there, his sound barriers provider is there, but if you actually look at these sound barriers, they're not providing his team the ability to win some of these fights. They're not putting New York Excelsior in a winnable situation, even though he gives his teammates those sound barriers. So I'd like to see the New York Excelsior sign a Lucio player, help this team out. Some of these players around the league, whether it's Falls on Vancouver Titans, forced to play the Winston, Houston Outlaws having the flexibility of my birch tree outside my window, like these teams need help if they want to unleash some of these rosters. So the New York Excelsior, if they want to succeed, they definitely have the chance to build on this roster, build on these performances, and help out some of their players to not have them crumble like this, in my opinion.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of missed the end of your analysis here because I was very taken by the choir boy picture of Gangnam Jin.
Photo just going.
It was such a good photo. I wonder what the prompt was for the pose. Like, what did I ask him to do? No, I love it. I love it. Yeah, well, I think that's it, though, with the sage advice from our desk. Actually, never mind. I got one more nugget of wisdom for everyone watching. If you want to get your pick'ems locked in, you should do so right now via our app, or if you head on over to pick'em.overwatchleague.com, you, of course, once again have a chance to win $500. And even better, a wet handshake from Johnny.
Wow.
And if that's not appealing, I don't know what is.
That's nice.
Yeah, we threw that one in there.
Wow.
Johnny's just like...
I think people are less inclined to go to pick'ems now. They're like, oh my goodness, I don't want that.
Find a different selling point for the next one. Anyway, we're just minutes away now from the start of Washington Justice and Paris Eternal. So let's take a quick breather and dive into the nitty-gritty of that upcoming match right after this. Welcome back, one and all. Our first match of the day is about to go down. So let's hear it from our experts here in the truck and back at home in their boxes. Which of the players should we watch out for? What can we expect from either team, and who is more likely to get the W? These questions we want to answer. So starting with you, Costa, who are you watching out for today?
Well, just as Johnny has absolutely bought into the Hangzhou Spark stocks, I'm all in on the Washington Justice. They've let me down before. They really have. But I have decided that I'm going to give them another chance. At some point, you need to turn over a new leaf and start a new chapter. And I think that's the Washington Justice this year. I think the key to success from this as well is Happy. I think last year we saw them bring in Jerry and he didn't have that same level of, I guess, dominance in the server, and that put more pressure onto Decay. But if you're Happy and you know it, clap your hands, because Happy has been going absolutely nuts this entire season, especially on the Widow, and that has inherently made it a lot easier for everyone else to do anything on the Washington Justice. We've had Mag being able to get more freedom to move around the map, and Decay has just been absolutely dominant on anything that he's played. So I think this is really the key that's going to unlock the potential of the Washington Justice. The thing that I like about them as well is that they're playing to their strengths. Everyone's playing the heroes that they want to see. We're seeing Mag playing that Winston, and Happy is just sticking to that hit scan. We haven't seen many teams have success with the Widowmaker from time to time. The only other ones are like the dominant hit scan players in the world, like Arns for the San Francisco, so not San Francisco Shock, the Gladiators. Times change. But I think if you have a dominant hit scan like Happy, force people into that corner with that good hit scan, and you're going to see success. So I want to see more from him. I want to see more from the Washington Justice, because it's been bonkers. And just look at his stats right here. You know, he's been pumping out the damage with the Soldier, putting a lot of work in. And remember, everyone in the league has played Soldier at this point, it feels like. So this should go to show how much impact he has been having on the server when he has been playing.
Absolutely. Now, if we're looking at the other side here, it's been a rough start for the Paris Eternal, and there are a lot of questions already about this franchise right now, since they've already made some roster moves, which came as a surprise to, I think, a lot of fans. But you're asking the fans to be patient here, Danny. Ain't that right?
I am, but because, you know, with all the stuff that's going on right now, and they have a new addition, Wob, the new DPS player coming in, I think the past match that we saw him in, I think he had a decent showing. He did the best as he could. And also, you know, we see sometimes that like when players after their matches, you see them crying because of so much like stress they have to go under. Imagine this guy, he literally just came on and then he had to go on stage, play the game, right? And then, you know, there's a lot going on for him. So I think, yes, I want everyone to just chill, give him some time. And I talked to Hisu for the post-match interview last week, and even Hisu said that, you know, Wob is known as a great Genji player. And with the current meta that we're seeing a lot of Genji right now, I think Wob is going to be a great addition to the Paris Eternal team. We just need, you know, I think he and the team needs a little bit more time to gel and need a little bit more time to, you know, get everything sorted out. But as of right now, I think Wob had a decent showing, and I'm actually pretty interested to see more from him today as well.
Yeah, I think it's important to remember as well when you're talking about Wob. He said he had like 2 weeks worth of scrim practice leading into this match, if not less. Like, he has barely been able to play Overwatch 2 in a competitive high-level environment. So he's going in essentially fresh. So the fact that he was able to have the level of success that he did in his opening match, you need to credit him for. Hopefully we see more from him. I have high expectations. He's been a great North American contenders player for since the beginning of time, it feels like. So I want to see him really get comfortable and show what he's made of.
Yeah, and look at this tweet too. How can you not like it?
I know, right? No, I mean it's just very easy for quote unquote fans to direct their hate at like the newest piece of the puzzle, right? Because that's gotta be the reason. So like, just chill, everyone, right? It's just been 2 weeks and there's still a lot of time to go. Now, of course, we can't really talk about the Washington Justice without talking about DK. That was a weird transition since we literally just talked about Paris. But anyway, I do want to talk about DK. He was picked up by the Justice in 2020 during the playoffs amidst a bit of a controversy, I guess, after an unusual departure from the Dallas Fuel squad. Now, reinforce, how big of a role do you think DK will play in this squad going forward?
I got unfortunate news for all the DK haters. I think he'll play a massive role in the Washington Justice this year. The Justice are about to drop a new album. It's called Forgot About DK. People are so fed up with this guy because of his drama on the Dallas Fuel, and later on, like not being willing to play the long-range hit scan, stuff like that. He's back. I mean, the performance from DK in the match against the Atlanta Reign, it was unbelievable. He straight up carried Colosseo. If we take a look at some of his tracer stats this season, entering week 3, he's first in solo kills, third in hero damage, second in front. I mean, these are unbelievable stats from DK. And as Costa mentioned, playing alongside Happy, that's an unbelievable damage duo from the Washington Justice. And if we take a look, I mean, at some of the clips himself against Atlanta Reign here on Colosseo, this is just some pulse bombs, by the way. Here's him conjuring up some magic for the Washington Justice in winning this series. Pulse bomb. Oh, never mind that visor. Sorry, you just lost a visor. You didn't even get a chance to shoot with this visor. Next man up. Oh, another visor. Here we go again. Let me just pulse bomb your Lucio out of the picture. And that's a fight win for the Washington Justice. And to wrap up the map, it's overtime. I get a pulse bomb. See you later, Ultraviolet. Take a nap. It's time for the Washington Justice to really come alive. I'm not fully as coped in as Costa right now, but this team is looking really sharp. And the King is back stronger than ever. If he can continue delivering performances like this, I mean, Washington Justice, they might be like top 4 NA. I'm not saying they are now, but they have the potential and the player caliber to be. So keep an eye out for them with DK.
Alright, before we move on, we always talk about the DPS duos and that kind of stuff. I want to give you one more shred of hopium if you are Washington Justice. Krillin has been impressive. He has made his return to the Overwatch League and he has been very, very good. We have so many great Ana players that we talk about in this league, yet people just seem to forget about Krillin and the level of impact that he has been having for this Washington Justice squad. I was concerned about Opener and Krillin coming into this team. Were they going to have that firepower the Justice needed? So far, Krillin delivering the goods, and I'm excited to see more from him.
Right on. Okay, you guys are really starting to sell me on Washington Justice. Let's see if that is reflected in our picks today. It is time to reveal all of them right now. So let's take a look at where everyone stands.
Of course.
First match. Okay.
Nice.
Unsurprising.
Wow.
Unsurprising. Look at us all thinking alike. So that means we can all be wrong together. And that's what we're all about here on the desk. Now, that's it for the Watchpoint pre-show, though. We have 3 matches coming your way. Week 3 Overwatch League 2022 season starts right now.
A victory dance for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind. Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch League. It's finally time to share with you that now the screen share is matched up with the amount of talking that is done in this cast affair. That's right, I'm here with Matt, Mr. X. He's off screen right now, luckily for you. But he is here with me. Matt, how you doing today, buddy? I'm sure you're looking great, mate. Okay, no, I guess he's not here. It's going to be me. That's totally fine. Great to be back here with you, everybody. Now, of course, this was kind of teased a little bit in the pre-show, right? And we still seem to be giving people a reason to have hopium about the Washington Justice, but I want to remind everybody that that matchup against the Dallas Fuel was a bit of a tough one. Outside of that, they look really solid, really consistent. That Washington Justice squad definitely have the firepower that the fans would hope they would have brought up in the off-season. Let's have a look at their starting roster right now. Of course, it's going to be Decay, Happy, Mag, Krillin, and Opener here. And again, if you need extra hopium about this roster, then I'm sure Johnny would have helped you with how he I mentioned Krulin's impact has been, really excellent so far, but this team's got it all. They got everything they sort of need there. Mag, despite maybe a slower start and some weird results for this Washington Justice team, came out of last year with some of the best Reinhardt stats and Winston stats in the entire game. We know what this guy's capable of. Pure unbridled aggression is what Mag sort of went for last year, and I think with this squad to back him up, it's going to be much the same. 2-1 are the Washington Justice coming into this week. It's all on the table for them right now if they fancy a crack, of course, at this kickoff clash. Again, I think this kind of matchup here against a team like the Paris Eternal, Matt, I think I hear you mouth breathing there, is going to be one where we're not sure how heavily they'll be tested. So what's new?
2 minutes or so?
Literally what is new?
Yeah, I mean, look, yeah, what is new? Washington, yeah, they're going to be here today. They look pretty good so far. I think they talked about Decay a ton on the desk. Johnny stole your joke and you were very disappointed. That was the last thing I heard. Okay. That was the last thing I heard before my computer went completely black screen and everything faded away.
It's not my joke, all right? It doesn't take a lot of brain cells. I did it like in week 1, said I guess they forgot about Dre. I appreciate a good quip here. Now, Matt, you're contractually obliged to be shown on camera.
Am I?
Every time you cast. So
that's not true.
Why don't you tell us about your outfit? Because I know everyone's been wondering.
This is a very exclusive sweater here.
Yeah, okay.
It's very similar to one of my other sweaters, just in a different color. No, it's pretty good. Paris, they're going to play Washington. So this has just been chaos because I as soon as that countdown video went, I saw myself freeze, and then I was like, hello, can anyone hear me? And clearly not. Don is in today as a starter, no Vistola, so we'll see Don start in that tank role. Nothing else really with the rest of the roster. Too surprising.
Yeah, so that might indicate to us, obviously Don, Winston player, played a bunch of that. Also Reinhardt's an option for this Paris team that in the past really tried to play towards that Lucio-based rush composition, the Lucio Reinhardt with the Cassidy in the mix here. So it looks like Paris are pivoting away from their previous approach, right? Less of that Zarya. They really, Matt, if you remember, tried to double down on that sort of, it was called Dirty Bubble overnight, I think, from
Dirty Bubble?
And Vicky, Dirty Bubble composition with the...
That's better than what was Johnny. He was saying it was clearly one of the lines that he didn't pay you to write. I think he was saying it was like Ghost Bubble or something like that.
Yes, Ghost, right.
Ghost
I
Bubble,
I like Dirty Bubble because it's dirty. I think that was literally the justification because it's dirty. So thanks, Trid, for that one. We'll try and roll with that one and spread your wisdom here to the Western fans. Look, again, the Paris Eternal, we've been pretty unimpressed with them so far, and we've been hard on this team. Even though we know they had to pick up Wub and integrate him pretty quickly, he looked very good in that series against, what was it, New York, right? A series where Wub got to showcase what he was capable of mostly on Route 66 when he was backed up with Vistola and the Zarya. So that was a situation where a lot of resources were being funneled in towards him on Genji or Reaper. It might be a different situation with a different main tank though, Matt.
It'll be interesting. We'll see what happens with Paris, but Paris, to give you an idea of how they started the season, they're 1-9 in terms of maps. I went on Plat Chat, everybody laughed at me where I was saying I thought that Vancouver was a bit better than Paris right now, but Paris has not looked good. We've got to see them play a little bit better here today. Maybe the change up in tank, change up in kind of what they're going to run, right? With Don in. Don, a much different player in terms of hero pool than Vistola. Maybe that'll have some better results.
Obviously, the Justice, they're the flip side of the coin in this comparison for sure. Openers looked really good on the Lucio in general, and this team looks really comfortable with Decay able to play Tracer, happy able to pick up a multitude of different picks, mostly that Soldier 76. When he's had to flex over towards a Widowmaker, it's been very exciting, very impactful. So let's see what Paris can make happen here, as this is a big change in their philosophy, their approach now to this standard comp.
And the thing with Paris, their supports are going to be rock solid, right? As I say that, Khan just gets blown up by Decay, and nothing he can do about that. But Khan and Dridro have done a really nice job in the games that we've been able to see thus far. Wub picks up 2 and Glister with another, so looks like Paris Eternal going to come out on top here in this first fight. But
Now, I really think if you're looking for like a kind of bright spot for this Paris Eternal team, for me, it's definitely been the supports this far.
Absolutely. Matt, I want to point out that playing in those close quarters probably benefits Wub in a big way. It's pretty hard for the Justice to keep tabs on where the Genji is because he gets so many dash resets and can get a lot of, value. And also, he can tag a lot of people and give himself a higher chance of getting that assist for the reset to make him even slipperier and able to dash it much more. Now, in the more open part of the map, this route could be a little bit tougher, but Wub still seems to be up to the challenge, Matt. Another double elimination here to start this fight off, and the Justice are actually losing in these war fights.
Yeah, maybe just another week with Wub in the lineup, a switch in terms of tank and what they're deciding to play. Sends the Paris Eternal on the right track, because thus far they look great here against the Justice. You'll have pretty much all of their ultimates coming online. Justice may need, it's like Decay hitting a Pulse Bomb here, right? That's really what kind of turns aside. They're so far behind in terms of sound barrier, though. I mean, look at this. Dirger up at like 80%. Opener just getting above 50 now. Won't have that for a very long time.
No, and there's nano boosts in this fight also to sort of account for Matthew. Oh, the stick is perfect! Glister tries to back away, but he can't quite escape. Man gonna walk up to the point now. Has a primal range available, and that is a beautiful sleep. That's what you need to see from Krillin. Wub looked like it was going to be so dangerous in the first part of the round, but that Dragon Blade absolutely fizzles. He still finds Krillin a little unaware maybe where the Genji might have been, or otherwise too busy. So Wub's able to sneak a bit of a freebie there, but Decay will force him off the point, and this should be the Justice now into the driver's seat.
Oh, I mean, it was a nice sleep from Krillin originally, though, right? He sleeps Wub, and then he's also got Don coming after him and able to use a Biotic Grenade, some help from Opener to keep him alive. So I think that's what Scott was talking a little bit about on the pre-show before I just kind of became a ghost and didn't hear anybody. He was talking about Krillin and how he's kind of been a pretty solid player for them.
Yep.
And they're going to need it, right? I think that's the thing with the Justice. You're always just worried about their supports.
There it is. Sound barrier comes down. Looks like Dom wasn't really able to break that up with a Winston bubble at all here. So the Justice are no longer disadvantaged playing in close quarters here. Happy though finds pretty little with the tactical visor. Glister's able to get Krillin. And luckily that Decay's able to find that pulse from there. Otherwise, Paris may win in a longer fight with their Ana still standing, but they're traded out, and the Justice already had that lead. So they'll maintain control of the point now. But this next fight, we'll see both teams without any key ultimates. So it's really going to be just that raw aggression and trying to find a pick.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Nothing coming into this fight for either team. As looks like Paris, they actually want to just wrap around fast to try and take control of the point. Mac jumps in, just gets blown up, didn't have a bubble.
Yeah, I mean, Glister's playing in a pretty safe position. On an off angle there, Mac has to know the soldier's there. He's probably just hoping there was a little bit more help for him. It's possible that Decay was actually waylaid on his way to the back line, but Happy finding Glister here is an opening, an opportunity. That Bionade is so big for Khan. It actually means the Justice can't follow up on that pick at all, and it looks like the Eternal will have reinforcements in time.
And it's Don going to be using the Primal Rage. They're going to occupy 3 players. It'll be Mag and Decay who get on the point. Is Don not able to make it back? It's hunted down there by Happy as your Paris probably back off, let them take this. 60%, a little bit higher than that, and counting now for the Justice. If you're the Paris Eternal, you're still in a pretty good spot, right? You come back, one can build this blade up rather quickly. You nano blade, you probably have a sound barrier here. You have a good chance to flip the point. All you need is one fight to go in your favor, and you win this first round.
That's another beautiful pulse bomb from Decay. Again, finds Khan. Remember, Ana's hitbox is kind of light, right? It's pretty hard to, especially if you're moving at high speed, to get that stick. Crucially nails it there. Krillin, sorry, we did see that one there. Mag, unfortunately, not able to stay alive under all that pressure. He did create a lot of space, though. They're going to have to get him into the fight pretty quickly, though. Opener may have to go back. The pretty hard case. We can't because he has sound barrier. He needs to be in the thick of things right now. Mag will be a little late, Matt.
Yeah, but they don't have anybody really stand on the point outside of Decay. This will be a Nano Visor from Happy. He's looking around everywhere. Looks like it's going to be a Nano Blade here from the Paris Eternal, but Wub not able to get anything as well.
Matt, it's Glister. I'm looking for Glister. He's so close to attack Visor of his own. The support ultimates are already gone. He's going to let it go now. Khan and Mag are traded out. Glister's looking to find a way to the back line. He eventually prevails and breaks Krillin, but Decay's found his second already. There needs to be a touch here. Happy gets himself back to the point, and eventually Glister is run down. Great finish. Happy, of course, limbering up there at the end of a warm-up round. And the Justice sneak that one away.
Mitch, I feel like, though, those are the rounds that Paris Eternal has to win, right? They get off to a hot start. Washington looking a bit lifeless at the beginning of the round. They build up a big lead. And even though Washington gets back into it, like Paris, they had an ultimate advantage at times, just really need to make a play and not able to do so. But I feel like against some of these top teams, and really just kind of like the rest of the league with how Paris stands right now, if you have an advantage in some of these rounds, and there are other teams going to give you that advantage early on, you've got to secure those rounds.
I'm going to say this, though. I think Paris look much more comfortable in this.
They definitely do.
Right?
Yeah,
We've done
for
before
sure.
with Wub able to play the Genji. Wub was known as someone who played not only projectile-based DPS, but also hit scan, right? But again, we'll see what he can show us on the Tracer. So far, the Genji gets an A+ from me, Matt, even if they lost a round.
Yeah. And Don takes a ton of hits. He's not going to be able to make it out. He was so low. Just kind of going on in. They just took massive hits. From Happy and Krillin, put some damage down on him. This is going to be just wipe the floor with them as Paris Eternal not even able to make it over the bridge here at the start. But once Don falls over, though, I mean, there's really nothing the rest of them can do, right?
I want to kind of talk about this because it seems like it's very hard for tanks to sort of gauge how much damage they should expect to be taking. It comes in burst, time to kill is lower, and it seems like if you take too much damage, you can't escape because Soldier Tracer just running at you just to get that extra bit of damage.
Even the Ana damage, right? Ana used in a little bit more of an offensive way at times, being able to put down damage at range. Still just kind of adds up to the tanks, which makes it pretty tough.
Well, Krillin's got a Luigi slapped upside the head by Wabu. Descends upon him there. The Tracer having a decent amount of impact now. Wub is 7 and 5 final blows to death here, so he's definitely in the thick of things. I want to say, Decay is 13 final blows to death. Happy is 3 final blows. Decay is in deadly position right now.
Well, think about the first round. Like, every time he had a pulse bomb, it felt like Decay was able to get at least 1 kill with it. I mean, that is massive with how fast you get the pulse bomb. Mag jumps in right on top of Khan. That's a huge biotic grenade there from Krillin. Comes in right before he dies. Little tactical crouch action there towards the end from Happy, and it'll be the Justice taking the point.
So I want to point out, it was 13-3 between Decay and Happy in final blows, but Happy get double Decay's damage. The Justice are focusing Dan. That's where most of Happy's damage is going, either into the Winston bubble or into Dan to put pressure on the healing. And with Dritro playing aggressive and maybe not always able to amp healing around their Winston, it's a bit of a pain point right now for the Eternal. Blister, I mean, can't do anything with this. It's sound barrier to respond.
Yeah, I mean, look at the position he gets forced back to, as Paris now has to dump a sound barrier into this to try and push the Justice off of the point, and it doesn't even look like they're going to be able to do so as 2 kills come in for Washington.
Losing Blister there is absolutely devastating. In a long fight, you favor the Eternal. They get the second sound barrier. They find the first pick in their fight, but they need their Soldier 76 for that staying power. Dan has to use a Primal Rage, and all this will do will prolong the amount of time it will take for the Eternal to group up again, because they didn't have control of the point. They just wasted percentage.
Yeah, I mean, it was hard. You kind of think about Overwatch 1, it was hard to stop Decay's Tracer then. You had another tank and tons of CC. Now without that, becomes even harder as they're going to get Happy out early. So that's a huge chunk of damage. Looks like Paris is going to be able to capitalize.
Open there, just getting felled. Sleep Dart means that he can't really juke any more of that damage. And it looks like the Justice are happy to cede control for now. Look, both teams obviously having used those sound barriers in the previous fights means it's going to be probably 2 fights until we see the next one. All eyes should be on where Khan sends this Nano, and if Decay can get a pick on Khan,
I'd also say look out for, Krillin's hit a few big biotic grenades, because when the Paris Eternal just kind of come on in and rush towards the Justice, they leave themselves open to that. Paris got hit with a few times.
Yeah, tough to get more than one person with how Paris is positioning unless you're going towards Khan's position, just because obviously the Soldier will sit on top of the Ana in situations like this. There it is, Khan gets eliminated early on. That Nano boost went towards Dan, but who is he protecting? His entire backline is dead. So Khan obviously saving that for the Winston just to maybe create some peel opportunities for the backline. The backline just vaporized before they could get anything done there. That's a sequencing issue for the Eternal. It's going to cost them this fight.
And it's something that they're just not, whether they know it's coming or they don't realize it, but that's like the second fight in a row, at least, or second fight on this point where the Justice have set up and execute to just send Mag in right on top of Khan. They've been able to take him out within seconds. Decay lurking with this pulse bomb. Could put away the map.
Needs Khan. Has to get the Ana here. So he'll just draw some attention back, and then the timing was perfect. Justice bag dove in, and there it is. That's absolutely beautiful from Decay. He doesn't miss, Matt.
Yeah, for a second it looked like it was going to be both supports, but Jojo actually has above a sound barrier. Keep himself alive as things are not looking good for the Paris Eternal.
I mean, this is a disgusting performance from Decay. I think Johnny was right when he said a message to the Decay haters out there. 19 final blows, 2 deaths. Now, not quite deadly because the Justice ended up with 40 kills over the entirety of the round, but that is disgusting. That is what they're going to leverage to try and put themselves in playoff contention this year. But for now, let's not get ahead of ourselves. The Justice look well-oiled and very deadly.
Yeah, you keep getting this type of play from the supports in the Washington Justice. You feel really good about what you're going to get game to game from Happy, Mag, and Decay as they kick things off with a 1-0 lead against the Eternal.
Yeah, Paris obviously finding some form with a bit of a different format, right? The Winston, the Genji comp suits them well, but they're going up against a team that's really internalized this composition over the first few weeks of the Overwatch League. Going to have to get up early in the morning to beat them at their own game. Stick around, everybody. The Paris Eternal need to pump the goods. Washington Justice putting on some great watch parties over at their venue, the Washington Justice HQ. Among those in attendance last week was the Madeira All-Girls Overwatch team from the Madeira School, an all-girls prep school in Washington, D.C. Great to see a little bit of fan excitement, and there's plenty to be excited about with this team right now, Matthew. Yeah, they dropped a match to the Dallas Fuel, but man, that happens to the best, literally.
Yeah, Washington's got to be excited about the Justice. I mean, the rest of their sports teams are terrible, so... And the Justice, they're playing quite good right now. They look not terrible.
For all we know, the Madeira All-Girls Overwatch team is probably pretty sick as well.
They probably own too. Yeah.
I'm saying, man, maybe like, traditional sports in Washington.
But that's what I'm saying. Football, man, basketball, it's not it for Washington.
Who are they in?
They're Justice Town.
Now? They're the Commanders. They're the Commanders.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. All right. Well, they've already taken.
They lose to the Giants. They lose to the Giants. That should tell you where they are. Kings Row. I'm a Giants fan. I mean, we're terrible as well. Kings Row coming up next. I wonder, Don in the kind of like past, right, is like been, I guess you would kind of categorize as like a main tank as Overwatch 2. You don't really kind of have like main and off tank anymore.
Right, but yes.
I wonder if you kind of take a page out of the London Spitfire book a little bit. Maybe try some Reinhardt. I mean, at this point for the Paris Eternal, why not? Why not?
It sucks to watch. It is actually bone-hurtingly boring to watch Reinhardt. What's wrong with you?
What?
No, give me Winston. Give me fuel. Give me fire. No, give me some dive, man. You know what I mean? I want to see them master this comp. Why not? I mean, when you got Glister and Wub who seem to be like, what are we going to do? Put Wub on May?
I mean, like,
hold M1 for a bit, homie.
Be fair.
For the boys.
Be fair. The future of the game looks very much in kind of like where the meta is going, looks to be a little bit more in terms of like heroes that have tons of mobility and can go around, right? Which like would lead you to say like Winston and heroes like that. But I think London has proven there is a spot for compositions that include, a Reinhardt May. Reinhardt. Johnny's about to come into our channel and start screaming here in a second. You can give her some respect.
More of a boomer than me. Friggin' holidays in Nantucket, man. What do you want me to say? Krillin? Yep. Planted grenade connecting there. Good open for the Paris Eternal and applying pressure to the backline as they need to. Now the Justice don't really have the speed to get them out. Luckily, they're already out the door.
In Paris, I mean, they should be pretty decent at this state of comp, right? Like, Wub seems really comfortable on the Genji. We know what Glister can do on hit scan, although, like, the Glister that we saw with, like, London, we didn't really see with the Shock, and then I know really haven't seen that much early on here with the Eternal, so something to keep an eye on as the season goes on. Glister gets taken out by Opener here to kick things off. That's not great, but no, I think it's just maybe just kind of getting things in line with like timing and coordination with this team, because the supports have looked really good. You have talent in terms of DPS, just not putting it together as the Justice. They lose that first fight. They come in with the second one though, blistering speed, taking players out. Should be enough to take point A.
I mean, you lost your like loose end in Glister, and then the Paris Eternal down a player. They grouped up and tried to play at a line of sight because they don't have a Soldier 76 to match Happy, and then they just get hit with a fat biotic grenade and get run over. That's the risk, right, of grouping up. If you're down a player, you can make yourself more susceptible to that.
Yes, Paris, they don't want to take a fight to try and even stop that A point because they don't want to lose players and really fall behind here. So you go in towards the second stage of the map. So they're going to play this archway really close. Decay with a pulse bomb. Where is he going to be going towards? Just trying to find a sightline. Basically, every time, man.
The stick rate must be insane. Or maybe we can dig out the stat on that one for this match so far. I'll ask the crew. Glister. Decay had to let that one go. As he needed a bit of a...
Every time, I mean, just think about like how much we've talked about in Overwatch 2, where it matters so much more, that first pick in fights. And just to be able to have your Tracer who can get a pulse bomb relatively fast, like it feels like faster than some of like the other ultimates, just go in and get one every single time and turn that in your team's favor. It's just an enormous thing to have.
Sleep dart there. I think Krillin just had to hold out under the pressure for a time. Oh, that's so cheeky. Can't let the try and finish off Decay after he slept him, but it was actually Glister that helped out. So still pick there for Paris. Washington, though, not showing any signs of slowing down. And Darn's Primal, doesn't get much value.
Yeah, it doesn't get much. consider trying to fight this again if you're the Eternal and use Sound Barrier into this?
Yeah,
you're falling way far behind. It looks like they're getting set up with Attack Visor as well.
Okay, so the Attack Visor forces the Winston bubble here from Mag pretty quickly. That's now expired, so Mag goes for the Primal Rage, trying to make it hard.
They're going to have a Sound Barrier of their own. Yeah.
Oh, okay, man, I don't know about that one. Yeah, so Dan obviously gets a little caught out on his own. It looked like Glister didn't want to peek out any further and put any more pressure on the backline of the Justice there. I don't know, that's tough. He was forced to keep his head down. The Justice had like these long sight lines, so they could just punish anyone who tried to contest, really.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like every time you're seeing the first kill of these fights come out from the Washington Justice. So that time, Paris Eternal try like engage with their Attack Visor, try and get them off of the point, but you know, Mag with a Primal Rage, the first kill on the Dawn is huge. It's Decay with another Pulse Bomb. Let's see if he can start things off yet again with the kill. This will be a Sound Barrier to counteract the Dragon Blade that comes in from Wood, but he's getting chased around. He's going to die.
Yeah, no, had nowhere to go there, really. You realize the only target he could approach Matt was Decay. Decay could just blink away if the blade ever got too close there. He was caught out in the open. Not ideal at all. Done pretty close to get another Primal. It's definitely been involved.
They gotta be careful if they stack up in this corner. If they stack up in this corner and that Pulse Bomb comes out, it could be dangerous. As Wub is now in the Widowmaker here. Looking for his headshot after headshot moment.
Yeah, we need more of those.
Back on the Tracer.
So Mag definitely wants to control this high ground, and letting Dan play from there is just a really bad idea. It's a great way to just throw away 90 seconds or more.
Washington's just trying to farm up this Nano. Yeah, Nano, Visor, Primal.
Yeah,
You still finish this off.
Oh, he bubbled so well. My goodness, done with the barriers. Okay, nicely done there. Happy not able to get away despite Krillin's best efforts. So frustrating sometimes as a flex support or an artist specifically to play against Winston because you can't heal your front line.
And maybe they would have invested more into that, the Justice, but it was a big biotic grenade that came in from Khan right as that fight started to kick off, which potentially even saves the Eternal from the Justice going in, completing the map. We're going to have an Ashe play. So there was some Ashe played in APAC. We've not seen a ton of it thus far in NA.
Yeah, we saw like Ashe Torb on defense on Midtown. So Decay is 5 out of 6 Pulse Bomb sticks for this series. He's looking for his 6. To get sort of open already though, I kind of like sort of taking the initiative in this fight, Matt. Popping, again, popping the Attack Visor when you know that Mag is thrown down in bubble, or if the enemy Winston's primaling. Nicely done by Glister.
Yes, now Paris is starting to like control the pace of the game. Where instead of Washington just dictating when the fights are going to happen and how, Paris taking it into their own hands a little bit. The Ashe pick is good at range, but like the consistent damage is not there.
Look at how Eternal are playing though, man. They're not just giving up this corner anymore. You know, some teams just play around the corner and just sort of sit back. They keep pushing up here, they keep prodding because they don't want to allow Happy to sort of settle in to a rhythm where he has like this, you know, this nice little mid to long range setup on him. Especially if you can like headshot down once or twice, like you can't dive anymore, all of a sudden you just right away. Really bad.
Glister there, that's huge. And now we can like, the thing with the Ashe is you can get this high ground, right? And in this type of situation where you're back to your spawn, this is the type of sightline the Ashe wants.
They did use the beat for this though, in fairness. Dan goes in with Primal, tries to create some spacing, and there it is. 6 out of 7 sticks for Decay so far. You can't do much about his Ashe right now. It's very bad. The most you can do is get Khan to try and apply pressure to Happy, but he's busy trying to keep people topped up on the card. Happy wants to try and get closer, probably get dynamite value or an environmental kill with that coach gun, so he can play a little closer here, but this is over.
You know what? It could have been way worse, though, for Paris Eternal, right? They started to come alive here towards the end of the map, put together like 2 or 3 good defensive stands. I don't think the Ashe made the difference in terms of getting over the line for the Justice. I think it just made things a little bit easier.
I also think that, you know, Happy might be playing for a situation where if he's going to be generating an ultimate, he wants to be able to disrupt or to sort of pressure the card or to force people to sort of, you know, jump on and contest a little bit. So Bob obviously gives you a little bit of flexibility there, and you can really stop an enemy main tank in their tracks, right, if you can actually connect that. I think it's really 6 of one, half a dozen of the other in some ways. There are obviously some crucial parts like, you know, you have good burst damage, right? So instead of having to contend with the enemy Ana's healing as your Soldier 76 trying to work the enemy tank down, a couple of headshots and that tank can't dive you anymore. all of a sudden he has to give up all the space, especially that high ground, and then you can sort of transition there. That might be one of the reasons why he made that switch there, but I'd say it's niche at best right now.
Yeah, I would agree. I think some maps maybe where you want to get that high ground a little bit, and you can get the Ashe up there. It's a better pick than, let's say, like a Widowmaker or a Hangzhou in terms of the consistent damage. And
Widow gets ruined by Winston Bubble, right? Just absolutely ruined. I think I think the Winston Bubble use is probably one of the most interesting parts of this metagame because it can break up Ana healing and sound barrier. So you get like really clever tech at times from Winston players who know when to deploy those. And if they get deployed, if they get forced too early, then you can see your opponents take advantage of that. So I always try and watch it.
It's something we haven't seen in Owl Overwatch Esports in a really long time, right? Yeah. It's like it's been so dominated so much by Death Balls. Decay takes out Khan again.
Nice by one. That's beautiful.
Khan and Decay are not going to be friends, considering how many times Decay has killed him at the start of the game.
I actually think we haven't seen this kind of play since Triple DPS, since Rogue actually sort of pioneered the Winston game.
I was going to say,
Cassidy.
Even like before, we haven't seen this stuff even like before Overwatch League would be the time, right? Because you remember like there were lots of plays where you could even break line of sight with different types of bubbles, Zarya as well.
We had like at times teams
stuff with
I just don't think Dive has been. I mean Genji, right? Genji's just been pretty weak for a while in the Overwatch.
Yeah,
it's sort of too niche. But that being said, we see these comps at the cost of like seeing a lot of Zen or a lot of that sort of like Cassidy-based sort of setups here. Sojourn as well, but I mean she's getting buffed, and we probably will see her peak in, especially in our sort of second stage. But back to the game at hand. Paris get a really good early take at a swap. Dives into that back right corner, finds an Ana, and then gets the finish on the Soldier. So the dive is good for the Eternal. Makes you wonder why the heck they were experimenting with Zarya at all. This looks really fluid for them.
Well, it's something that some teams talked about was that the Zarya was pretty prevalent in APAC, and it definitely was. We saw like all night in the East is Decay.
Also, hope everyone's keeping count at home. That's another. Man, 7 of 8.
To just be able to get a first pick in a fight like that is just so massive. I mean, that's one where the Paris Eternal end up using their nano, right? And they're going to lose it pretty much straight away.
Sorry, happy they're waiting on the Winston. I don't know if you realized that I think that Krillin was a little low and needed some time to be healed up by opener, but I don't suppose that's enough.
He's in the zone. He doesn't even know Krillin's dead.
Teammate? What's that? So
Paris is in a good spot here, though.
Yeah, Decay opens that fight, I think, by finding Khan. It gets stretched out a little bit there, but as soon as you get that pulse kill on the Ana, it's over, right? There's no sleep dart to stop your Winston. There's no healing throughput. Well, this flank angle from Blister, but the Justice have Mag to sort of stick in his face right now, and Mag, well, he gets nanoed, so a lot of damage there, and he's got himself into the back line already.
But, like, what's the plan there with that visor, right? Like, if you're not going to go and assist Glister in any way, he's just going to get dove and killed. I could understand using it in that way if you're trying to set up like, hey, we can pull Mag away, right, and then maybe we go in with our blade, and there's no displacement there from like a Winston or something. Maybe we.
I don't think they expect a nano Winston. I don't think they expect Mag to get that nano boost and be a bit more of a lethal threat to the Soldier as opposed to something that happens to run away from, right? Maybe they're hoping to force a sound barrier. The fact that they didn't probably. It hurts a little bit. They would have loved to have this fight like a nano blade into like a sound barrierless team, but now once.
He's got a pulse bomb again, so...
Yeah, I mean... Can they count on that, I guess is the question. Can't aware of it.
Can't alive, please, Paris.
Yeah, I mean, Decay definitely is looking right now. He's at the top right of your screen. Okay!
Oh, there we go.
Alright, Decay can't hit him all apparently. He does attract a lot of attention back towards that cart. And Dan is put to sleep right now. So the Justice have some time to regroup, but it might not be enough. They force the sound barrier. It's desperation, man.
Well, you look at that pulse bomb is the difference of it. It's the difference of the first kill in the fight. And it looks like it's going to be the difference between the Paris Eternal winning a fight and losing it as Paris, Don picks up a few kills and they're going to be able to take that second checkpoint.
I mean, relying on that pulse bomb from Decay is the most LeBron thing I've ever seen in Overwatch. Right? You cannot. How can you count on it every fight? You must be able to win without it. And they kept a sound barrier. Even though Glister went for attack, like the Justice were in a good spot there to win, and it's getting a bit messy now.
It's, yeah, I mean, now the Paris Eternal, you're going to be able to get this card at least around this first corner. And, hey, let's see if this blade is good.
You see what the biomat. Can he go Neely's aggressive? No, he can't. There's nothing he can do about the damage from Mag. Great spacing again. See how Mag respects the blade, but knows he can punish a Nano Genji. Sorry, a Bio Genji.
Completely different like ultimates, and obviously kind of a skill set between heroes and like usage, but just think about how much more impactful the pulse bomb's been for the Justice, let's say, than like if they had a Blade, right? Like Blade, you haven't really seen like get tons of kills. This pulse bomb, be able to get it so fast, and it's resulted in so many early pickoffs.
Right, well, here's a good example of what happens when your Winston is at home, when an enemy soldier goes for that tank visor. I mean, Mag, I like it, but do they need Mag to help Decay kill an Ana? I mean, if he has a pulse bomb, maybe not. Just stick the pulse bomb, otherwise you get out. So you take a risk there.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to push this up your Paris. You got to back up. You're going to need your supports. So you're not going to have much. Right, the fight is still going to take place in the same spot. You're still going to have this fight really take place in this corner as Don takes high ground. It doesn't look like the Justice really care that much. Now they're going to care as he's dived into the back.
Oh man, that was so smart from Don. He knew that Mag had to jump out because he put his bubble over Mag at low health, so Mag just had to jump out and get healing. That's pretty big brain stuff there from Don, and then he just follows up with the primal. Excellent. I want to clap.
Really good.
You know, I actually want to clap for Paris because a lot of really very clever small decisions that turn that round in their tide.
Yeah, when they're able to keep Khan alive, and I think Don has really made an impact today. Like you mentioned, why were they running the Zarya comps? I think it's definitely been something that's prevalent in the East. Maybe they thought they could use it to their advantage here. In the West, didn't work out. They look much better with Don here on the Winston today, as 2 minutes and 23 is a great time from Paris.
Look, I kind of like the payoff there of seeing some of that Winston bubble usage, right? Or a good example, I think, is that, you know, I think Washington overcommit trying to pick up the Ana in that second to last fight, right? Glister pops tack. They're already deep in Washington, in Paris's backline. The fact that Glister can come out of that with three kills as a result of the tack visor is pretty huge. Glister, 13 and 6 right now, so really leading the way in his team. I know you're probably getting bored of hearing it, but yeah, deadlift status presently. This is what happened. That goes over his head.
Yeah, which is kind of... I actually didn't really hate it that much at the time, to be fair. I think looking back on it, though, looking back on it, Decay's been able to kind of deal with Khan by himself, right? Where maybe there wasn't really that much of a need. I also think, like, the idea is probably that when Mag jumps in, he has his bubble, blocks Khan, like, from healing his team at all.
Yep.
And you think if you block that, you're in a good spot, you know, even if you don't kill the Ana, to win that fight. I think it's just a really good play, really good timing from the Paris Eternal.
Yeah, if you consider damage mitigation as effective healing, Khan is being able to heal Glister without even line of sighting him. So the nano boost is just tough to deal with there. Okay, so Mag gets space here. How do you use this? Drop down here, harass Wub, force him to dash away. They've done that, so now even more space has been created.
Yeah, and they force Don back as well, so now you're going to have to fight in this back corner, and it's going to be yeah, nice bio grenade, and that boot from Junjo is going to keep them alive through it.
Wub though, sneaking off for a time there. Both Anas hitting their sleep darts, but this is a great finishing here. This is the Eternal just having to give up space. They have no choice.
Yeah, it's that biotic grenade, right, that forces them back through their own choke. And then when Wub gets low, you have to force, like, obviously healing into him to keep him alive. And Don just around the corner, just not able to live. You have the tracer damage coming from one side, 76 from the other. Sleep point A taken for the Justice, but we're going to go into OT.
Decay hoping to find a way to wrap around here, but you know, those extremities are going to be watched very closely by Paris. They know they're up against a flank-obsessed Tracer.
Nano on both sides here.
Don's going to go here. These Ana sleep darts again, Matt, are going to take center stage in the coming moments.
I mean, why not Glister? If Mag is going to jump up, yeah, you go same play again.
Okay, so again, Mag's gone over his head and he's been put to sleep. So it's all about Glister here. Who wins the bubble? Going to keep having it alive for just long enough for him to push through and get Khan. But Dan's able to do with Happy, and it's a stick on Glister. Decay might have his team on his shoulders right now. Dan is so healthy though, an opener just has to run away. Decay can stall this for a time, but is it enough time? Sound barrier. Catches someone back in, that's huge. Okay, opener and Decay both get the sound barrier now, and the rest of the Justice are able to spawn back in. The Eternal have to run away.
So, you know, maybe if that sound barrier doesn't come, Don uses Primal Rage to keep that one going, but players coming off the spawn for the Justice have the advantage being close, as Happy with the tac visor. Looks like he's trying to set up for some high ground here.
They know, though. They're ready for him.
Live.
No, I mean, he can't get away. He gets body blocked to a degree, I think, by Dan in that case. There's going to be a bit of primal, slept with the nano. So those ultimates not going to amount to too much there. Now, one may fall here, but it's really just Decay and Mag versus World with a primal rage. Another keep-stalking ultimate. This might buy enough time. Krillin won't be able to run back. Opener can taxi him in there if the Justice can stay alive long enough. But Mag's here with a Bio-Nade. Happy is here. Tac-Fires are going to be popped by Happy now. They've got to back away. Give him space, and here comes the cavalry man. Mag's healed up. He's back in the fight. Moved away, though. He just touches in time. Drudro wasn't able to end the round there, and this could go wrong. It could go pear-shaped for Paris. Pulse Bomb dropped. It's going to be Khan taken down by that one. They're trying to force the Justice away, but they don't have the HP, Matt.
Decay has been alive this entire time with Mag. What? With two?
Opener able to keep him away, though. Decay stands tall. He's still alive now. Dan is healthy, but Opener, oh, he's in trouble. Needs to duck back, get the health back. He gets it just in time. Dan's shield has run out, and so may his life. 100 HP left.
They have to kill Decay.
It's just Drudro, the 1v1 on the card now. Drudro boots him away, but it's going to be a blink forward to keep Decay there and to keep the Justice in the round. The man is still alive.
He's been the only player alive for the Justice the entire time. Is gonna have somebody else. He's like, I'm not touching this payload anymore. Let me go make a play. Is gonna have a sound barrier here from Drudro. Maybe that's enough. It's okay. One finds Decay. That's huge.
Still 4 players left here now for the Justice. Eternal get a sound barrier. And Glisser's gonna go with the tactical visor. Krillin trying to get away. Picks up the mini health pack, but it's not gonna be enough to keep him on his feet here. They're still looking for the backline for the time being because Mag is still healthy and Happy is there. Forced away now to Soldier 76 for the Justice. Falls on Opener. Can't escape the scrutiny of Glister. Finally, the Justice get pushed off, but you better believe they got much more than they bargained for.
That is a lot more than they should have gotten. Paris actually with some pretty good defense, but just the individual skill and plays from Mag and Decay able to just drag these fights out for so long, allowing their teams to come back. I mean, those are the type of plays that may end up winning you this map. I mean, that is huge, considering that Paris has looked so good here on King's Row. Just those individual plays, man, they just can never be able to track down Decay and Mag, as Mag was doing an excellent job like playing off of the mini and was like in the library, and then Decay was also on the other side by like the bar playing off of that health pack and recalls and being able to just kind of juggle the cart. Really strong play there from them on the Justice, but Paris Eternal, they had a lot of time in their time advantage. Still an opportunity for them to take King's Row.
I also think that, you know, playing defensive dive on King's Row is really difficult because you don't naturally get high ground as the defending Winston. More often than not, you're probably just playing out of line of sight on the low ground, and then it's your Soldier and Lucio better set up to take advantage of that. So it's a little bit weird and a little bit hard to access the enemy backline as a defending Winston because it's very clear that you're coming. You just see the Winston sort of jump at you here. And what we see happen to Paris, Matt, is they just get picked off, or someone takes too much damage, and then splat, they get hit by a grenade. So if Justin pull off a full hold here, I'll be extremely impressed. Nice play on Krill, and he's in trouble. One would like to get there, but he won't get there in time.
See, you can find an opening pick here. Paris. Said, oh, they got an opener with a bionic grenade. They're going to dive in.
That is the opener, right? The opening pick, rather. All you really need to do to set that up, as long as Bot's in position to follow up and your Winston's there, it's a kill. Losing Lucio is big there because it's harder for the Justice to maneuver out of position. That's why Mag gets caught here. He can't escape. He just cannot get away. The fact that he gets Drudro is pretty insane.
Can they take the point, though? I don't know if the Justice are going to give it up that easy as they jump to the high ground. Another big biotic grenade here from Khan. That's going to connect with both supports.
That's clean from Decay, though. Follows up on a sleep dart on one. Just, gets a bunch of headshots and cleans against York. The Justice are probably incentivized to invest here a little bit, Matt, to try and keep this going. They're worried about personnel, so they will give it up. Here comes the dive. Punishing down here is critical.
Are they going to be able to, though? So he's going to just jump down, give his team some space. Takes an alternate fire shot there from Mag. Almost takes him out as they'll have a nano boost. This could be massive here. They could really open up this first choke. Just one of the toughest parts to get to. If you're the Justice, you got to take these fights early here at this position.
All right. Death touches Decay. They know he's on the card because it was contested. I don't know if they checked that status bar at the top of the screen, though. Decay's trying to juke out the sleep here. Okay, he gets calm without the pulse bomb, which is great, but the Justice, well, as usual, without Decay, they get absolutely pounded.
Yep. They'll keep the cart moving, but they'll probably have another fight here. It's like, wonder if you're Decay, do you try and spawn kill Khan? Yeah, it looks like he was. You see?
Yeah, Dridro knows.
That's what I thought he would be doing. Yeah, Dridro knows. It's like, you got Khan, could you spawn kill him?
Alright.
And if huge is...
Once again, Decay.
It's gonna touch, yeah.
Yeah, forced an early recall. I didn't have to recall. Okay, got the Mega. Nice job not recalling there, and Khan gets picked off. Okay, Goose on the flank. What can he do on a Soldier 76 from a flank angle? Nothing. He just watches his team get cut down to size. No, that's not good. He needs to get out now. If he dies here, it's all over.
You're gonna have to have somebody here touch the cart. For the Paris Eternal, looks like one coming in with a blade.
Yep, Sound Barrier gonna come out there as you would expect. Pulse Bomb, it's stuck to by Decay rather, and that'll be it. The Paris Eternal get out of sync with each other in the last few moments here. Try and come back in with a Doomfist, but there's only so much Dan can do, Matt.
And if you're Paris, you didn't lose this map on your offense. Your offense would have been good enough to win. It was just that fight. Remember, it was right in front of like the bar area here. You know, can you see at the end of the game where that's where it was won. It was Decay being able to stay alive with Mag, and your defense that let you down because your offense was pretty good here for Paris.
All right, so losing the map are the Paris Eternal, but looking pretty comfortable on a map that honestly we sometimes see weaker teams just get completely blown out on. That's how Kings Row tends to operate at times. Again, not being able to clear Decay off the card, and Decay being put in a position to enact an incredible individual performance is what gives the Justice the chance to sneak this away. So a third map comes up, and by no means are the Eternal out, but they're going to have to dig a little deeper. A new week means a new chance to be perfect in your Overwatch League pick'ems. And let's be honest, no one's perfect after last night over in APAC. But hey, if you missed getting your pick'ems in last night, don't worry. You have the same amount of points as those that actually submitted theirs. Be sure to make your picks every week during the Kickoff Clash qualifiers to win cash and new prizes like OWL tokens. You can even make your picks on the OWL mobile app. That way, you can submit your picks on the day, so you have like some information as opposed to doing it at the start of the week, which is what boomed me in week 1. Also, I was making pick'ems for content, like wild ones, to try and see if I get. Look, it didn't work out, so don't do what I did. Do them day of on the mobile app.
I took the Valiant yesterday
Really?
against Charge. Look, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Listen, I mean,
you got to go all in some of these to try and win. You know, you can't just take the safe picks. So that's what the desk does. See, they got the same.
Well,
pick every
that's how I got behind in week 1, though, is by trying to make picks like that. But I guess it's, I mean, I'm 0 points from last night.
We need chaotic Danny back. Right? Danny would just take. Danny would just pick whoever.
Wait, no, but Danny
You
is
just go for it.
Danny is contractually obliged to be a London Spitfire superfan for the rest of the season, so we might get some of that chaotic Danny. Gibraltar, going to be our next map here, and this, it's a scary prospect to go up against the Washington Justice on a map that favors long-range hit scan. Oh my!
Yeah, I mean, you think about like a Happy Widow with Decay on Tracer, or even like Decay on Genji. It's quite tough. Paris has looked better in this series, though, than what I think we've seen from them thus far. I think Don has made a big difference, and, you know, just kind of the heroes that he's able to play coming in. How big of a difference can it make, though, right? Can you take a map here, right? Get to push Coliseo. At that point, I think you kind of have a fair shot.
I will say that Glister had some insane individual moments on Widowmaker. In years gone by. Like, really, it wasn't last year. On the shock, he did some disgusting stuff. But, I mean, Happy maybe top 2 Widowmakers in this league. I think that's like a case you can make. I'd be interested to see if we get the dishonest comp from them. Right? Play a little bit more somber to punish Dan, but the reality is that Dan definitely has had a tough time, right? I think that's been Happy's function for most of these maps, mate, is just to pump him on the Soldier 76 full of damage and make it hard for him to stay around and actually create any sort of space. So we're out the door in the Sombra here. Not the craziest pick from Happy. We've definitely seen this before.
I'm on the payload. Got an enemy here.
Is it also just safer? Glister very good. Widowmaker very good hit scan. Like, instead of matching that, like, just taking advantage of being able to dive. Yep.
So that is the common spot, right? Oh, you're kidding me! Oh, the look on his face! That's dishonest! Actually dishonest! Your Honor, this man picked someone and switched to Widow after he killed the enemy Widow. I don't know what to say about that. Look, I mean, where he found Glister is a pretty common spot for defensive Widows to play.
Super's gonna have a field day with that.
Karma, dude.
Very dishonest.
Oh, man. Alright, nice bio there. Open a sleep.
That's crazy. Once he went to Widowmaker, they didn't get anything. Nothing happened. He's really good to stay on Sombra. Maybe actually made something out of it.
I think the cat's out of the bag now. Still, Decay is on a very wide flank right now. You'd be looking for Glister as well. That's the name of the game, really. Punish that Widowmaker as much as you can. Glister's getting harassed right now. Khan has also hit the Biter grenade, so that's a bit scary. Yeah, he'll get chased here.
He's going to make it out to server, though. Yeah.
Mac has to primal. Yeah, I mean, he gets bioed there. I don't think he wants to lose the momentum here, right? Almost where the card is. Ooh, okay. All right, nicely done by Glister. I don't think Happy even knew where that was really coming from. The fact that Glister does that, by the way, while being pressured by Decay, okay. I respect it. Nice.
Oh, nice.
What's a bit cracked with it? My God.
I mean, yeah, well, he was sick in that game that we casted the other day. Obviously, just doesn't result in a win. Putting on another pretty good performance here. Yet again, Happy gets chased down. Don going up, down, everywhere. It's K will drop. So good defense here from the Paris Eternal. You're going to end up having your Blade. You're going to end up having your Rally. In Infrasight to buy you time. Well, not anymore, because Happy hits a headshot here on the Glister. So maybe that's the opening if you are the Justice that you need.
Look, volatile with Widowmakers in play. Straight off the respawn, Glister pops that Infrasight just to make it so they know where Happy is going to be. Usually Widow's trying, Dan just gets clapped there as he tries to drop in. That pulse bomb won't affect one, but he's hit the bio, so very careful of Winston now.
ends up being like a defensive blade, just kind of standing by his support. Just
okay, blunders into a poison mine.
Oh my god. The dive and just coordination between Mag and Decay is definitely just on another level compared to like what Paris is doing. Like Paris can put together sometimes. I also think probably because what was so new is that'll be the cart rolling on in. But the coordination and just, you know, the ability to just kind of make those plays happen so fast and seamless from Washington is just definitely on another level today compared to Paris.
Happy now's in a really comfortable spot there.
It's like a really bad stagger.
Yes. Yeah, but look, it does mean that Paris don't have to spawn from that awkward location underneath the shuttle. Again, like Glister's giving as good as he gets here, putting a bit of pressure down. He's got 3 final blows, and I would suggest that at least 2 of those have been on Happy. I mean, tough to match Happy's impact in this kind of scenario, but Glister's going to stay on this Widow. And you see that the Mag's just trying to set a staging point here, as far forward as he can. Glister's looking for angles. He'll be on top of the shuttle here. Khan keeping Dan topped up. No bio yet coming from Krillin there, but it's a rallying play. Dan might need to protect Khan a little bit there because he's in a compromising position. Yeah, he gets taken down by Mag. Dan just ignores him, I guess. He's only got 1 take, so take a bite of his shield.
He's chasing opener, but obviously with some of the new stuff with Brigitte, with the bash, doesn't stun, but you can actually go pretty far. Use it for the movement, just dodges the Winston the entire time.
Yeah, you can space really well.
Yeah, that'll be the payload consistently moving here for the Justice. They're going to have their Nano. If they need, Wub was on Genji, then the Tracer, now back to Genji here. Maybe some high ground towards the end of the map.
There's the contest. Okay, look at the Glister. Oh, I'm getting dizzy. Okay, thinks maybe I can just stick down and be done with it. Oh, what's going on here? Hang on. Khan's getting the VIP treatment right now, the president. Able to avoid that pulse when it comes down. Drudra has to commit to a degree though, but it's going to be done. Sleeping right now with the rallying flank from the Paris Eternal. Good connection there from Khan though, and Decay is not getting up from that one.
No, he gets slapped. The Widowmaker comes out of the corner. They're going to pop the Infrasight here from Glister. Make sure to secure that fight. Yep, minute 35 of the clock. Still some time here for Paris to hold.
Having Infrasight in that fight, obviously crucial because, you know, a longer fight, Happy at that long range can really be punishing here. Now having to play against it means, I mean, keep an eye on Glister and see how he adjusts his positioning as soon as he hears his Infra go. Oh god, open it, shield up, so he knows it's looking at it. Immediately Glister tries to play a tighter angle away from where he knows where Widow is, but Decay gets the information straight away. Glister, this could be very dangerous. He does not have the grapple here. So he has to give up his space.
Winston in his face. Yeah, the Tracer there as well. Yeah.
He hung around a little bit after sort of realizing he wasn't getting the shoot. Maybe should have known it was a matter of time until Mag would come and sniff him out. One goes down, Happy able to pick him off the high ground here, and yeah, this is the Eternal just falling apart now. And you know what? It's actually just because Glister whiffed the grapple. It's a huge reason why this has gone so bad.
Yeah. So, oh, nice shot there from Glister. You see opener right in his face with the shield. Just looks to the side. Finishes off Decay.
Opener's like, what else do you want? I mean, I got in his face. I slapped him around a bunch. Like,
I had my shield, bro, I swear.
I guess he more attack than protect there. Yeah, these flicks, man. It's insane. There's a feeling I think in Overwatch 2, at least in the PvP beta, that like your projectile is slimmer as Widow, like getting that hit registration is a bit harder, especially if you're a quick-face aimer. So Happy connecting these, you know, these rapid corrections on his aim and actually connecting his shots is quite astounding.
Yeah, much different type of aiming style, I think, than you would compare to like Glister, right?
Yeah.
Happy just with these crazy fast corrections. Well, with the blade here.
Look, I suppose
end up working out.
I suppose I understand the decision making there. I guess because he gets the nano, he thinks he's may as well just go for it. But getting bioed in the vicinity of a Winston is a dead sentence.
I mean, you're also at a position you lose that fight. This is the spot that you're in.
Infrasight giving Mag a ton of info. Knowing where they're going to spawn from is huge when you've got Primal Rage here. No one's on a card right now. They need to deal with the threat of Dan, who's able to get rid of Krillin. Now looking towards Decay. Opener here, in position with the nano, by the way. So a lot of healing coming out from these Inspire procs, and also the durability goes a long way. Needs to give a Girl Scout cookie to someone in his back line and eventually gets run over.
Gonna nice knockback there. So should be a few kills here for the Paris Eternal. So another opportunity for Paris Eternal to put together a strong defense to get a hold here. So looks like Decay up on the high ground. Kind of goes over the top. Gonna regroup with the team. There'll be the last push for the Justice. They're not gonna have anything to work with here. Don will have that Primal Rage. Knock players back and off the point.
Dridro there, positioned to keep Khan alive for as long as possible. Wow, Mag sleeping, Krillin Bio. So this will slow things down for the Justice here. Decay going to be the first up to the plate, but well, he kind of recalled off the card, didn't he?
I think maybe he thought that he got the overtime kind of reset when he got up to that cover and didn't. And then when he recalled, obviously realized that he didn't extend it. But still, it's a defensive hold there for the Eternal. We'll see now if their offense can back it up. Their offense was good on King's Row. It was their defense that ended up letting them down.
Yeah, I think that's the a similar situation to that previous map, where, like we sort of pointed out though, I think it's kind of hard to have consistently solid defenses on Winston on this map, right? Because it's so volatile. So much depends on how the Tracer hits your backline, or if there's a Widow kill somewhere that just. I mean, what was it? Even the best laid plans don't survive contact with the enemy. I think that the sort of peak potential, especially in a 5v5 format, really can sort of throw that all for a loop. So teams will have to adapt on the fly to playing a player down in some of these scenarios, or infrasight timings as well, which we saw be very impactful, I think, there with our Widow Mirror.
Yes, we'll see the Justice on defense come out with Soldier Ash. So not going to have a flanker, just going to go with medium to long range consistent output. And we'll see how this plays into Glister on the Widow, as obviously you can outrange both of these heroes on the Widowmaker.
Attackers incoming.
Alright.
Escort the
Up goes Glister. So yeah, another Ash pick here for Happy. Gives him a bit more flexibility, I guess, if the Genji comes calling. Yeah, pretty dangerous though. Yeah, seeing Decay obviously on hit scan again. Bit of a throwback.
Also not as much. I think the Ash is just not as much like Feast or Famine as like the Widowmaker. Even if you're not on Widowmaker, if you're just not kind of hitting these shots and finishing players off rather quickly, even maybe you're putting down some damage. I mean, you're essentially just like a worse version of an Ash, right?
Yeah, I mean, playing it on offense with the shuttle phase can be a bit frustrating sometimes too, as you're always walking into one of 4 locations, right? So it's like
because Ash can still get the high ground, control those high ground areas.
I like this from Mag, right? Not overcommitting to this high ground, but making it so that Eternal can't use it as a dropping off point. And getting some info as well about where they're grouped up. I think Mag catches a glimpse there of where Dridro and Khan are, so you can glean a lot about the Eternal's intentions from that info.
Dynamite hit there from Happy as he's getting close to a Bob's. Bob, not really impactful. I mean, he will make you waste a sleep dart, right? It's going to be a biotic grenade. They take out K as Glister behind it.
I love that. I love this position. He knows he's no Widow to sort of match him in that regard. And I guess, Decay's already on the Soldier. Yeah, finds that kill. Darn forced to drop down. He probably gets told that, there's a brick up here, but Dridro going to run it down. Another nice biotic grenade. Khan really opening up these opportunities, Matt, by hitting these nades.
Doesn't look like the Justice will contest here, so good first point offense from the Paris Eternal. Does Glister stay on this Tracer? Run Tracer Genji at this time?
Yeah, I guess it's an odd choice, but they're probably thinking, hey, we can put a lot more pressure on their backliners here. Playing double dive, DPS. A little hard to go up shares. Obviously, you don't have verticality as Tracer, so Glister has to go the long way. K's already gone here. The Justice are out of step with each other right now, and Mag may not have healing to play, so he's just another bio, but it's Genji to follow it up.
Blade, though. Yeah, 2 kills though. You kind of got what you needed there with the Blade as Don will end up using his Primal, but Decay is going to pick up 1. You still have a few players alive here. For the Justice.
Hoping to get out of the cart there.
Yeah, the cart's not really making
you're kidding
any problem.
I think that was a prediction Helix, Matt. I'm pretty sure Decay lined that Helix up with where he knew Glister would reappear. He's probably getting a bit frustrated now, I think. A lot of pressure, again, from Mum and Glisten respectively, but rarely at the same time.
Yeah, the payload doesn't make a ton of progress there for Paris, even with some kills going in their favor. They're trying to get Khan. Yeah, they're trying to get Khan set up on this high ground, which is going to be tough.
Well, yeah, I think that's what Mag's, that's exactly what he's trying to prevent, right?
Yeah, they're trying to deny it.
Yeah, make it harder for Dan to get to his intended target. Can't for the bio here. This is the perfect target for the Winston. And I mean, the Eternal just ignore it. They go back for the card. They're like, oh, Honor is 100% dead. We can't do a thing about that.
Yeah, I mean, what do? You're not going to be able to defend the Ana. At least get some payload progress. Like, force where these fights are going to happen into an area that you may feel favors you a bit more. Now you don't really kind of have to deal with that high ground in this area of the map where you're fighting, right? It's a little bit past that.
I think this is fine for the Paris Eternal here. Again, they always take a risk now. Again, if they try and sort of peek their head through, they're probably taking poke damage. So Khan probably needs to maintain sight lines to his flanking DPS, which is a little hard because he will want to play low ground. And on the cart, Dance left here in Glister. Won't have a lot of help right now. Biotic grenade connected as well. My, that's filthy from Decay. It's reverse whack-a-mole. Pops up and absolutely slams the damage into Khan. And dispelled ultimately by the Dynamite. And he's attacked by a good measure. Decay doesn't have a Biotic kills right now. It's a little dicey. Glister starting to kick off a little bit there. And he's gotten 3. The Pulse Bomb to start it off. Mag's got no help at all.
Yeah, nice play there from Glister. He shows us what he's capable of on the Tracer. I also think a nice whip shot back there from Dridro. You know, the whip shot now triggers the Inspire. Being able to land that there on the Decay, who didn't have his biotic field like you mentioned, so not able to drop a healing station for himself. Allows Paris to take the second checkpoint. 3 minutes to go. See the box of victory here on your screen. So Paris can definitely do this. Coming up on some big key ultimates as well.
I like you pointing out, obviously, how much more Inspire healing is available. You can cough, basically, Inspire heals your team on regular right now. It's a lot more throughput than people give it credit for, especially in brawl scenarios here. Here's the bomb. So in the end, it gets used to stall the card and, you know, give Mag a bit of extra staying power. Not the most exciting employment of that.
Well, I think Mag thought the Bob was going to stop. It looks like... Oh, okay. It looks like Bob got woken up there for a sec. But what I think Mag thought was that the Bob was going to hit the payload and stop there, and he was trying to jump on top of where the Bob was going to land and drop a bubble to prevent him from getting slapped.
Alright, that's all we
but it looks like the Bob kind of... yeah, the Bob kind of just like kept going.
Straight out of Kami House, baby! One forced back here by the Winston. Again, looking at Decay, but then he sees his own tank sail overhead and says, well, I've got no one to die with, so back it up.
It's a nasty crossfire, though, between Decay on the 76 and
I mean,
Happy
it's
on
the first time
Ash.
we've seen double hit scan, right? This season?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where you know, Happy
every
can
team
get
can do
opposite
this.
high ground. And if you go and dive that high ground and you turn your back to Ash, I mean, you are going to be in trouble.
Opener, spreading some shields here. Dance left, that's huge. Yep, nicely done. Decay obviously having pushed forward a long way.
So they got this, Mitch, with 3 minutes to get from B to C here, and not even all the way to C. They've really got nothing here in Paris.
You tell me how you break this crossfire.
I mean, I actually think you're probably better off, like, kind of doing what Don was trying to do. I mean, this is a flanking Bob we're going to see here. So I liked how Don was playing it. I liked how he was getting into the back on the supports and Happy. And at that point, you're kind of like breaking line of sight with the 76. Like, I think that's your best option. It's just... you may end up taking some damage going on in, and like Don, he ends up getting slapped and just a boatload of damage, not even able to do anything when he got up.
Happy off the flank play with the Bob there, which looked like it was more for effect than it was for impact.
30 seconds.
And a fall to Glister. The Eternal's still the initiative there. Glister's found yet another one. He's really starting to fire up during this map, but it may have come a little bit too late in the day. Let's see. Primal for Mag. Opener with the rally. Oh dear, that's a pulse stick. No, opts not to go for it there is. There are other ways to deal with an Angry Winston at airborne. Opener backing up here. Pulse Bomb, unclear where that was really supposed to go by Glister. It doesn't quite connect, and he's a Nanoblade for one. Looking for Happy, who's going to be able to space from this one pretty comfortably. Opener, though, not nearly as safe. Overtime now, but finishing the map here means that Paris will win it. And where's the touch? Nowhere to be seen. Nice job for the Paris Eternal. Really kept under the thumb in that last stage of the map, but just when the Justice take their foot off the gas, they pounce.
Yeah, so Paris kept it close on King's Row. That was definitely, I think, a winnable map for the Paris Eternal. They win here on Gibraltar, so Paris Eternal looking much better here today. A chance to maybe, you know, sneak into a Game 5 here against the Justice.
Oh, it's definitely possible. Paris is showing up in a big way now. Darn looking great all day in. Glister giving us some really great tracer moments here. If he wants to sort of match what Decay is capable of outputting, that's where he needs to be. That's where he really needs to start hitting that mark over the rest of this series. Stick around, everybody, and let's see if Paris can push this one to 5. Well, Matthew, I think there's a whole conversation to be had about those two different DPS setups we saw between Washington and Paris on Gibraltar, right? The double dive versus the double hit scan look and sort of which one prevailed. But I think even more importantly, right, we talked about how, you know, it's the attacking side for the Eternal that's really been yielding the best results. Tough to defend with this Winston-based setup. And again, I think their attack, they really managed to find another level, another gear at the end of Gibraltar there to snatch victory away in the last push.
It's also only week 2 with WUB, right? You had him for the matches last week. You have him now full-time, so maybe it was just more practice now. I know being able to play some of these Winston comps as well has definitely helped as we go over to Coliseum. Definitely an opportunity for the Paris Eternal to force a Game 5. This has been a much more competitive series than we've seen from them in the past few games. Because like I mentioned, they were 1-9 map count coming into this one. Yeah, looking comfortable. Again, we mentioned at the start of the show, Paris are retooling their core composition. Before this, we had a couple of games for Stola on Zarya. They really wanted to try and, you know, get WUB there on the Reaper and see if that worked. And look, it was okay, but I think they had a lot of other issues. Now, though, they're able to show us, okay, hey, we have this Genji dive composition. We have a bunch more sort of viable nano boost targets here. So Khan can always get good value of this ultimate, whether it's Soldier or Genji that's ready to, or even Dan, for example. Look, I was really impressed to see that as well. Showcases Dan's ability on Winston a little bit more, and they look quite comfortable. So a good direction, right? But the execution needs to catch up with the idea, and Coliseum was an opportunity for exactly that to happen. The Eternal are fighting to force a map 5. Yeah, we've seen teams run some different stuff here, right? We've seen like some Doomfist on Coliseum. You know, this first part of the map where you have the bot, just really long sight lines. Like, you know, maybe that's something you want to even mess around with like an Ashe with if you were the Washington Justice. We'll see what both teams decide to run though. If you're the Paris Eternal, kind of know what you're going to do, right? Stick to what's been working well in this series. There's that Winston with WUB on the Genji or Tracer, and then Glister on the 76 most of the time. And for the Justice, it looks like potentially going back to that as well.
Yeah, or, you know, this is probably a bit more than expected. Luke Decay definitely appears to prefer playing Tracer. And again, that Pulse Bomb seems to be good for a guaranteed final blow right now. I think his attach rate is above 80% for his Pulse Bombs, as opposed to Dragon Blade, which is always a bit speculative. And if you get hit with a Biotic Grenade while you're blading, you probably get nothing out of that ultimate at all. So Justice looking for more guaranteed kill potential with Decay. Right now, of course, we have that exchange of pleasantries in the middle part of the map. Keep an eye on those tanks' health bars, because that's going to be the go signal.
I'm surprised they didn't go after Dawn. Really low, hit with a Biotic Grenade. They just didn't want to chase it up.
Another Biotic Grenade.
Player Biotic Grenade, yeah.
One forced out of position here. This at least allows the Justice to start with the bot. The Gliss is already flanked around. Happy was low enough there, so great coordination with the dive. Glister didn't really have to do anything. The rest of his team had already laid out the red carpet for him, but this could be a bit dangerous. Max found 3 already, and oh no, this has gone horribly wrong for Paris.
Dude, I feel like Glister loves these flanks, man. It seems like he's on the flank, whether it's King's Row or start here. And you know, when it works out. But I think like the Justice have kind of gotten used to it a little bit. Like, hey, we don't see Glister for a bit. You know he's going to try and take a route behind you. Like, in that time, they just push on forward. It's like, oh, wow, Don is going to take a drill in here, jumping right on top of him. So that's a good pick for the Paris Eternal. Washington Justice, they backed all the way out.
Yeah, they'll take that initial progress. They know if they get staggered here, I mean, they could give up the lead, essentially. So Paris are going to take a while to match what the Justice were able to get to. And Washington are happy with a small lead right now. They don't see the need to overcommit. They also have natural high ground here, which is you know, really advantageous for a team with a Soldier 76 and a Winston, Decay and Pulse Bombs. A plethora of potential targets, but he still needs to make that stick. Mag going to go in now as well, and that's sound barrier has expired. Dridro goes down, no pulse required. Khan is not on for this world either. Mag able to chase him down.
Yeah, he's sat in the corner. He knows exactly what's about to happen. Paris ends up using sound barrier in this fight as well, Mitch. You come into this next fight for the Justice. You haven't even gotten your sound barrier yet. Not great, but you're going to have it now coming up. And you can use that to probably counteract this tack visor that's going to come down. Decay with those pulse bombs, always so dangerous. They're going to have to tax this on back in the fight, though.
Okay, tack visor immediately from Glister here. He gets the nano boost. So how do the Justice respond? By keeling over. Apparently, not a whole lot you can do about this, especially with your Winston bubble having expired. So the Eternals had the opportunity to catch Washington on the back foot, and the bot is already back in position to push.
Yeah, you're also back so late, right, with Krillin and Opener. You don't even like really build up anything meaningful towards the sound barriers. Decay gonna start things off with a headshot kill, and the Glister just burns him down. And kill here onto Don.
You think he's mad?
That'll be 2, preventing the barrier from moving any further in favor of the Eternal.
All right. Neither of these teams are really willing to take huge risks to get a ton of progress here. They kind of just want to swing like a pendulum here between these fights, which is fine.
Right, because this map has that like high ground when you get to this point. Like you see the Justice, they back up. You don't want to fight where that barrier is for them. You want to like take a fight here, get these kills, then move the barrier yet again. Because it doesn't, you don't have to fight on that high ground or going up towards that high ground.
Interesting from Opener, he speeds forward just in case Mag needs a sound barrier. Mag pops the primal anyway, so you hold on to this sound barrier. The problem is you've held on to this sound barrier for a long time. Opener wants to probably get use out of it in the next fight, otherwise him getting it out of sync with Dream Throw doesn't really seem to be a factor. Maybe just hold on to it.
Or you're saving it for Blade, right? Maybe you're just saving it for Blade.
Well, I've had that online.
They didn't want to fight there. They fought in kind of the alleyway where the bots spawned. They win that fight for the Justice, and now they're able to get all this extra progress. And you want to push on forward. You want to sit up here on top of the bridge. You don't want to be in a position where you give up high ground to the Paris Eternal.
Well, now you get neutral ground, right? Just by backing up a little bit and then pushing the bot a little further. That's also a great spot to be Soldier 76. The objective's actually on the ground, so you get high ground if the enemy tries to engage on the objective. And there it is. You circumvent one of the most painful parts of the map by just backing up a little bit, winning a fight, and pushing on. The Justice are, oh man, they are a long way ahead. And they're going to front spawn.
Yeah, push at the Overwatch League level plays so different compared to, obviously, when you're kind of just playing it in quick play or, you know, any type of pugs where that's not really about, like, fighting on the bot consistently. It's about kind of setting up these positions where you're in a great spot to take these fights.
Yeah, exactly. It's really about playing to the map. The bot's already on the move back, so one was able to sort of... it doesn't really hurt Washington. The bot moves pretty quickly, but it does mean the Eternal get to fight in a more neutral position here over the objective again. So Wub allows them to sort of leverage the high ground that they naturally have as defenders once more.
Still 3 minutes to go. You have to start dumping. This is where like the Justice get a big advantage, right? Because they can't just sit here and play the neutral game, Paris Eternal. And the Justice know that. They have to kind of dump into ultimates like at this point of the map, and that gives the Justice more of their own ultimates. Yeah, when they have the high ground.
So that's the first time Openers use sound barrier this entire map. It's been 5.5 minutes. Just no need for it. The blade doesn't seem to be an issue, or I think it got switched into a tracer from Wub there. So perfect response. That was the best chance for Paris. You know, Sid Glister went in and got that 3K with the nano visor. Having to be there for Opener is it's huge. Glister gets nothing from that ult.
And because you dump things in for Paris and you got nothing, this is like worst case scenario, right? Because like I was talking about, you dump in some ultimates, you get the bot moving your direction, and then, okay, we have to win one fight like where they have high ground and maybe we can tie this thing up. Now you're in a spot where you got to take this neutral fight where you just have a primal rage. Other team's going to have some big key ultimates. And look, the bot just stalled in neutral right now.
Yeah. Okay, just going to keep the bot in place. Bionate on Mag here. Can the Eternal capitalize? They're afraid to. They don't really want to go for it. Okay, it's a long flank. It's too long. By the time they get in position, Mag is shrugged off the Bionate and Dan just eats one himself. Now happy to...
They have to be aggressive, Paris, and just run into this buzzsaw, right? Like the Justice just sit back. Yeah.
They had a window to go for Mag. I think they maybe either didn't know where he was exactly, or they went to flank around the outside of the structure and try and dive him, instead of just going straight for him.
I almost thought it was a little bit of a bait.
Maybe.
Like the Justice trying to bait them in a little bit, and then that happens, right? The nano attack.
Hey, eat this bio. Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah. Just take a little bit of damage.
Oh, there it is. That's the classic. This series is brought to you by Decay sticking Pulsecom cards behind. I mean, what is Dan doing here? Like, what are you supposed to do? you were just trying to protect your Lucio? I mean, when you try and dive into your backline and the enemy's there.
Dang, you don't want to be in this position, right? Because this is just a wide open shooting gallery for the Justice. But also, if you're the Justice, you don't even have to move the bot at this point, right? You can kind of get off of it, let him stall out around this corner.
They will, because every meter they get is a meter that the Eternal have to get in overtime, right? So it's still worth it. You know, because this is going to put Paris, having used 3 ults in overtime, having to push through the entire map. Paris have to win like 3 fights in a row. Minimum. Terrible spot for them to be in right now. This is one of those. Has to be perfect.
One of those fights is going to be here at the a neutral stage of a game. Another one is going to be going up against another 2 are probably going up against serious high ground.
You can't let him push the bot back so you can get a better spot for that second fight. That's not an option anymore. You have to just dive head first into really disadvantageous scenarios. DK has a pulse here.
You're the Justice. You almost get off of the bot, right, and don't contest. Like you see, they just keep dumping back and contesting, and it's just passive. But just get off of it, force them to just run it into you.
I have no idea what happened there, but DK just double blinked there through the backline. Hoping maybe force cooldowns. I wonder if they're tracking Dridro's sound barrier here. I'd like to hope so. Opener has his though. Got to be a beat now. Yeah, Khan doesn't get it for whatever reason. I think it was the bubble that Mag put over the top of him there. He's super vulnerable, but it doesn't matter. Happy just says, I'll just click on whoever shows up on the screen at this point. Washington Justice, pretty clean series, all things considered, Matt. The Eternal look much improved. But there's a gulf still between these two, and the Justice are also going from strength to strength. Nice clean win here on Colosseo to wrap it up.
Yeah, Paris looked much better in this series, like you mentioned, than what we've seen from them over, the past few weeks at the start of our season. I think Don made a big impact. I think Wub is finding his footing, but the Decay Happy DPS line, man, that is a nasty combo to deal with. And I also think Krillin and Opener are playing at a pretty high level right now. The Justice could be a pretty scary team.
Yeah, looking excellent. Washington, in that map alone, Happy had the same amount of final blows as the entirety of the Paris Eternal. Paris tried to follow up on their Bionades, but you could see the difference in how effective these two teams were on using the openings created by their Ana players and converting them into fight wins. Our player of the match here, pretty safe pick in my humble opinion. It's going to have to be Decay. Look, it was talked about on the desk. Can Decay go further? Can he plus Ultra his team into a spot in playoffs? Right now, it's looking like an emphatic yes. This Pulse Bomb stick rate is frankly frightening.
It's a really good meta for the Justice right now in terms of what people are playing here in the West with Winston, Soldier, and then Tracer. And when you have a Tracer player who is as good as Decay, you can beat anybody in the league. You show up on the day and he plays like this, you have a puncher's chance against anybody in any match. You see the Pulse Bomb attach rate almost 70%, and just the amount of pressure he puts on the map for the opposing team, just a huge difference maker on the game. And you really start to see when you talk about 5-on-5 and how individual plays and stuff matter more and people can take over and really put their imprint on the game, you see it when Decay plays.
Absolutely. We keep talking about this, right? I think the theme of this meta is that getting first elimination in fights in Overwatch 2 means so much more than it ever did before. And a great way to do that is if you have someone who's efficient at delivering those pulse bombs. 2 out of 3 times that Decay has a pulse bomb, he's getting a stick, and quite often that ends up being an elimination because it's on an Ana or something like that. That's a big difference maker. In a large sample size, that's going to convert into a huge advantage for your team. Great stuff from Washington. As many people expected them to take the series away, but I'm also very pleased to see Paris start to, I think, iterate
signs of life.
What will be
signs of life.
Exactly. As we look into this,
we got a pulse now. We got a pulse.
This, I think, is they're iterating on something that looks a lot better, much more natural for them.
Yeah.
Hopefully, they stay in that lane, and now it's time to refine it. We'll be back, ladies and gentlemen. More Overwatch League coming up after the break. Of course, plenty more to be said and done here on this Friday, so don't go too far.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. We're joined now here by Decay from Washington Justice. Decay, hello and congratulations on your win today. Decay 선수 인터뷰에 응해주셔서 너무 감사드리면서 안녕하세요. 인사 한 번만 부탁드릴게요.
안녕하세요. 워싱턴 저스티스에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 DK입니다.
Hello, everybody. My name is Decay, and I play DPS for the Washington Justice. Now, all right, let's just jump right into the interview. You're Tracer. I mean, it's always been one of the best that we had in the league, but today you popped off again, and you're the pulse bomb attach rate was, I think it was like 67%, which is crazy. I just wanted to ask you, with this season, we're now playing on Overwatch 2, 5v5. Has your playstyle changed at all on Tracer? 첫 번째 질문은 일단 뭐 DK 선수 하면 트레이서 하면 또 DK 선수가 아닐까 싶은데요. 오늘 또 굉장히 좋은 모습을 보여주셨는데 저번 시즌 뭐 그 전 시즌도 그렇고 좀 오버워치 1에서 이번 시즌에는 오버워치 2로 들어오게 되면서 5대5 이런 경쟁에서 어떻게 DK 선수의 트레이서 플레이 스타일이 좀 어떻게 바뀐 점이 있나요?
이제 5대5가 되면서 탱커가 한 명이 없어지다 보니까 좀 제가 원래 뒷라인을 잡는 걸 좋아하는데 그게 안 되고 이제 좀 탱커를 좀 많이 치게 되는 그렇게 바뀐 것 같아요.
탱커가 하나가 없어서 탱커의 마지막 파트 한 번만 다시 더 부탁드릴게요. 죄송합니다.
이제 탱커가 하나가 없어가지고 본대의 힘을 더 써야 돼가지고 탱커 쪽을 많이 치게 된다.
Okay. All right. 네, 알겠습니다. All right. So the key says that because it's 5v5, there's one less tank that he has to worry about. So it's easier to focus down on tanks, and also easier for him as a DPS player and as a tracer player to output more damage and to be beneficial for the team fight. All right. Second question. This is more of a fun one for you. I feel like you are one of those players that are really good at all the heroes that you pick up. I don't know if you will answer this, but is there a DPS hero that if you have to pick one, that you are sort of uncomfortable to play, that you think you're sort of bad at? 두 번째 질문은 원래 DK 선수 하면 제가 봤을 때는 좀 이제 모든 영웅들을 좀 다 잘 다루는 선수로 좀 이렇게 보고 있는데 제가 굳이 한 영웅을 뽑자면은 좀 이렇게 이 영웅은 좀 자신 없다 하는 그런 영웅이 있나요?
거의 웬만해선 다 잘하긴 하는데 그래도 토르비오는 저의 스타일이랑은 좀 안 맞는 것 같아가지고 좀 자신이 없습니다.
All right. I would say that usually most of all the DPS heroes I'm pretty good at, I'm pretty confident in. But if I have to choose one, I'll probably have to go with Torbjorn because it really doesn't match with my playstyle, how I play the game. All right, Decay, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for the interview, and again, congratulations on the win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치겠고요. 오늘 인터뷰해 주셔서 너무나도 감사드립니다, DK 선수.
네, 감사합니다.
감사합니다. Thank you. Bye bye.
I thought you were going to counter wave again. Just see who can wave the longest. Right. Well, always great to hear from DK, of course, and what a comeback that was today. I mean, that man is just made of pulse bombs at this point. Got them ready.
I think it was 67%.
Way too much.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, like that's nightmare fuel for everyone going up against him. And now we, of course, are going to get some reinforcements in here as well to break down all the action we just got to witness between the Washington Justice as well as the Paris Eternal. And no, it might have sounded like a setup for
I know.
real reinforcements are actually Costa.
I thought I was being replaced for a second. I'm like, wait, am I supposed to be here all of a sudden? But
wait, is it me?
No, I like the interview, by the way, Danny. We found the kryptonite of Decay now, which is nice. So I don't know how the teams are going to use this information, but we found it, okay? So Torb meta may be coming.
Yeah, if you can somehow force him onto
to get on that Torb. Yeah, Good luck.
We'll see what they make out of that, but you're doing the Lord's work by getting that inside scoop here, of course. Now, Costa, this was a really good look for both of those teams, though. I think it was really great to see the Paris Eternal stepping it up like that. I mean, Glister tried to compete with DK for player of the match at every step of the way, that's for sure. And the likes of Don, etc. Also, they had a really good game. I think they really stacked up well.
Yeah, I think Washington Justice 3-1 win. Obviously, you need to give praise to the Justice, but we did that in the pre-show, and everything that we said really came to light. Like, they showed the dominance that they had, both Happy and Decay. Like, Decay was just absolutely nuts on the Tracer. Like, not more needs to be said, really, about the Justice. This should start to be the staple. We'll obviously bring them up if they start underperforming. I believe in you, Justice. Please don't do that again. But the real story for me in this match was the Paris Eternal. This was not the 0-3 Paris Eternal that we've been seeing over the last 2 weekends. They actually looked quite good, and we saw that, you know, really come to light on the Watchpoint Gibraltar when they sort of were able to show their, you know, flexibility. Glister moves over to that Tracer, has a lot of value, and I just like how they're playing to their strengths. Wub is on that Genji. As much as Genji isn't the best hero, and you saw him have to make those adjustments from time to time, you know, I'm glad that they didn't just be like, oh, Genji's not working, let's just go Tracer head-to-head, Wub versus Decay. Like, Wub's a great player. He's not going to be a better Tracer than Decay. And you need to know what you're going to be good at, and I think they showed that today. As much as they didn't get the win against the Washington Justice today, I think it's a much better look, and I think you will see them improving week on week as they start to get more comfortable and they find their style. So I'm just overall impressed. I think that Paris Eternal have a lot to work on, but at least some growth here, because, you know, we've seen other teams who continually struggle throughout this season thus far.
Yeah, I mean, it really ended up being a bit of a decay show here, as we said, heading into this one. I mean, his Tracer was absolutely phenomenal. He was doing such a great job at getting those early pickups on Khan, for example, really opening it up, like taking that Ana out of the equation, which immediately makes them like win the team fights before they even started. And it was outrageous performance. And look at the numbers.
The deaths. How did he only die 2.2 times? Like, obviously we talk about the 67 pulse bomb attach rate. Like, that's crazy. 2 out of 3 he throws, he hits. But 2.2 deaths per 10 minutes, he was barely dying. And you saw that on that King's Row OT stall. He just existed for like 20 minutes, killed like 3,900 people or something like that. I don't know, I lost count somewhere along the line. But it was the solo carry performance that we expect from Decay.
Yeah, no, nasty stuff if you're on the receiving end of that. So, but I do think that Paris Eternal rightfully and very quickly identified him as the problem. As soon as they started taking him out of the equation, you saw them winning more and more team fights. So they really changed the game up and were really reactive to what they saw coming from the Washington Justice, which is fantastic. That is exactly what we wanted to see from them, and I'm glad to see such fast improvement so quickly over just like a week span of time. Now, we do, of course, have another match to preview. Our next game will be fought out between the New York Excelsior and the Florida Mayhem. So lots can be said about that one. I'd love to just steer some drama between Yaki and Checkmate. Are you on board with this one, Cuz?
Oh yeah, absolute rivals. I heard them in the background. They were talking trash back and forth. I heard they're feuding right now as we speak. You know, Yaki said some mean things. Checkmate said some bad things. I think Yaki said Checkmate's Ryan is bad, and you know, from there it just all devolved. So, you know, we'll see how it really comes to light. Not really. I think they're all good friends. I'm excited to see them in the server playing against each other. Obviously, they know how each other play. For me, this match is about New York Excelsior, though. I want to see them. They've had some hard matches. They haven't looked like the best. I think Florida Mayhem right now are that like middle of the pack, dare I say, gatekeeper team in a way of like, they're the litmus test for the New York Excelsior. Are they going to fall to the bottom half of the league, or are they going to be able to step themselves up to the top half?
That is the big question. I mean, I think for everyone looking at that match, the favorite going into it is the Florida Mayhem, but you'll never know what New York Excelsior will show up today. So now, for all the action, we're going to hand it over to the amazingly talented, absolutely incredible, wonderful new addition to our casting squad, which is, of course, Necra, and I guess Joss is there also.
He's all right.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I agree with Rose's part.
All right, fine. Thanks. Sorry, I guess. We'll get into the game, I suppose. I don't want to dwell too much on that. All right, NYXL, Mayhem. Bit of a transition week, I think, for a lot of teams. Like Scott was saying, we're now approaching the kickoff clash. Like, we're so close. Teams need to be able to start breaking away. If they've lost more than they've won, this is the chance. This is the time to turn it around, or you might just not make it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've definitely seen how many teams have been able to start stepping it up, even in that last matchup, seeing Paris Eternal get a chance to start turning things around. I think we're going to see a little bit more of that as we look forward to our match coming up, New York Excelsior versus Florida Mayhem. New York being one of those teams that do need to, in fact, step it up.
Yeah, they do. And they better be able to do that because they recently picked up a legendary tank player for their coaching stuff in Gesture. That was a couple of days ago, yesterday, I believe. So maybe this is the turning point. I don't think we'll see big changes in how the team plays, like right off the bat. That's not normally how those things work. But Gesture is definitely going to be a positive influence on New York Excelsior. Classic lineup, as you'd imagine. And let's talk about this team quite briefly before we jump into the Florida Mayhem starters. So many incredibly talented names on this team already, but Kellen, I just don't think has found the success that the rest of this team needs him to find.
I have to agree with that, and especially in Overwatch 2 when you only have one tank. Flaws are a little bit easier to spot when it comes from the tank line. And as such, I do believe that maybe Gesture's coaching will be able to help push Kellen in the right direction, but New York Excelsior as a whole do need a strong front line in order to make sure that they are making progress. And I think we got a chance to see some really nice glimmers of that in New York Excelsior's match last week, where they were able to get a win against the Vancouver Titans, but still remains to be seen how things go with them.
Yeah, this is, like you said, the turning point for the team, turning point for a lot of teams this week. They are 1-3. Let's have a look at Florida. They are 2-2 right now, and we are seeing Hydron, Checkmate in the lineup. We're also seeing Sir Majed, Animo, and Someone. Now, this DPS line, I was away last week, but when I was catching up with the games, I was like, man, okay, Checkmate doing pretty well, but we're seeing a little bit of Sombra pits here and there. Not sure how I feel about it just yet. It feels too slow to kind of set up, but when we saw it to counter the Echo and the Doomfist, it can work pretty well. Hydron, he's also been pretty decent on the Soldier, but again, this is a point where you need to be able to step your game up. Like, they did have that full completion, the first full completion of a push map, which is really cool, of course, but they've been a little bit hit or miss for me.
I think that's when you just take a look at the Florida Mayhem's record. You know, they've gotten their wins versus the Vancouver Titans and the Paris Eternal, and their losses were to two arguably pretty strong teams, the Houston Outlaws and Atlanta Reign. And so Florida Mayhem, I still think, have a bit to prove going forward into these next few weeks leading up to the kickoff clash. This, I think, could also still be a pretty good litmus test for them as well, just to kind of start to solidify themselves as one of those teams that are really in contention here. Let's take a look at this first map, though, Jaws.
Yeah, Ilios, first one. Icon Valor, Dorado, New Queen Street, Oasis, if we need to get there. I quite like Ilios, especially in Overwatch 2. Not only is it beautiful, of course, with the daylight nighttime cycle, which looks really, really pretty, especially when you're going into like dusk. It looks really good. But there's so much, there's so many openings for DPS now that a tank has been removed. And we've already seen people like Decay just pop off on the Tracer because there's already nothing stopping him. Right. And there's so many different avenues, especially around Well and Ruins, where your DPS could just like kind of hide in wait and wait for those supports to set up themselves, and then you just kind of go for these big flanks. And that's what has really been shining for a lot of teams recently, is these solo carry performances on DPS, like Genji, the Tracers, which is classically a solo carry hero. So having a Tracer player normally leads to quite great success. Florida Mayhem with Checkmate on Tracer, not running the Sombra. I feel a little bit more confident in the Florida Mayhem for that.
Honestly, though, the Florida Mayhem have just been one of the more creative teams, and it's always been Checkmate that has been consistently making those flexible picks to play more aggressively against what the other team is running, like the Sombra versus the Houston Outlaws, to really try to stunt that Doomfist play coming out from Dante. But Checkmate's Tracer is pretty good, so let's see how this works out.
Someone's in a little bit of trouble to get anti, but he's fine. He's playing rather defensively right now as Cullen has made his advance, but Zal just maybe advancing all the way back to his spawn room. That was rather unfortunate. They trade, however. Myeongbong managed to snipe Sir Margette, but losing Gangnam Jin does mean the New York Excelsior going to have to play this a little bit more slow. They do have more healing than the Florida Mayhem right now, but without that Lucio, harder to heal for your backline, so they forgo the point. They get 9%, I suppose, but Mayhem do end up finding the true first cap, if you will.
That was really great, though, from someone to be able to play a bit more defensively, as you pointed out, which is just kind of wait for New York Excelsior to come in, wait for those cooldowns from Kellen to be offline, and then just go in and take advantage of it. But it looks like we might need a pause.
Beep. All right. Okay. Well. All right. Sweet. Going into a pause real fast. Okay. Well, New York Excelsior did find 9%, which is great. Hopefully we'll be able to get back into the game ASAP. No pun intended, maybe. But yeah, okay, let's talk about Florida Mayhem's DPS lineup then. Checkmate's Tracer, you said you're a big fan. Hydron Soldier. Yeah. He didn't look crazy good over the last couple of weeks, but he was playing against teams that you kind of expect the Mayhem to struggle against. The Atlanta Reign and the Houston Outlaws, although it was a fairly close game against the Houston Outlaws. Looks like maybe getting in, maybe not. We'll see if they want to wait. And Hydron has been another player, especially at the very start of the season. I'm thinking their very first game that everybody was like, whoa, okay, this guy's pretty good. Like, they are struggling against Atlanta Reign, of course, but he is still showing a lot of promise. And I feel when you do jump and make that transition from Tier 2 to Tier 1, it can take you a couple of weeks to kind of get used to the kind of tempo to play in these official matches. It's very different from scrim environment, of course.
Absolutely. The pace of the games is way faster in the Overwatch League, and especially when it comes to Overwatch 2, it's tenfold. It feels tenfold faster, and so the setup has to be there. I think Hydron being able to play on the Soldier 76 does play to his advantage, being able to use that quicker mobility to move around, find those angles. That can be really, really helpful, especially if you are looking to try to snipe out some of the people on the other team, especially looking at the New York Excelsior. You're really trying to go after the backline supports right now. That would be Myeongbong.
Yeah, we are just trying to see if we can resolve the issue, and then we'll be into game ASAP. Apologies for the pause. It looks like Florida Mayhem are just leaving and joining the game again, by the looks of it. But yes, New York Excelsior, I mean, Rose, talk to me about their record right now, because 1-3, not the hottest start to the season, especially with the name value that they had on their squad.
Yeah, it's not looking great for New York Excelsior right now. It's a little unfortunate. It's a little unfortunate, really, because they do have an incredibly strong and talented roster as a whole. I think every single player shines in their own way, but for some reason, putting the pieces together isn't really creating the beautiful art that we would expect to see from players like Yaki, like Myeongbong, just playing together on a team. Unfortunately, New York Excelsior has only had one win, and that was the Vancouver Titans, which not super impressive. Just gonna be honest about it.
That's fine.
So,
you can be honest. That's cool. I like that. I like honesty. It's the best policy. While we are in the break, everybody, let's have a look at some of the sick plays that happened in a week number 2. We'll get back into game in just a moment.
What a day of matches to kick off week 2 of the 2022 Overwatch League season.
What a series. I mean, it really couldn't get better than that.
Happy, though, gets OG, which is huge because he can't build into the sound barrier, and you have less than a minute now. If you are the Atlanta Reign trying to have an opportunity, a chance to stop the Washington Justice, Mag getting taken out, but Decay with the answer right afterwards. He gets a 3K, make it a 4K. That's the Reign checking out, and the Washington Justice now 30 seconds left for them to claim this map.
It's going to be a pretty big deal to try to get some of those picks, but oh man.
Oh, the Gravitic Flux. Everybody's having a party, but not Merit, though. He gets taken out by Proper, and that leaves Iris open there, too. He almost got the Transcendence, which would have been absolutely huge right there, but Proper has other plans. Now he's still racking up. He's about to get another Pulse Bomb on board here, too. Take a look at our Proper highlight, moving in, taking care of Merit here, too. On top of this is the very start where we saw the Outlaws rocking the Bastion, and you continuously see Proper not only taking care of so many of the Outlaws, but also right after that, he was able to quickly build up the Pulse Bomb and then land the Pulse Bomb right afterwards.
Once Dallas can get the engagement they're looking for, they're off to the races.
This fight for the Gladiators, though, coming up should be pretty good. This will be a Nano Tac Visor.
Oh, he's dead.
Unbin should get mowed down, yeah. And, you also have Sound Barrier, but you're probably going to save that, right? You know Sparkle is going to have that Blade coming up soon. Not going to pop it now. Funny Astro with a little, with some big kills there in the feed. So.
Yeah, Lastro or Funny Astro, both of them really getting involved in a lot of these final blows.
They flopped and lost it all. Didn't even get the second tick. So Florida down to 1:36. All the ultimates coming out. Primal and a Nano Tactical Visor. It's matched by Merit and shut down just as quickly. Hydron with the 4K, and Pelican will soar back to spawn.
Call that one a 5K, Lemon. The American Tornado spins up and gets those Houston Outlaws out of here. You can go all in, but I hope you got insurance against the weather, baby.
18 seconds left in the round now. Dallas able to sneak out in front there. The Nano on the Sparkle creates enough space for them to go to work. And now the Gladiators, not only, Matt, do they have to win this fight, they have to exceed Dallas's previous progress. This is it. The locus of activity now is about to go down as we're into overtime on New Queen Street. Harmon is a grab. That could be it. It's what he's looking for. He gets three pretty much straight away. Going to be defensive by the grenade from Shu, but it's not going to be enough. Fielder drops a bio in of his own, and Dallas spend the entire round behind on New Queen Street, but it's them at the end wearing the crown. What a reverse sweep from the Dallas Fuel. Haters be silenced. Incredible comeback.
Welcome back. We'll be getting into game momentarily. Looks like New York right now just having a couple of problems with some small tech issues, but we're getting them resolved. Don't you worry. NYXL on the case. Now let's talk about the series, or at least the teams overall. Rose, the schedule for New York Excelsior hasn't been great. We just spoke about it before we went to break. They played, I mean, come on. They played Shock, they played Vancouver, they played Atlanta, and they played Gladiators. So, strength of schedule-wise, yeah, you can kind of see why they're 1-3 currently. So, you saying it's a litmus test for this this series is pretty damn accurate. Let's talk about Tracers, though. Yaki, checkmate.
Yeah, Yaki and Checkmate right now are the Tracers for the New York Excelsior and the Florida Mayhem, respectively. Let's just take a look at their statistics right now. Overall, Checkmate has done more damage and has slightly more final blows, but look at that accuracy and that efficiency on the pulse bomb usage. We saw how influential that could be, taking a look at Decay's Tracer performance in just the series prior. So Yaki being able to get that explosive damage in could be a huge difference maker here.
Absolutely massive. I mean, that pulse bomb kill rate, 0.3 versus 2.5.
Pretty big.
Like, that's huge. And unbelievable. That's that's a maybe a pulse bomb on the floor moment for Checkmate. I don't know. Efficiency, I mean, 45% to 28. Okay, yeah, obviously it's going to be more because of the more kills, etc.
Yeah, but
less deaths for Yaki.
I think overall you do have to look at, though, just as like a caveat, right? Checkmate has been more flexible. Checkmate hasn't played a whole lot of Tracer when we take a look at series past from the Florida Mayhem. We even just talked about the fact that Checkmate plays a little bit more flexibly with the Sombra. We saw some Sombra come out from Checkmate, some Echo. So Checkmate has played a whole slew of DPS heroes. So we gotta take these stats with just a little bit of a grain of salt here, Jaws.
Yeah, definitely. But it's always funny comparing. Let's be real ourselves. Come on, 0.3 to 2.5. I mean, it's pretty big. It's pretty
big difference still.
Oh, yeah. Now, we are getting into game in a short while. Again, I do apologize. Not much we can do. We're just waiting for everything to get sorted out. But yeah,
we're experiencing.
It's interesting too. Let's look at Florida Mayhem. Well, let's talk about them just for a brief moment. Stamajed and Anima are playing right now, but we do have a potential to see a little bit of Kariv here and there. I just wonder when he's gonna pop in and play a little.
Yeah, we haven't seen a whole lot of him this season. That's true. Really, for the most part, it has been Animo and Sir Majed, and I think a lot of that has to do with just what the meta has called for at the moment, really looking at the Lucio and the Ana, but that's also what's a little bit surprising, is that Kariv has a lot of experience playing Ana, and so you would expect that maybe that would be a little bit of use and helpfulness to the Florida Mayhem, but maybe they've just got something figured out between Animo and Sir Majed that is really clicking for the team.
Yeah, I do have a fun stat for you about Kariv if you like. I'll give you this one for free.
Okay.
So, as of April 2022, Kariv is one of only 4 players that have played for 4 different OWL teams throughout his career. The other 3 players are Fisher, Rascal, and Hotba. And now Kariv played for Mayhem, he's played for Charge, Defiant, and Valiant. So that's pretty crazy on the surface of things. A very flexible player, you could say, dipping in and out of various teams. That's a pretty interesting stat. I mean, there are a couple of names on there that I'm like, yeah, I'm not surprised. Fisher, Rascal, yeah, okay, they've been on a ton of teams. Didn't really expect Hotba to be on that list, to be honest. But Hotba's played for Fusion, Charge, Excelsior, and now Defiant. So there you go. Rather, they've had that time on various different teams. It's pretty cool. And Hotba has been on Fusion a couple of times. So that's an interesting fact for you, courtesy of Wikipedia. So thank you for that.
Love it. Good resource. But we got to talk about someone else, because like you talked about Hoppa, right? Hoppa being the tank for the Toronto Defiant. Let's talk about someone, something, somewhere. Talk about someone the main tank player for the Florida Mayhem. It's a real person. I just want everybody to be reminded of this, that when we say someone uses Primal Rage, we're legitimately talking about someone from the Florida Mayhem. I don't think I made a very strong case for myself there, did I, Jaws?
No. I think you need to go harder in the paint there, you see? I mean, eliminations, final blows, looking pretty good right now on the Winston. Definitely a hero that I didn't think we'd see a whole lot of. It surprised me a little bit when we saw him getting pushed to the forefront of the meta. It's kind of cool. I'm glad Winston's in. Everybody loves a little bit of Winston and the crazy Primal Rages. And he's been around for so long at this point that it is insane how much value you can get off of just a single Primal Rage.
Yeah.
Like denying Nano Visor, Nano Blade sometimes too. I mean, it's ridiculous how much crazy value. You can negate two big ultimates, the Nano and the Blade or the Visor, like just with a couple of bats of your hands. Like, it's insane. Oh, updates live, coming at you live. I see two people saying R in the chat. It does look like we're going to go in just a moment. Thank you very much for typing that. Now I can see. Now my brain is clear. Because I was about to get on which is your favorite ice cream topping, which would have been an interesting conversation. But we are going to go into game. In fact, give me it right now. What is it? What is your favorite ice cream topping?
Sprinkles.
Okay, I don't know why I knew you were going to say that, but okay, that's fine. Yeah, the sprinkles is pretty good. I like that. I like crushed Oreo.
Ooh, oh, that's a really good one too, actually. That's very epic.
Pretty nice. Okay, we're back in the game. Enough of that ramble. The Mayhem are in control, 30% to 9, and Kellen is in trouble. Anti-naded, and his bubble is gone, and now he is gone. Mayhem have someone sleeping, but Sir Marger to checkmate. They have ultimates, and the New York Excelsior are gonna have to back up. They're not looking too cocked off the block. However, you want to see Yaki hit some big pulse bombs here, right?
Yeah.
Checkmate 2, of course, 0.3 pulse bomb kill rate though in 10 minutes. Not the greatest, but this is it. This is the Tracer versus Tracer that we wanted to see.
Checkmate looks to be in a better position to try to use it first, though. Does have to use the recall, but Yaki didn't hit anybody with the pulse bomb.
Sad. Unlucky. Oh, there's a stick. He got one. Everybody saw it. Note it down. Stats are going up. Stonks rising. Nice use of the Helix rockets. Myungbong is dead. The Visor's coming out. Flora is down, and Mayhem continue to control the point. They've got to the beat. They used a lot of their ultimates, and now it is a beat Visor versus just a beat for the Florida Mayhem. However, final fight territory now for Excelsior.
Look at Yaki going into the backline as well, just trying to put some pressure onto the Florida Mayhem, hoping to get the beat out of Onimo before New York Excelsior go in with that tactical visor. But this is final fight territory. New York Excelsior can't make any more mistakes here.
There's both beats out. However, Kellen is so low. Look at his health bar tick down. A perfect anti-nade from Sir Marget. Another superstar rookie Ana player showing up big. The visor's coming through, but it does negative damage as it doesn't have the nano. Flora is gone, and the rest of NYXL are out of here. Also, Excelsior, they managed to flip for a brief moment, but the Florida Mayhem are now in control of the map and the match. 99% with OT ticking. That is going to be it, unless a miracle happens. Kellen is here, but there's the boop from Arnamo to send him back. We did it. Round 1 in the book.
We did it, fam. We got there.
We did it.
Now we got round 2. Fight.
Yes.
Let's try this again.
No way. Round 2.
Going over to
right.
Lighthouse. Let's do it.
You ever just, you know when you've got the lights on you?
Uh-huh.
This is the break. This is break me talking. You ever just, it's sending me a little bit insane because it's quite hot in this room, and I feel like after a long time I go a little bit loopy.
Uh-huh.
But I'm not there just yet.
No.
We'll get into this game first before that happens. And hopefully we have no more pauses, so that doesn't end up happening in the later series today. They're running out in the same kind of comps. I don't imagine we're going to see anything different from these teams. Everybody on their preferred heroes, feels like. Myungbong already going pretty low. Did get antied, but a fantastic sleep on Kellen. Anti-nade follow-up with a ton of damage. And the Florida Mayhem are off to a good start. They do lose Sir Marget, however. The Florida Mayhem, all they need to do now is control this high ground. They can have Arnamo touch the point and just contest it. There you go. Someone's there also. They do find the first cap.
Kellen is back, so New York Excelsior, not losing too many other players in that engagement, can just come back in. But look at that, though. Kellen just consistently getting CC'd as they jump in. Asleep again, trying to go after Hydron.
Sermajet jumped down from high ground to try and heal someone on that mega health pack. Nice nade onto someone on Hydron. Myunbong still continuing to dominate. As soon as you get yourself into that high ground position, it's so hard for you to get dislodged. And Sermajet is such a disadvantage right now. Just sitting on the back of the health pack, and he has to peek out of one single door to try and get healing done. And you can see what kind of effect that is having. It's extremely hard to try and peek out with 3 people, or even more than that, kind of looking in your direction as the rest of your team is struggling around you to get heals. However, Hydron and someone do end up finding kills. Myunbong finally dislodged from his position on the high ground, and the Florida Mayhem control the point. Someone came up massive there, even with Sermajet dying so early on in that fight.
Oh, Yucky gets a big stick, though, is able to remove someone from the Florida Mayhem, and now that might continue to push the pace forward for the New York Excelsior to get control of this point. They need it desperately.
Oh, add it to the stats. Checkmate, finding pulse bombs. Kellen goes down. There's the visor doing a lot of damage. He can't find the kills. Gangnam Jin going pretty low. He's got his skates on, manages to escape. The Florida Mayhem still in control of the point. Nano Visor unleashed. Helix rockets to finish off Checkmate. Someone is going so low. Only just manages to splash Primal Rage in time. He does get slept and is now sub 300 HP and needs to get back to the rest of his team to get healed. The Florida Mayhem are in control. The NYX are not really doing all too much to put themselves on the point. Someone needs to be able to touch before the game is over. 96% of building. They're finding the kills, but someone needs to actually get to the point. OT is here and they get the touch at the very end. Gangnam Jin is dead, however, as Checkmate finds that kill, and someone just existing right now in the front line. This guy just doesn't die.
No, I think there's some really impressive things we need to talk about from someone's Winston, which is just the way that someone is able to use those Winston bubbles and just wait in and out to be able to skirt so much damage. But that's a big swing and a miss there from Yaki. Florida Mayhem, they're getting back into this one real fast.
Jamie's got the pulse bomb lined up. Oh, what an anti-nade so much. Yeah, there's no way you survived that one, son. That was perfect follow-up. That's a quick team fight. Done and done. Although that's kind of what you want on Control, to be fair. Oh, nice pulse bomb again from Checkmate. Wow, he is mad. I think he's he's probably annoyed. We showed that full screen. He's like, I'm gonna show you what pulse bombs really are. I need those stats risen.
I'd be mad too. Not gonna lie,
yeah.
But he's doing way better. He's definitely padding those stats, and that's exactly what we want to see coming out from a tracer like Checkmate. New York Excelsior doing a great job of keeping the Florida Mayhem at bay and working up to some pretty big key ultimates here as well. Flora almost to that tactical visor, which could really just stave off this aggression from the Florida Mayhem.
Nice lead from Sermajet. Kellen is so low. Checkmate trying to defend him as much as possible, and he's doing a good job of it. Flora gets finished off. The Florida Mayhem rush to the point. Excelsior, they have ults coming back. Pulse, Visor, Primal Rage, maybe a Nano, but they are against a Nano and a Primal Rage and a Visor of the Florida Mayhem and a Beat, mind you, 2% away. OT is here. Excelsior are touching the point, making sure overtime doesn't slip through their hands, but it is only Kellen. He's going pretty low. There's the Visor and the Beat. Hydron just trying to run and find Flora. He's got the kill and make that a double. Make that a triple, in fact. Gangnam Jin and Myunbong also go down. The Beat, Nano Visor, Hydron unkillable. The Florida Mayhem, they lose one support, but they don't lose the map. They take Ilios quite clean and concisely.
Good stuff coming out from the Florida Mayhem. Every single time it looked like they punished Kellen for going in with the Winston. And whether it was a sleep coming out from Sermajet, maybe it was also just getting a chance to see some really big stuff come out from the Hydron, Checkmate, just following up on some of that damage. Really big stuff.
Really nice stuff to see, and it's good to see Checkmate hitting those pulse bombs. Let's go. Let's raise that stat per 10 minutes. Let's go. We need to have the full screen of that next week or something. We'll jump to a break though. We'll be right back. We promise this time. Proper break. We'll see you.
Hey, welcome back. Don't forget, Fan Art Gallery now open. We love seeing your incredible art submissions this season. Keep them coming. Make sure you can take away that gleaming spot from Matt on the top of the board with the Carl picture. I'm sure you can do a little bit better than he can. You can go submit your artwork at overwatchleague.com/art-gallery. Love to see it. Hashtag #OWL2022 on Twitter too, so everybody else can see it. That'll be nice. It's good to see artwork from all around the globe too. There's so many incredible artists, especially with Overwatch 2. There's with the new character, of course, and the new skins that we've been seeing. Rose, it's really cool to see artwork, and yeah, I think in general, this community is some of the craziest artists out there. So share those with your friends and share those with everybody else, and you might get featured. There we go. Right, NYXL. New York Excelsior, sorry, against the Florida Mayhem. 2-0 on control. Rose, we're heading into Iconbot next.
We are, and I'm not really expecting too much to change. I think Florida Mayhem are still going to continue this path of dominance. We did start to see some bright moments from the New York Excelsior in that second round of Ilios, but it's still been pretty one-sided. Very difficult for New York to win many of the team engagements, just because sometimes they lose Kellen really early, and it's tough to just come back from being a player down in these team fights.
Yeah, it's been good. Let's have a look at some stats, though. We talked him up a lot. Okay, look, checkmate. Okay. Didn't get a crazy amount of pulse bombs previous to this match, but let's have a look at what he did on Ilios. We got an update. Oh. There it is. Pulse bomb kills 1, but he got a lot of attaches, which is the... Okay, that is the point, okay? He got a ton of attach rates, so that's what I'm counting. But hero damage 6k, not bad at all. 15 limbs, 10 final blows. Really a solo hero, really, of the Florida Mayhem, though. 10 final blows with 15 limbs, not bad whatsoever. And going into Iconbold, I mean, can we see Tracer again? Probably. Are we going to see any difference in comps? Maybe a tank line swap up, Rose? What do you think?
I think we're just going to stick with who we've got. Maybe get a chance to see a bit of Reinhardt. I think Eichenwalde is one of those maps that Winston plays really, really well in the first 2 points because of the verticality that is offered. But when it comes to that third and final point, it can be really tough to get Winston to work when you have very little mobility options, and you just kind of need a shield to be able to cover your team and cover your angles. So sometimes we do see some teams switch off of the Winston and onto something like the Reinhardt just to be able to have that shield to push forward.
It's quite close quarters, first point. So speed boost the Rhine, start swinging, hopefully get a couple of kills with an anti to follow up, maybe, just maybe. Can be quite effective, but going into second point, yeah, Winston, high ground, pretty good. And I did see Johnny on Twitter Avril on Twitter talking about Brig usage, and we're seeing a lot more Brig recently, not just the Ana Lucio, maybe a little bit of Ana Brigitte, and it works quite well, especially on these maps that have enclosed points. So if you think about point A on Eichenwalde, it's very enclosed. There's a lot of sight lines, but they are pretty close to other corners, and you can go for small flanks, but a Brigitte close quarters like that, you are going to proc Inspire so often, your healing output for the rest of your team is crazy. Also, throwing the cookie, the little armor back to somebody in the air on an Echo or a Tracer that's long range is sometimes a little bit easier than shooting them with a dart gun on Ana. If you do whiff a couple of shots, it can be quite devastating.
That's very true. Yeah, you gotta have some pretty good aim to be able to hit something like an Echo that's flying through the skies. Not that it's impossible, but it is a little bit better when you can just kind of auto lock on and just say, here, have a cookie. Yeah. I love that. I'm gonna have to start using that in my games.
Not only that, like the Byronade mixed with Inspire healing too, like that is a crazy amount of healing. And Rally versus Beat, like two very, very good ultimates. Rose, let's have a look at New York Excelsior's lineup, or their schedule going into this tournament. Now, we talked about it at the top of the show. It's been rough. Let's be real. They're 1-3, but they face Gladiators, Reign, and Shock.
Yeah.
3 unbelievably dominant teams.
their strength of schedule has been very, very difficult, and so I think we're still waiting to see where the New York Excelsior really are going to fall, and honestly, I don't think we're going to really see that until we get into week 4 and 5, right up to the kickoff clash. Toronto Defiant is going to be a very good match to just kind of get a chance to level up the skill for the New York Excelsior, maybe especially with the coaching coming in from Gesture. We're going to see a big level up of this team over the next few weeks.
Yeah, they just need to maybe find the dub here against the Mayhem, and they have Toronto Defiant. Toronto Defiant's another team that I think a lot of people are sleeping on. Maybe not so much anymore. They're 2-1.
They're pretty good.
They got a lot of talented players on that team, and it's been a team in general and historically that hasn't performed well, like, at all. But now they have some crazy players, and we're going to see them, of course, a little bit later. They're playing the Dallas Fuel, which we'll be running you through. Unfortunately, we're just in a brief lapse of the action right now, but we will be getting into Iconvold very shortly. Do not worry. And in fact, as I say that, someone's listening. The angel above. We're entering the game just now, so no more faffing around. We're jumping into it. Hybrid, Iconvold, and we do have Excelsior on the defense first.
All right, so this is where we get a chance to see how New York is really going to respond to the Mayhem. I feel like that's kind of where we are right now in this series, is that New York is still trying to figure out what is our best chance against this team. Florida Mayhem, they might be able to bring out something really wacky, but I don't think this is a series where they feel the need to do that. So we're going to see some pretty standard things coming out from them unless Checkmate decides to flex onto something different. But New York kind of expecting the same stuff from them also, but it's more about their play style than anything else. But love the Brig choice here. We were just talking about how Brig and Ana can be used together, and this is one of the maps where we do see that. And even if the other team is going to end up playing something like a Doomfist, like a Winston that does have that increased mobility, you're still jumping into the enemy team and the rest of the team will rush up with you. So that Brigida could be very impactful.
Yeah, his whip shots can be pretty crazy. Plus Bash, you go quite the distance, so closing that gap, quite important. Florida Mayhem, what are they running out the gate? Animo, Lucio, I expect nothing less. Yeah, so same comp on Ilios. As Ilios.
Yeah, same exact one. The biggest difference here is Gangnam Jin on that Brigida. And is that Inspire healing and those armor packs really going to be enough to allow the New York Excelsior to sustain through this? It's working so far.
Yeesh, okay, that's a good start. Yeah, Florida, they want to back up real quick. And yeah, you're going to pay for that with your life, unfortunately. Oh, there's a nice whip shot kill.
Yeah.
First one of the day. Not bad. I love Brig on this point. Extremely good. And if you hit nades like that too, there's a lot of small choke points. Those nades can be unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're just going to be able to purple the rest of the Florida Mayhem, anybody, 1, 2 members, that could be enough to turn the tide in your favor. But Florida Mayhem, they're not going to fall prey to that a second time, Jaws.
Well, yeah, Mambong is dead. He did not alternate before he died, but it didn't result in anything. Kellen also falls. Yaki staying alive with Gangnam Jin, maybe being able to contest. Florida Mayhem are almost full strength with the Hydron running back from spawn. Yaki in the back. No one from Florida right now on the point. So much was in trouble, but Animo with the boop away onto Yaki. Make sure So Much Ed stays alive and healthy. Bar is being taken by someone, as the rest of the team are just holding at this choke. Myeongbong is back and he's mad. Oh, and Kellen is madder. So Much Ed booped off the face of the map. Hydron sent flying, and Kellen with a triple kill with the Primal Rage. Oh, and Kellen checkmate also. Oh my god, okay. Kellen, that's what you want to see.
Yes, that's what we want to see. Kellen just absolutely popped off with the Winston there. The Primal Rage was so good. And gosh, it probably feels pretty good to send some of the supports flying also, Jaws. But Florida Mayhem, they're coming back with a ton of ultimates.
Oh. That's a big shield from Gangnam Jin. Gangnam Jin gets nano too. He's not going to go down without a fight. Still swinging around. He has got that rally coming up. Checkmate lands a pulse, but Flora, double kill, tactical visor, no shields left for Mayhem. Excelsior defending this point so well. Gangnam Jin keeping everybody alive with the rally, and now someone, unfortunately, just 1% away from that Primal Rage could have been the table turner. But my word, Excelsior's defense right now is insane. What an unbelievable play from Myeonbong Gangnam Jin.
It's absolutely flawless. Yeah, Myeonbong and Gangnam Jin did such a good job of preserving each other that, Nano Brig, that's a scary prospect to see in your face. And Flora, what was that snipe onto Checkmate just there, Jaws?
Unreal, and a nice fire grenade to follow that up too. Excelsior with the defense of their life right now. 55 seconds remain. Only one tick needed by Florida Mayhem. Another massive anti. Someone and Sir Majed going pretty low. They can back off. Excelsior don't want to overextend, fearing someone's Primal Rage maybe. A leap in. Primal Rage is available. He can jump to the back. He spotted Myeonbong, but can he do anything? There it is. It is Pox. Someone pocket Myeonbong. Unfortunately, Gangnam Jin couldn't make it there in time. Already used the backs to try and close the distance on the Winston. One support down. Gangnam Jin incredibly low. Picks up the miniature health pack and wasn't able to proc Inspire. And someone finds the kill. There's the point. Excelsior with a valiant defense on point A. Mayhem now getting that payload going.
That's a defense that New York Excelsior should be very, very proud of. Jaws, they got Florida Mayhem to sub 1 minute territory to be able to capture that point. And while Florida Mayhem only had a third of the point remaining, that could have been a completely different defense if New York Excelsior did not have to try to defend for just that third of the point. Great stuff from them though. The timing is already starting to whittle down for the Florida Mayhem to make it through this second objective. They do have a lot of ultimates to use here, but New York Excelsior have done such a good job of making sure those ults don't find too much value.
Oh man, that bio grenade from Sir Majed from near the payload.
That's pretty big.
Anti both Myeonbong and Gangnam Jin, and that's just an easy sweep there for Mayhem. Popping that visor, just the cherry on top. A minute and 40 seconds, Rose.
Yes, not much.
Still very defensible. 5 ults for New York Excelsior. There's the pulse, goes wide. Finds a little bit of damage, but that's about it. Myeonbong's dead again. Nano comes out. Tactical visor used. Flora finds one. It's such a good ultimate. Hydron is going to fall to the auto aim. And the Excelsior are going to regain control. Only 2 ults used in that engagement. They've got 3 for the next one.
That was great value. And New York Excelsior, they really only needed the nano visor. Flora has been so good with these tactical visors that we've seen even like 3 fights every single time that tactical visor's been online. It's been a fight win for the New York Excelsior. Florida Mayhem here. Oh no, oh, Yaki. Oh no, look at the reaction. Yaki wanted the pump bomb so bad.
I can't imagine Hydron heard him, but yeah, he spotted him out. Oh, doesn't matter though. Kellen's super low. That sleep doesn't matter. Hydron with the aim. Now the high ground is in control for the Mayhem. The rally from Gangnam Jin to try and keep them alive. Instantly killed. You were too low. Oh, and someone juggles the soldier off of the health bag. Not today, son. 30 seconds to go. The Mayhem have beat. They killed Yaki, so no payload touch for Excelsior. And there it is. Checkpoint 2 in the back pocket. 2 minutes now for third point.
This is still a defensible position for the New York Excelsior. Florida Mayhem are walking into this third point with quite a few ults, but Checkmate's pulse bombs have been a bit hit or miss. So maybe that's not going to be a huge difference maker. The big thing that New York Excelsior need to do is to stop Hydron from having a good angle with this tactical visor. Tactical visor has been a big fight swing for both teams.
Oh, I can't take so much damage. Had to back off twice now. Leaving Mayhem to just walk up and walk the payload for free almost around this corner. Recall for Yaki, not a good spot to be in either. Checkmate with the pulse bomber looking up for a target. Spots the backline, but they're already in spawn. There's the visor from Hydron inside the bubble, but Kellen's taking a whole shed load of damage. Sermajet follows up with the kill. A minute to go as the payload is only a couple of meters away from the final point. Floor with a tactical visor of his own, but he's in the bubble, does absolutely nothing with it, as the beat was good. And now only a couple of meters to go. Excelsior need to be able to touch. Pulse bomb from Yaki goes wide as Animo glows bright purple, but stays alive in the fight. A very defensible position here for Excelsior, but they have to trickle onto the point. That Primal Rage bashing away the supports is going to be good for the time, but a sleep will send someone packing. And 30 seconds to go. The Mayhem aren't really in control of this fight. Gangnam Jin does have the rally, and Excelsior in a good spot to try and defend. Mayhem lose Arnamo, even Sermaget jumping onto the Moira to try and get back to the point in time. One more fight to go, 10 seconds in the bank.
That's all they have. Arnamo is going to be able to respawn, and so the Lucio speed boost is going to be very helpful for the Florida Mayhem to potentially make it there, but oh, checkmate! Just barely gets there to break the overtime.
There's the rally from Gangnam Jin. Nothing you can do now. Myungbong and Gangnam Jin are going to be immortal. Nice anti-nade onto someone. Primal Rage from Kellen. Hydron dead, and the rest of the team might as well be. The Mayhem don't quite get that third point. Nice defense from Excelsior at the very end. They didn't find any kills, Rose, but they just didn't die, and that was the key.
Was the big key, especially when respawns are going to be so close for the New York Excelsior as well. I think that just being able to withstand long enough to be able to come back out and stop Florida Mayhem from getting the full capture could be a pretty big boost to their confidence. Let's take a look at how they do now that they are on the attack. It's going to be pretty good for them, I feel. It's winnable position, so hopefully they keep their mental strong.
Yeah, they're gonna, I mean, come on now. Add some extra plates of armor on that mental, you'll be all right. At the end of the day, it's still winnable, no matter the position you're in. And yes, sometimes we do see last year's Valiant against the Dragons. Maybe that wasn't that winnable, but it's always winnable as long as you have the heart of the cards. Here's Kellen's unbelievable Primal Rage. This was a ridiculous defense.
So good.
Rose.
Oh,
so good from Excelsior. It was unfortunate they did lose at the very end. Remember when Gangnam Jin are just doing an unreal job. The Brig and the Ana, we saw how well that worked. Nanoing the Brig and the Inspire with the nade healing. It's insane. They are running the Lucio on the offense. Don't want to take the Brigitte here. Florida Mayhem not opting for the Brig. Just Lucio, straight up. They know what comp they want to run.
Lucio makes more sense on the attack. Just because you want to give yourself as many chances as possible, the Lucio will allow you to speed boost around some of these corners that you might want to take more offensively. So Kellen, you're going to see them go ahead and just start to fight on the right-hand side of this tower in the health pack room. And that's a big pick already onto Sermaget.
Really big pick. Recall and checkmate. Bad spot to be in. However, Gangnam Jin does end up going down. Animo with a bit of revenge on Myungbong. Flora's in a nice spot, just getting a lot of damage done, but that bubble from someone just negated a ton of just that left click damage from Flora. Looked really good with Sermaget dying first, but Florida Mayhem holding on.
That's something that someone has been really, really good at, is when to use those Winston bubbles. Feel like I would love to see a stat of how much damage someone has been able to soak up for the team, but it would probably be an astounding number. That's how good someone has really bet on this Winston.
Yeah, with that one less tank too, they become even more valuable. Oh, Cannon. Wow, I think he thought there that he had Primal, or like he was going to be able to get Primal. It came online as soon as he died, unfortunately. And another reset for Excelsior now. Pulse Bomb, Nano Boost available. Nowhere near the Tactical Visor. Mayhem, or Hydron at least, is doing way more damage than Flora is right now.
Absolutely outperforming Flora at the moment. Hydron, I think, just has also a better angle and has been able to pump damage into Kellen way faster. So, full slate of ultimates here for the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, Nano Visor with a bubble on top. No one's stopping him now. And I love that. From a lot of teams now, we're seeing as soon as that Nano Visor is popped, boom, Winston puts bubble straight on top of you, so you can't get slept, you can't get antied, a little bit harder to get rushed at. Just the added layer of protection to make sure that Visor succeeds. 2 ultimates used, 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. We're halfway through the time bank, and Excelsior now inching closer to their first Tactical Visor.
I feel like New York Excelsior is going to go in with the tactical visor when they have it. Oh, just kidding. Yeah,
maybe they don't want it. They're just going to wait. It's the Nano. Tactical visor not used. Yaki throws the pulse bomb in, but someone once again just running amok in the backline. Yaki found Hydron with the pulse somehow, but Flora is in trouble. Anti-naded, and with little hope to survive, gets killed by Checkmate. Animo now running for the hills, used a beat, but got antied. So once again, Florida Mayhem off the back of someone, and Sir Marjed are holding down the fort here on point A. Kellen doesn't stand a chance either. Did kill Sir Marjed once more, but Animo, if he really wants to, can taxi back. A minute to go for the Excelsior. Not looking great right now.
They just used everything. They didn't even get a chance to use the tactical visor. Myungbong gave Flora the Nano in order to get that tactical visor online, but Florida Mayhem saw an opportunity to stop the aggression from the New York Excelsior and absolutely took it. It forced New York to use so many extra ultimates that they wouldn't have wanted to use here.
Oh, Myungbong in so much trouble. He was on the other side of the bubble too. That was such a nice play from Checkmate and someone wrapping around the entire map there almost. Wrapping by Coast and taking out Myungbong. Excelsior in a whole world of hurt. 20 seconds to go. Kellen finds two, but Checkmate cleans him up. An extremely fast comp to come back, mind you. Remember how quick a lot of these heroes are. Mayhem should be able to regroup on this point. They can let another tick go potentially, knowing that there are 10 seconds to go.
Florida Mayhem are definitely posturing to be able to come back in and contest this point, especially when Checkmate has the Pulse Bomb online.
Pulse Bomb. Nope. Goes for the recall. Doesn't want to throw it out just yet. Visor available for Flora. Throws it out. However, no Nano. Speaking of which, Hydron's going crazy. There's one. There's two. There's three. Oh my word. Hydron and Sir Marjed setting each other up perfectly. Florida Mayhem. They're going to hold Excelsior on first point. Don't even let them get it. 2-0 in the series. People's Preds, Pick'ems, check. Anybody who predicted this? I'm not sure. New York Excelsior needs something to come back. Florida Mayhem looking so good.
They look incredible, especially when it comes to just cycling through those ultimates to constantly have that Nano visor online for when New York Excelsior are least expecting it. Don't have the sound barrier up, don't have any other sustainability cooldowns active or available to them. Florida Mayhem just continuing to take names in the series.
Maybe a quick 3-0 for the Mayhem. We'll have to wait and find out. Can Excelsior come back? We'll find out after this break.
Check my baby G-Shock, said it's time. All my thoughts linked up, multiplying, no divide. Dropping hit after hit, never miss, it's a crime. But my karma stay lit, Buddha sit by my side.
Now, his graphics are so clean.
So good.
All right, New York Excelsior, they need to come back. Rose, they haven't got a single point so far this series on Hybrid or Control. We are going to an Escort map next, and it's going to be Dorado. What can they do to bounce back? I mean, hey, they picked up Gesture recently. We spoke about it at the very top of the show, but we're probably not going to see instant improvement, like an instant kind of turnaround for the team. And they have had a tough schedule to boot, but this series is really only going one way. Florida Mayhem running with this one. They're just running home.
Yeah, and this is a big switch up from what we usually see from New York Excelsior versus the Florida Mayhem, isn't it, Jaws?
There he is.
And New York usually wins. They've won 7 matches in a row versus the Florida Mayhem, and now Florida Mayhem are like, nah, I think it's our turn. So they're really taking it back and bringing it home.
Yeah, we're also seeing a substitution. Hydron stepping back. Xe coming in. Oh yes, that's what I love to see. It's good to see Xe back in the league. I'm excited to see his play, and hey, we'll be able to round out the series. Come on, it's going to feel a little bit bad if he does end up losing here, but the way they're playing right now, and the way someone and Sermarched specifically are playing, looks almost unwinnable. Someone's Winston looking clean, and Sermarched with the antis going pretty crazy. Dorado's a big map though. A big map. Wow, that's okay. Well, don't know what kind of statement that was. What I meant to say was Dorado's more of an interesting map too. You can play this like hard rush style where you can play in these choke points on the first point with Reinhardt, but getting those high grounds, it's going to be pretty easy, especially with Winston. Florida Mayhem just know what they want to run. They've been doing it the whole series so far. They've had Hydron in, now Xe is going to step in, so I can imagine Xe is going to take that soldier role. We're going to see Checkmate Tracer again. They just want to stick with this comp, just clean, concise. Winston dive with the Tracer and the Soldier, and it's been working out crazy well for them so far.
It absolutely has, and that's going to continue to happen if Florida Mayhem can keep control of the nano tactical visors that come through. Maybe they're also going to switch it up a little bit, and we'll remain to be seen, but we've got to at least talk about the New York Excelsior's defensive composition here. Flora reprising that Widowmaker to try to keep Florida Mayhem at bay. Widowmaker on defense can be a little risky. If you're able to hit those shots and take out singular members of the Florida Mayhem, then you can keep a very strong defense. But if you're not finding those shots, then it's a pretty big waste. So let's see how Florida does.
Oh man, I'm so excited. Xe Widow? Okay, just waiting for a brief moment, maybe for a spot out, or a call out, or a ping, in fact. Flora. Oh dear, that's not good. Kellen is asleep, and antied, and weak, and dead. Goodbye. My word, that's not where you want to be. Xe with a grapple shot doesn't quite hit the head of Flora, but Kellen falling. Yeah, the high ground is Mayhem's. Big sleep onto someone, however, Bubble went down already, and a nice little right click with Arnamo doing slightest bit of damage there onto Myopong, finishes him up. Mayhem already steamrolled it. Xe done nothing so far, but he hasn't needed to. It's a 4v5. Oh, he's dead. Whoops. Well, smoked that into existence. My bad.
It's all your fault, Jaws. It's all your fault the caster curse. But New York Excelsior at least can come back into this and defend. It looks like there's a little bit of a skirmish up on the high ground just to try to keep Xe from being set up again. But look at how far forward now New York Excelsior has gone, especially Yaki with that pulse bomb ready to go. Florida Mayhem's just a little split up here. Oh my gosh, Yaki's just trying to keep Xe busy.
Nothing. Welcome back to the league, Xe. Yaki spawn camping you. Someone kills 2. Florida Mayhem have control of the payload, kind of. Yaki is still alive and well. However, the rest of his team, not so much. Yaki's been doing so much damage. He's had this pulse bomb for a little while. But this will be Mayhem's point to just walk in. Yeah, there you go. I mean, Flora hasn't had the biggest impact either. It's very hard. Like you were saying, Rose, you have to get the picks. Like, it's a tough job as a Widowmaker, especially in these kind of metas when the Winstons are diving bubbles to block, to break and block LOS. Like, it can be a tough job, and normally it relies on your grapple. You're jumping up over the bubbles or before anybody dives in to try and get a headshot, but those shots can be risky. And then you leave yourself vulnerable without a grapple to run away. Oh, there you go, Exi finding the head at Gangnam Jin, and Kellen falling.
Well, that's one way to do it. If you have a Widowmaker on the attacking side, sometimes one pick is all you need to get the momentum going for your team. And so Exi definitely finding insurmountable value here as Flora seems to be struggling. Wow, you know, Exi hasn't had a lot of time in this game.
Oh my god, okay, jump. Go on, Exi, go on. Nano, is he going to be able to find anybody? Not quite. What an unbelievable save there from Surmajed. Nanoing Exi to make sure he stays alive after that pulse bomb connected. That is some unbelievable pocketing right there. Oh, Yaki gets dunked on. Exi with the flip. Wait a second, is that Kellen? Okay, Kellen is now mad. Yeah, nothing you can do about that one, unfortunately. Play from Checkmate. All the meanwhile, there's two completely different fights happening right now. It looks like 3v3 deathmatch, honestly. Gumpong and the rest of the team of NYXL or Excelsior are dying in the backline to Checkmate's blade, and Callan and Yaki trying to deal with Exi. Payload was still moving, Rose, by the way, so Excelsior, they got some fighting to do.
Oh my god, I have no idea. Everybody is like a different brain cell functioning right now in terms of where these team fights should be happening on the map. But Exi's given a lot of information over with those sites.
What a kill. Summerjet goes down to Flora, however that beat and that Primal Rage, they're going to have a big problem on their hands. Flora, does he have grapple? He does, but it messed up. Yaki also ends up going down, and Mayhem is still pushing at the payload. That beat and the Primal Rage, you just cannot kill the Winston at that point, and Excelsior had to try and go for the touch, but the Primal was just too much for them to deal with. 4 minutes for the last point of Dorado. They're speed running this map.
They're doing a great job. 4 minutes should be plenty of time for the Florida Mayhem to get that third point captured. Flora is still on the Widowmaker, mind you, and Exi switched off. Exi has recognized that Soldier on this point is going to be more immediate gratification with the constant DPS output. And Florida doesn't really have a whole lot of point presence with this Widowmaker. That's going to be really tough to find value, unless
you find value like that.
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay, not bad, not bad, not bad. Good start. Both DPS dead. Myunbong, Ganonjin, Anti, Surmajed in a whole lot of trouble. Nice little short hop with a punch to kill Surmajed. Finally stopped the payload from actually moving, which is great. Yeah, it's tough to play the Widowmaker on this point. Rose, you can go for the cheeky grapple up and get kills as they try and enter through the main choke point where the payload came from, but it's quite tough to do. And most teams will opt to go through that glass house.
Yeah, I mean, the Winston bubbles from someone as well. Like, if you're playing against someone's Winston, I think that's too much defensive power from that Winston to really be able to find value with a Widowmaker, and also you're dead, so...
No, also you're dead. Anti and someone following up. There's the pulse, hit the ground. A little bit of damage extra though. Double melee kill for Yaki. See you later. Florida Mayhem in shambles.
Okay, I understand now. Maybe Flora is a bit of a distraction, funneling the Florida Mayhem through where New York Excelsior want to take these fights. If you have Flora checking that one angle through main, then Florida Mayhem don't really have a choice except to either use someone's Winston bubble or go this way, which is where New York Excelsior are going to start to thrive because they've got Gangnam Jin's Brigida to help. Like, look at this, Florida! Like, Flora's got such a good job of these sights and these angles onto the Mayhem.
Can he find a kill though? Oh, yeah, see ya.
Goodbye.
Sure, little grapple. And that's the best thing about holding such a wide off angle. You're forcing the other team to use their cooldown to try and go after you. Nano onto Checkmate. Blade in 10%. Make that 4. Make that a Blade. Flora, however, has already killed Animo. A lot less speed and a lot less health for the Florida Mayhem. Exi and Checkmate suffer some anti. But they end up backing off. Looks like Florida Mayhem right now just want to play a little bit safe. Wait for everybody to get back into the fight and get healthy again. All these angles from Flora. Body shot onto Exi with a little bit of follow-up from Yaki.
It's not flashy. It's not flashy from Flora, but I don't think it has to be at this point. Yes, Flora has been able to click ahead here and there, but realistically, it's about the space that York Excelsior are creating right now by having the defense fight here.
There's the Blade, instantly answered though. Excelsior using that rally. Now Flora in a lot of trouble. No more angles for you. Excelsior, they're doing a good job of still defending. Nano onto Kellen, however, in response, a beat is laid out. Ganojin and Myeonbong going purple once again. Summershed going crazy. Florida Mayhem at 4 minutes approaching this final point, but now they only have 20 seconds to go. A tactical visor available, sights for Flora, so they can see exactly where Mayhem want to hold. Of course, it's going to be on the point. A nice boop from Animo. Gangnam Jin was the one to touch, but got denied by the Lucio. An unbelievable amount of time burnt off the clock there from Excelsior. 15 from 4 minutes down to 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Initiating match.
Flora did a lot there. I take it all back. Flora did a lot there. While Widowmaker didn't have point presence, we saw how valuable holding that off angle really was for the New York Excelsior, especially playing Gangnam Jin on that Brigitte. You want Florida Mayhem to walk into you, especially in an enclosed corridor. So that played out perfectly for the New York Excelsior. Obviously, they would have liked to stop Florida Mayhem from capturing all 3 points, but still winnable. They're not out of it.
Animo switching over to the Brig. That's what I like to see. XD on the Widow again. Okay, I want to see this Widow duel play out. You know, Soldier, yeah, definitely better on the offense for third, but having the Widowmaker 1v1,
kind of fun.
Please, just give me more. It's like serotonin in my brain going crazy. Oh, is this the kill onto Yaki? It has to be. A little flick of the wrist. Oh, denying the health pack too. Little headshot, little beat down. Oh man, Yaki's gonna feel that one tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Welcome back, Exi. It's great to have you back. I'm sure that felt really good.
Oh, little TP. Do they know? They know now. Myeonbong in trouble. Oh no, Exi, no, he's whipping. Oh, that's so sad. He's in such a nice spot too. Oh, almost got his head taken off there. Flora knows exactly where he is. However, Exi does have a health pack. Nice shot.
That was beautiful.
Attacking spawn though, so you are responding pretty quickly, but Exi already making his presence known.
This is scrappy.
Ah, they're fighting right up to the spawn. Oh dear, look at that. Oh, yeah, he dies to Venom Mine. Alright. Myeonbong survived for a fair while there. Killed Checkmate, and yeah, someone's gonna have to back off. Flora with a little B-hop there around the corner. Gets his revenge.
Flora just kind of continuing to put pressure, and a lot of that is because Kellen is creating a lot of really good space here. Kellen bullied the rest of the Florida Mayhem off of the high ground, so now they do have to make this rotation back towards that first point door until the rest of the team is here.
Nice leap onto someone. That bubble's doing a lot of work once more. So's Kellen's though, to be fair. So much ends up going down. It's a Royal Rumble in this room right now. Kellen falls as Yaki just once again harassing Exi. Exi cannot get an angle, but Checkmate manages to kill 2. Pulse Bomb and then himself by accident, but it's still a good trade.
Pretty good trade.
The Florida Mayhem should be able to get back in time, or maybe someone is here, 5% away, a couple of meters. Oh no, I take it back. Wow, unlucky. So unlucky. That was like half a second too late. It would have had Primal too, so the stalling potential would have been astronomical.
It would have been nice, but didn't quite get the Primal online either for that to have been a guarantee. But Kellen and someone do have the Primal Rages now, and Kellen, look at the angle that they're taking. They're trying to find Xe. They want Xe down so badly so that New York Excelsior can kind of continue to walk in, and also Flora can find value.
Nice boot. Really nice. Ooh. Almost shot Checkmate's ankles then. Xe is way back in the bank. Flora can't see it. Trying to do a little 360. He's in trouble. Grappled away, or at least tried to, but Checkmate finishes him off. There's Xe finding yet another kill. Kellen bites at the dust. And the Mayhem right now having just an unbelievable amount of control of this high ground. Animo and So Much Ed are so free at this point, Rose. It's hard to dive the Brig and Ana.
Like, what do? Because you can't dive the Ana because you're gonna get whip shot or shield bashed by the Brigida, and then you can also just keep each other alive. So Checkmate gonna take out Myungbong and send New York Excelsior back once again to spawn. This is looking really good for the Florida Mayhem here, especially when they've only had to use the Primal Rage and the Sights. But at least New York Excelsior get a chance to come back with 4 ultimates here. Unless Checkmate surprises somebody with that Pulse Bomb.
Maybe. Kellen got denied in that last fight. Slept, antied, and he didn't even use the Primal Rage. He decided to go back. Nano boost in for someone. Oh, instant sleep by Myungbong. He's going pretty low. There's the Pulse Bomb thrown out. Checkmate don't walk into that one. He dodges it, luckily. However, the nade from Myungbong right on top of himself and Gangnam Jin means they are dying too soon. An anti from So Much Ed is good, but can they actually secure these kills? Gangnam Jin was nano throughout that entire fight, but Checkmate is still putting in the work. My word, Excelsior once again struggling to get anything done. This payload is inching backwards. They've got 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. No ultimates left. It's a clean fight. Although Xe going down to Yaki. Where was he? That's been down to that right side or something.
Yeah, I think Xe was playing ground Widowmaker for a little bit and just couldn't quite grapple away fast enough, but disappointing to see New York Excelsior have 4 ultimates at the ready and then find no value or progress with those. Kellen also just jumping in alone here, waiting for Yaki to go in to be able to make this pincer maneuver, but Kellen is just continuing to get bullied by Sir Majid.
Yeah, he's just getting dominated right now. Like, he can't do anything. Sleeps, antis, whip shots. Even the bash to like knock him back a little bit. Nice kill from Flora. Switch away from the Widowmaker now onto the Soldier. Still the high ground control. It's an impenetrable fortress, Rose, for the Mayhem. They've got unbelievable amounts of control. Look, So Much Ed doesn't even care. He just drops and kills Flora, no problem. Gunner Jin also dies. Oh, man.
Taking a little nap. That's someone's just like, yeah, okay, that's fine. I'll wait it out here. But Checkmate just continuing to chase after the New York Excelsior. Like, getting a chance to take out Yaki, has another Pulse Bomb at the ready, and with Xe being able to pop those Widowmaker sights, Checkmate can find a really nice target with a minute left, Jaws. New York Excelsior don't really have a choice here except to take an eco push and hope that they get something else online besides Yaki's Pulse Bomb.
Someone please help Myungbong. Those sights came up. And you already, like, Checkmate was already dashing into it. Someone was leaping into the back line. Myungbong is getting just spawn capped at this point. Nice double kill with the Primal Rage for someone. 40 seconds to go. Excelsior, unfortunately, can't just break this defense from the Mayhem. Mayhem, they have Pulse, they have Nano, and they have Rally for this final fight, Rose.
Yeah. Maybe Myungbong's Nano gets online fast enough to be able to save somebody, but Florida Mayhem have been able to take huge picks before any of those sustainability ults can come online.
Big pulse from Yaki. Oh my word. And it wasn't the anti-tingy either. It looked like kind of like booped Xe into Animo. That's what you want to see. Pulse Bomb, Primal Rage doing work. Florida Mayhem, they've still got that rally and the Pulse Bomb in their back pocket. Excelsior, they can move this payload quite close to this second point, but Mayhem are going to get another chance to recontest. It is overtime, so stepping up the payload is not what you want to do. Nano boost available from Youngbolt. Does he use it to save or does he use it to go? Flora almost going down. That visor almost ended his life, but that nade on top of him just make sure he was topped up. Checkmate and XE go down. And Excelsior, they get the payload to second point. They got 1 minute and 20 to get this cap. Florida Mayhem have had a lot of defenses though. That second point was torturous to complete.
New York Excelsior were able to push it over the line though, and so it's still a good position with a minute left. They could capture that third point and bring us into final rounds, but yeah, that Levy, that's a good start. Kellen getting a pick on the XE.
Really good, using that rally to your advantage. That overhelp doing so much work. Kellen, unfortunately, in a washing machine right now, just gets tumbled around and spat out. Someone also goes down. Spawn advantage in favor of Mayhem. Got to keep that in mind. The payload has been moved. Yaki is doing a fantastic job here of just existing on the payload, forcing the Mayhem to try and do something. They have not contested. Now they finally do, and Yaki ends up backing off. That chaos that ensued, Rose. And the time Yaki bought for the team by moving the payload that far forward, exceptional stuff. With 20 seconds to go, that's what you wanted to see. Yeah. Yaki is now back on the payload once more. There's a big anti-nade and both artists end up with killing each other somehow. The Primal Rage is going to get used, but someone ends up going down. 16 seconds to go, and Yaki almost sunk that payload home. There's 3 members now on the car. Yaki looking like he was emoting there for a quick second, and maybe you could just continue to do that. Kellen with a double kill. They managed to complete. 7 seconds separates both teams. As the Florida Mayhem just... it's like a ring around the rosy there for a second. Yaki was just doing so much work, not doing the damage, but existing on that payload, pushing it, while Mayhem tried to end the fight.
There's a nice sneak attack, though, because Florida Mayhem weren't expecting that. They were expecting that the entirety of New York Excelsior would be where they were able to take the fight on their push. So Yaki just kind of able to sneak past, push that payload forward, and then all of a sudden, Florida Mayhem, by the time they've turned around, teammates are going down left and right. So good stuff coming out from New York and Florida Mayhem to go into extra rounds here. A minute on the clock for New York to be able to make their second attack attempt.
Alright, what are we seeing now then? Flora on the Soldier. Okay, Yaki teleport to high ground, and then they try and run over Arnamo and Sermarjed, maybe? Or we see them do what they did before. Up onto the height. Can XE find the shots though that he missed last time? That's the question.
Yeah, I was like, that didn't really work out for New York the way that they wanted it to, but they're trying it again. It looks like Yaki is poised and ready to go with that Symmetra.
There it is, onto the high ground. No Lucios, by the way, so no crazy boot potential. Really good spot for you to be, because now the Excelsior can run this little 3-man unit, 2 supports and a DPS. Soldier's going to be able to keep the other 2 alive with a healing station. They can just wrap onto the high ground, use that mega health back if they need to. That's so much pressure, so much pressure. But XE just set up with his own support. Doesn't provide the healing, but provides an absolute ton of damage. Oh, bubble goes a little bit of miss for Kellen, ends up dropping it down. XE's not under a crazy amount of pressure just yet, but as soon as that payload starts making his way under him, he's going to be forced to make a rotate.
Yeah, Kellen is still just trying to pressure the Florida Mayhem off of this high ground and try to just weave it out of the bubble to make sure that Sermarjed is not able to land that sleep. But he gets pressured out.
Someone heal Kellen. You have to heal Kellen. Okay, he's alive just about. Flora takes care of Sermarjed. Overtime is here. It's Kellen and Yaki's job to now touch the point. Someone's in the back line, already used the bubble. Might be in a little bit of trouble, but Yaki's making sure the game is kept alive. Nice sleep on the Tracer, but the recall has been used and just about, oh, not quite. Take it back. Yaki finishes off checkmate. XE went down somehow. I don't know where XE was in that fight at all. It's a lot more difficult to play the Widowmaker on that point, especially when the payload's that far up. But overtime or nothing. I mean, Excelsior have got this first point. The Mayhem, however, Rose can just set up on the high ground now.
They can, and this is where they gave New York Excelsior a lot of trouble. Even Kellen just going up there to do a bit of scouting to see what's going on. XE has come back out of the defensive spawn on the Soldier instead of the Widowmaker, so we'll be a bit behind when it comes to trying to build up that tactical Tactical Visor.
All squads wide, but look at that, already low. XC and Arnamo sent so low, but they don't dodge the payload. They're actually killed. Once again, like you said, Rose, that was where they had a lot of trouble before. It was someone and Yaki every single time Myunbong stepped forward past that gate. They were on top of him. There you go, there's the payload, that's where it needs to be. Man, the Florida Mayhem, the defense on point B, or going to point B, impenetrable. But the NYXL didn't really have the same sort of defense when they held. But we'll have to wait and see how they did it. Remember how quick Florida Mayhem managed to get to point B. They had 4 minutes in the time bank attacking C, so it's going to be a tough ask.
Well, New York Excelsior aren't taking any chances. They're not putting Flora on the Widowmaker right now because that can be a hit-or-miss strategy overall. So the Soldier 76 should provide a lot of valuable DPS output over a long period of time, and hopefully will be enough to keep the New York Excelsior in this series. We're at match point. Florida Mayhem could very well walk away with this match, and with the first win over the New York Excelsior in a very long time.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Yeah, the schedule has been rather tough, but this is where they want to turn it back. Or turn it around even. Oh, check me on the Genji. You'll love to see it. And especially if you get that Nano Blade and you get a couple of people or even just one some of the time. It's almost an instant win. Very much a go button. And XE on the Soldier, there's another good nano target. Just so much value you can get off of the Ana. For a variety of different situations, to be fair. Yaki controlling high ground. He's found Sir Marjed, but the heals from Arnamo and the nade on himself will keep him alive. XE not quite so lucky. Almost distracted. The support's enough for XE to go down. No healing station to be found. 25 seconds to go. The Florida Mayhem have to make a reset here.
Someone is so low, but is waiting for Sir Majid to respawn to be able to get that healing online. Look at that, Sir Majid's ultimate charge jumps up pretty dramatically, but who's gonna get the first ultimate online? Right now, it looks like it's gonna be Yaki and Myunbong. But Myunbong gets so low!
They are touching the point. So overtime will get triggered. Pulse bomb goes a little bit wide for Yaki. Only that beat in the bank for Mayhem, maybe. It's only 10% away, so I imagine he's getting it in this fight. Yaki almost with a one clip onto XE. Nice little anti-nade to keep everybody alive on the side of Mayhem. There's the beat, hits 5. Now they surge on forward. They've got the nano in their back pocket. They can apply to literally anybody at this point, and it would work out. Flora going up pretty low. The nano onto Gangnam Jin to keep him alive, but now he's entered into the back line, but it might end up working out. XE going low. The anti-nade was good, and the support of combat right in the back. Myunbong does end up falling to Checkmate. Checkmate gets another reset. There's another one by someone. Checkmate falls, but overtime is still here. The Florida Mayhem are just pushing the payload. There's only one of them on it. It is Arnamo pushing. Someone stayed alive and helped Checkmate clean up the divers from Excelsior. Now it's up to Yaki to try and keep his team in the game.
Yaki goes down, and so now it's up to the rest of the New York Excelsior to come back. They have just a couple of seconds as that door starts to open.
The blade is available, the tactical visor there too. There it is on the flank. Myunbong's already dead, and now no one from Excelsior can go in, but the better visor from Flora is going to be good, but someone pushes him away. The effectiveness, basically zero at this point. The blade's coming out. He can't quite kill the Brig. What a surprise, she's using Rally. He does eventually get Gangnam Jin, but look at this. Flora keeping the rest of the team alive with a healing station, but it's not going to be enough. Flora goes down. The rest of Excelsior rushing back to the point. Yaki staying alive, but not quite for long. Kellen falls, and that'll be it. The Mayhem with a 3-0. Excelsior move to 1-4, and the Mayhem now with a positive record.
Oh my goodness. Such a devastating loss for the New York Excelsior, though, especially after such a good performance on Dorado. I know the New York Excelsior, though, with just a little bit more time, after showing us so many bright moments, will be able to make some changes and start getting some wins under their belt. But Florida Mayhem, once again, with another very clean series for them.
Yeah, an extremely clean series of 3, and you just saw him in the camera right there, someone going crazy. He was ready for it, and he's going to be our player of the match for this game. His Primal Rages and just his Winston play, Rose, was so exceptional. It really highlighted there on Dorado, him and Yaki as just this tag team duo, just dive in the backline and always finding success. That's why their defense on point B Dorado was just so good, because of someone and Checkmate.
I mean, look at that. Someone even just being able to survive on such low HP, and that has a lot to do with how someone was using those Winston bubbles. Whether it was putting them down at the right moment or being able to weave in and out of its protection to just continue to soak up damage, someone was able to find so much value and get those Primal Rages online really, really quickly as well.
Super fast. It's always nice to see good Winston play, that is for sure. I'm happy it's back. There are the stats for that game. Man, 10 minutes, 7k damage. Let's go. A couple of Primal Rage kills in there. Average time alive is pretty impressive in Overwatch 2. 1 minute and 47 seconds. Not bad whatsoever. Someone coming up huge for the Florida Mayhem. And they're 3-2 in the standings right now, Rose. They're looking great going into Kickoff Clash.
Yeah, having a positive differential right now can really set you apart from any of the other teams, because you just want to be able to make it to the Kickoff Clash. So good stuff for the Florida Mayhem. They do still have a pretty tough schedule ahead of them, so these next few weeks are going to be telling to see how the Florida Mayhem are going to do overall.
We've got a banger of a series coming up next, though. We've got the Fuel versus the Defiant. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll see you guys on the other side.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by Checkmate from Florida Mayhem. Hi, Checkmate. Checkmate 선수 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
All right, so congratulations, of course, on your big win today. Now, how'd you guys prepare your match against the New York Excelsior? Did the fact that your former teammates like Yaki and Gangnam being on New York, did that help you in any way get the win today against them? 첫 번째 질문은 오늘 승리에 대해서 좀 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 아무래도 상대 팀의 뉴욕 팀의 이제 예전 팀원이었던 야키 선수와 강남진 선수가 있었기 때문에 좀 그런 정보가 좀 오늘 경기를 어떻게 좀 풀어 나가는데 좀 도움이 되셨나요?
딱히 도움된 거라고는 없고요. 그냥 저희 스타일대로 했던 것 같아요.
Right. The fact that Gangnam and Yaki being on New York, that really didn't have much help for us today in our match. But I think how we got the win today was because we were able to sort of just play our own style, play how we always used to play, and I think that's what helped us get the win today against York Excelsior. And Checkmate, my second question for you is also because you're the only returning player on the roster to the Florida Mayhem team. Is there any personal goals that you have this season other than, of course, winning the whole season? I feel like that's something that any team or any player really wants. So other than that, is there any personal goals that you would like to achieve? 두 번째 질문은 이제 이번 시즌에 체크메이트 선수가 유일하게 플로리다 팀에 이제 계속 이제 연장해온 선수인데 체크메이트 선수의 개인적인 좀 목표가 있다면 아무래도 뭐 시즌 우승 이거는 이제 선수나 모든 팀들이 다 원하는 거니까 그거를 제외한 좀 개인적인 목표가 있다면 뭐가 있을까요?
제 개인적인 목표는 여러 개가 있긴 한데 그래도 가장 크게 꼽자면 지금 제가 하는 영웅들 전부 다 잘 소화할 수 있게 피지컬 올리는 거랑 게임에 대한 이해도를 더 올리는 게 목표인 것 같습니다.
Right. I mean, I do feel like there are a lot of personal goals that I really would like to achieve this whole season, but mainly I think the two most important things are really getting better at all the heroes that I am able to play. So being, I guess, mechanically better in all the heroes that I have to play for the team and the heroes that I play for the team. Another really important thing is understanding the game better. Just having a better grasp of the whole Overwatch 2 game itself, I think, is one of the biggest goals that I have for this season. All right, Checkmate, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much, and hope to talk to you very soon again. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치겠고요. 또 한 번 나중에 좋은 인터뷰 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that was Checkmate from the Florida Mayhem. Also, Danny.
Yeah.
You got a fan club here.
What? Hey!
Don't we all love denim?
It says I love denim limb.
Denim limb.
Denim limb. Thanks, Jeff. I think Jeff.
Yeah, you also just learned today that this is a Canadian tuxedo.
I know. That's what I heard too.
But have we gotten down to the mystery of why it is?
Twitter, help.
Help. Someone help. Well, someone who might have answers, maybe not to this question, but to everything game-related, is, of course, Jonathan Reinforced Larson. Are you familiar with the Canadian tuxedo?
Yeah.
Why that's apparently a thing?
Yeah, very much so.
Why is that?
It is because...
denim on denim combo.
Because... yeah, sorry, I'm Googling. 1 second. The term reportedly originated in... 1951. I don't know. Yeah. Sorry. I don't have an answer for you. I'll try to get on it. I should know this. I apologize.
Denim is the best.
I mean, denim is good. It's durable. Okay, you don't have a question to that, but I don't have answers to that question. But I know something you can help us out with, and that is, of course, breaking down the action. Now, the first two maps, that was all Florida. It was great to see, at least towards the end, seeing a lot more signs of life from that New York squad as well. What are your overall impression from this match?
Overall impressions is that Florida Mayhem is a good Overwatch League team. We've known this now for a couple of weeks, actually. Sir Majed, his Ana, the way they're proactive around his biotic grenades, it keeps paying dividends for this team. They're a very cohesive unit, well coached. They look like they're on the same page, and I want to give especially credit to someone, the Winston player on the Florida Mayhem, for setting up his team. When you play a Winston meta like this, it's a lot about setting up, controlling space for your team, setting up areas on the map that we control, that we have an advantage when it comes to angles, when it comes to high ground, stuff like that, capitalizing on enemy players being offsides and being in your zone. Someone does a really good job of that, Winston, in controlling that space for the Florida Mayhem, and it allows players like Checkmate on that Tracer to capitalize on that, to find players that can't get healed by the enemy backlines, by Myeonbong, by Gangnam Jin, etc. So I think that someone on the Winston is doing a great job controlling space for his team, and Hydron, I think, had a good series today as well. You saw the value he got of those nanovisors.
Yeah, I really felt for Yaki though. Like Yaki tried his absolute hardest to somehow make something work out for the team, but the opposition was just too strong. When literally every single piece of the puzzle is stepping up. I don't know how that analogy makes any sense, but there's something there. Anyway, the whole picture was beautiful. I loved what we saw from the Mayhem. There we go. Now somehow I want the puzzle.
There you go.
It's a stretch, but we're running with it anyway. We do have another match, of course, and that is the last one of the day. This one will be fought between the Dallas Fuel and the Toronto Defiant. Now, all of us picked the Dallas Fuel to take this one. However, I mean, Toronto, they're looking pretty good right now as well. Reinforce, how close of a match do you expect to see here?
That's such a hard question, actually. I mean, both teams are looking good, right? The Dallas Fuel, they reverse swept the LA Gladiators last week. We know how impressive Hanbin was on that Zarya as well. But Toronto Defiant, I mean, they're another one of these teams that have a good Winston player in Muse, good at setting the pace for his team, good at placing these Winston bubbles and finding man advantages when it comes to some of these team fights, right? And on the back of that, you have the rest of the team capitalizing off Muse's Winston bubbles, whether it's Finale or whether it's Shizu, right? So Toronto Defiant, I'm excited to see how they match up against the Dallas Fuel, because there are a couple of maps where maybe Toronto Defiant, they can edge themselves into this series and play their style very effectively and maybe abuse some of these Zarya picks. But for the most part, I think Dallas Fuel has to be the favorite. They have so many good players on every single role. Hanbin on the Zarya, or even if you want to sub in Fearless and play some more Winston compositions, you can do that too. Dallas Fuel, they're going to be an elite team on every single map in the series.
All right, so hard sell on the Dallas Fuel. You feeling good about your picks as well, Danny?
I do, but I do worry because the Heat is least right now.
Oh, it's true.
Yeah, Heat is kind of scary.
It's true. When the Heat is least, like it can be scary.
Yeah.
It can be a very scary scenario. Well, let's see if the Dallas Fuel will have to deal with it, you know, and how they will deal with it. We'll find out. And for all the action, we're going to hand it over to Rosemary, Necra, Kelly, and Jack, Hotba enthusiast. Right.
It was a big break. Like, I had a page up and I had information. I thought I'd read it. You know, Hopper enthusiast. I'll take that. That's fine. I don't mind that. Hopper's a nice guy.
It's a good title.
All right, Fuel versus Toronto Defiant. Rose, this is a hyped up game. Like, we got some crazy players on either side. Spoke a little bit about Toronto earlier on in the day, but oh man, Ana players this season looking crazy, and now we have two of the best playing against each other in Twilight and Fielder.
Yes, oh my goodness. Overwatch 2 has been absolutely no joke when it's come down to how impactful and how tangible we can see that impact from these support players, especially those Anas with those sleep darts, those bio nades. They can swing team fights so quickly. And so to see two of the most proficient Anas in the league so far go head to head, I am so stoked, Jaws. It's going to be a great match.
Yep. It's going to be insane. And you know what makes it a little bit more insane? Let's have a look at Dallas Fuel starters. Who's playing in DPS today?
True.
We got Edison. And we also have... It's not Sparkle today. We got Doha stepping in. Hanbin, Fielder, and Chio, obviously, rounding out the roster. But I'm excited. Little Doha and Edison. Okay. Haven't seen much of him at all. Rose.
Yeah. So. Yeah, well, it's mostly been Sparkle.
Yeah.
So I feel like we could potentially see some interesting hero picks, but You know, our desk seems pretty confident in the Dallas Fuel reigning supreme in this series, so maybe this is also just a little bit of a experiment for the Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, we have seen rising in popularity the Sombra, and Doha, most famously, one of his best heroes, has been the Sombra. So, might see a little bit of here and there. We are going to Oasis, our first map. I wouldn't say Sombra's crazy good on that map. And Control in general, sometimes it's a bit hard to find value, especially from like EMP. Sombra's a bit more of a slower paced hero. Unless you're just like perma in the backline hacking people and then diving on them. But hack works differently now. You're only it's like a small interrupt kind of thing. So interesting to see what they're going to play. They are playing against the Toronto Defiant. The Heese, like Zoe said, is definitely elite, and it's been unreal seeing Heese play. DPS very much empowered, and you can see it in Toronto's performance recently. 2-1, exactly the same as the Fuel coming into this week. Although Muse, Chorong, and Twilight in that backline. Already said about Twilight and Fielder, like some of the best Ana players in the world facing up against each other now.
Yeah, that's going to be an absolute showdown. But also the fact that we've got Hanbin versus Muse, I think across the board, this is going to be a really big test of strength for both of these teams. We have role stars playing against each other with heroes that they are so well known for. The biggest difference is obviously coming through from that DPS lineup on both teams. But Hanbin and Muse, sure to be a big showdown. And of course, the backlines is going to be really, really fun to watch.
Yeah, I've been mad impressed with Toronto Defiant's backline. Chorong and Twilight, their ability to keep each other alive. We saw shades of that in the last series, Rose, where you're like nanoing your Brig to make sure she can survive. She's swinging away. You're nading yourself, getting that like the ridiculous amount of healing from Inspire, plus the upping of the healing from the bio grenade. Like, it's insane. And Chorong and Twilight doing just that too, except Chorong mostly on the Lucio, helping Twilight and setting him up for success. Twilight was on the San Francisco Shock last year, Rose, and he only came in for things like Voskaya. Of course, 2CP is not in the game anymore, so Twilight permanently in a fixture. That's what I love to see. Good Ana play through and through. Let's talk about the Dallas Fuel though, because Doha stepping in, seeing Edison on the Reaper, Doha on the Soldier, but for the rest of the team, Hanbin, Fielder, Chio, it's the same old kind of story. Hanbin's Zarya has been astronomical. Yes. Just unbelievable results so far for this team, just off the back of those bubbles.
Well, I think what's really interesting about seeing the Zarya is that this is kind of a new evolution of the meta. We started with a lot of Winston dive, which is what the Toronto Defiant are going to be playing, but Dallas Fuel have very much stuck to this flavor of that Zarya deathball brawl kind of composition, and it can really be impactful when you look at those bubbles for the anti-nades, but Fielder's out of here.
Yeesh. Wait, was that another boot? No way, was that another? No, what? Okay, he's and Fielder off the map. Edison drops on Chorong's head and does end up killing him. That's not a good start for the Dallas Fuel. I mean, Fielder falling, you've only got Chio's health bar healing, but doesn't really matter. Edison can heal himself, of course, with the passive, but he's going pretty low. Wraith forms away. Defiant with a quick re-engage, don't want to give up the point, because the stalling potential from the Fuel is quite massive.
Yeah, I mean, we will see Edison get pushed back quite a bit, which is really what you want to be having in the front line. Doha, though, with a big pick and opening onto Hisu, and then Muse out of the equation also.
Really large. We're playing off on the high ground, so nice. Feel the Soldier. Not only can you use your healing station, there's a miniature health pack behind you. Doha cleaning up. Try to let go of the point. The Dallas Fuel are now in control. Already, jeez. I mean, Chio's ult charge, Chorong's ult charge, pretty similar, of course. They got those boosts at the very beginning. That's a lot of ult. When you do find a target to boop off the map, you get that the remaining health.
True.
As ult charge. So you got the beat online first. Not something you normally see from the Lucio.
But look, Twilight already has a nano. Way outpacing Fielder right now.
Yeah, They're about 20% away. There's the beat for the engage. Primal Rage and the Pulse Bomb available. Shio takes care of Twilight. The Nano's used onto Muse, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Like, I mean, Muse gets a nice little double kill there. Can he follow up with anything? Edison's going to survive, plus the protection from Hanbin and the speed from Shio. There's not much else Muse can do. As soon as that Primal and that Nano run out, the Dallas Fuel heading into the next fight with a Death Blossom, a Nano, and a Grab.
That's a lot of ultimates and a lot of potential. Dallas even just ripping the grab now.
Like what I see, Nano onto 100 energy, Hanbin running him down. The beat is going to be used from the Defiant, and a nice sleep from Twilight makes sure Hanbin can't get any more dirty work done. Edison moving his way to the back line, maybe to get a Death Blossom. There it is, surprising the support line. The Toronto Defiant didn't see that one coming. And that'll be Muse escorting himself out of the fight. There is a Tracer, a pesky little one, in the back line, but although it's not going to get too much stuff done, the Heese is now lease to a different pasture. The Dallas Fuel, they're going to continue to hold the point, 20% to go before they take University.
Still could come back. Toronto Defiant do change Hisu over to the Reaper just to provide a little bit more frontline pressure. Although needs to get this Pulse Bomb up and online and also find something with it. Almost there.
Almost. Although 10% away from that Pulse Bomb. Man, Muse just got obliterated. Reaper still does a lot of damage if he's up close and personal, especially with that big head hitbox of Winston. Overtime is here. Can Defiant get anything done? Doesn't look like it. Hisu and Trong are dead, although is gone. And the Fuel, they're going to take University just like that.
Love that you bring up how impactful the Reaper can be against a Winston, because we've classically seen Reaper as a counterpick to Winston. Whether you're up close and personal or not, that poor Winston ends up being a massive ult battery for that Reaper, and especially when you're being protected by a Zarya bubble, it's not super easy to get rid of that Reaper. And also, you might not be able to jump away if you don't have cooldowns online. So pretty big stuff from the Dallas Fuel. Toronto Defiant are gonna need to change how they play with that Winston so they don't continue to fall victim to that frontline Reaper.
Speaking of Reaper, new skins available, by the way, for 200 League tokens.
True.
Chidor Reaper. That looks crazy cool. I need to hop on and get that, actually. Thank you for the reminder, production. That reminds me I need to go ahead and buy that one. All right, okay. Same kind of compositions. No one's really surprised. This time, though, you don't want to get booped off the map first. Thoughts? Chorog and Shio, they're looking for boops. Dallas Fuel are taking the high ground first. Look how far back, and so much respect. Defiant are currently paying the Dallas Fuel. God, you love low energy Zarya. 10 energy, just tickling the Winston in the front line. But just setting up your DPS for success, using those bubbles to make sure Edison stays alive is just another get-out-of-jail-free card. He's got the Wraith Form, not anymore, as although forces that out. Still a lot of healing available, though. Fielder and Shio on the high ground. Good luck dislodging them. Edison caught unawares, no Wraith Form to help him escort himself away. Harbin going pretty low, but sitting himself in that healing station, keeping himself up alive and well, and donating a little bit of Old Charge to Doha, who now is in a little bit of trouble. I say that as Shio poops all the way. An unbelievable amount of peel for the Zarya, but you're going to need it now as Fielder ends up going down. A big poop, but no one goes. Oh my word, I thought Tron got a double kill. Didn't end up happening. A pulse bomb from Although, but the fight is pretty much done. Another healing station to keep Doha alive. He's 1 HP, scurries back to the rest of his team. The Fuel eventually cap the point. And Although just got denied so often there. He couldn't do anything in that fight.
That was so tough to watch. I mean, 22% towards a Pulse Bomb is not very much for a Tracer after that first fight. Doha, in fact, did so much kiting and was able to still do so much damage. Already been rewarded with the Tactical Visor. The Nano Visor's online for the Dallas Fuel, and with the setup that they have on the high ground right now, that's a team fight won.
Yeah, I mean, instantly. You don't want to use anything more. You don't really need to. Although is peppering you from the sideline, but it's a dash of pepper, not anything that'll actually make you sneeze and maybe die. 40% already. I mean, the Dallas Fuel, Rose, they got 5 ults.
That's a lot to choose from. Definitely probably using the Tactical Visor and the Nano first to see what they can get done, unless Hanbin finds an opportunity to just go ahead and throw this grab as Toronto Defiant start to walk in. It could very well... Oh my god!
Oh, see ya! Hisu popped that visor. He was in the air and Fielder just popped him one. Edison with a nice double kill with the Death Blossom. This is just an absolute steamroll. Toronto Defiant right now getting their back blown out like a glow stick, Rose.
That was so painful. Poor Hisu. You heard the ult go off, and then all of a sudden Hisu was dead. And Dallas Fuel only had to use one ultimate there, and so when you look at this as being last fight territory and everybody's got to use everything. Oh my gosh, the Nano Visor 2 here.
Speaking of everything, there's the Nanovisor and the beat in response. Doha trying to chase it down. Hisu can't quite find him, give him a bit of a run around. But that's okay. I mean, the rest of your team is still doing work. Stray missiles kill Fielder, and Shio ends up going down also. Hisu doing a ton of work. Didn't need to use the visor. Those Helix rockets killed Fielder from afar. All ultimates burnt from the Dallas Fuel to try and win this map. The Toronto Defiant are making their stand.
Well, they did the same thing. They used everything to be able to grab that point. Now they have no room for error. Unfortunately, the Dallas Fuel overextended in that last fight, and so Toronto Defiant were able to find more value, especially with Muse popping the Primal Rage. But look at how low Chorong and Muse are getting on the Toronto Defiant before Dallas Fuel even really come in for an honorable engagement.
Yeah, it's still pretty hard point to assault. Oh. There's his teleport from Edison. Still has the Wraith form, backs up, but now it's got no cooldowns to spare, so has to play a little bit more safe. Visor used as that bubble does end up fading away, and Hisu just making sure the Dallas Fuel pay them respect now. Oh, Hanbin going low too. That was a really nice use of the tactical visor there, Rose. One person from the Dallas Fuel was already on the point, and the rest of them had to back up because they don't want to get mowed down. Although pretty low, we're now actually dead. A right click from Hanbin sends him back to spawn. There's the nano boost onto Doha. 2% away from that ult. Can he find the bullets? Yes, he can. He can pop it. He won't have that nano damage boost, but I don't think it's going to matter. Anybody that drops on the point is going to get melted. Both supports of the Toronto Defiant now in trouble. Chorong trying to get to the point to trigger OT. They do just that, but it is slowly slipping away, although it's back in the action, but quickly dispatched with. There's no way they go back to the point in time now. They got no ults to really work with. They could potentially get a sound barrier is 10% away, but Dallas Fuel not going to let that happen. A quick, clean 2-0 on Oasis to start the series.
This Zarya Reaper comp is giving Toronto Defiant a lot of trouble, so it's no surprise that Dallas Fuel are continuing to stick to it, because it's been working, not just against the Toronto Defiant so far, but other teams as well. Is it going to continue to work, though, as we go into future maps in the series? I think that's the big question.
Yeah, is Doha going to remain in the roster too? I mean, after that performance, I mean, why not? We'll have to wait and see, of course. We're going to jump to a quick break. We'll see you in a sec.
민서 말해봐. 아니 얘들아. 야 민서 보여 여기다 보여.
I'm dog.
대 넘어요. 하이드. 완전 솔저비야. I'm dead.
자자 이제 우리 오픈 마이크 나가다니까 빨리 친한 척하자. 친한 척 해야지 빨리. 미안한데 친한 척해도 난 너랑 친한 척을 하고 싶지 않아 홍구야. 메인이네 자꾸 말 걸어 짜증나게.
Spark is neck till it was rocket.
I mean, do you wanna keep it?
Until we lose.
We do have a 100% win rate with it.
That's true.
Actually. You Universe? Universe now?
Universe?
Universe?
Going in. We go in.
Oh, you guys baited me.
Dude,
Going in.
All the OBS people seem like they're always enjoying themselves, you know? Full caps, everything.
It's always special.
What if they pick their own names, if they could have signed it, you know? I think they have to pick it, right? Like, if you got a signed Junkrat, I would not be happy, right?
I think people love Junkrat, bro.
Yeah. Casuals love Junkrat.
Yeah. I mean, I love Junkrat. Oh,
Like Moira, like the casuals love like Moira and Junk.
I love Moira as well. We should play Moira Junk actually, yeah, on this one.
Your family watch Overwatch League?
Yeah.
Yeah?
You too? Yeah, you too?
You too?
Yeah. Whole Saudi watch. Big,
Whole Saudi watch?
Yes.
Only you? Because you?
Yes. Only Overwatch League player.
Yeah, agree.
왜 한숨 쉬지?
시작을 안 해서요.
딱 봐도 이거겠다.
나일.
그럼 힐 좀 잘 주든가.
남지영 마이크 안 들리는데?
But I need more baby wipes.
Keep
Second
cutting
general.
me. I'm the one that choose baby wipes all the time.
Your baby.
Yeah. I'm your
Take care of
baby.
you.
너무 추워요.
아 추워. 일단 나 손을 좀 따뜻하게 해야지. 더워질까? 추워.
Hand warmers are OP. Are your hands actually cold? Yeah. Not anymore. Oh, not anymore. Now they're warm now. That's what the hand warmer does. It warms up your cold hands. I didn't know that. Yeah, it's in the name, but yeah, I can see where you got like confused about it. It's like kind of easy to misunderstand sometimes. Yeah.
야, 창민이 형.
애들한테
아, 병신이야.
민도! You choke!
Welcome back. Comms check has to be one of my favourite things the Overwatch League does, the bits of content we run in between.
Amazing.
I especially love when I see Pelican screaming randomly. Don't know what that was about, but I loved it. It was good stuff. All right, we're deep in the series. Well, kind of. We're one map in, but does feel 2-0 on the first map, Oasis against the Toronto Defiant. We do have a sub, the man, the myth, the legend. There he is. I'm a Hopper stan and I'm a Hopper fan. Let me give you a fact. Let me give you a Hopper fact, Rose. You ready?
I'm ready.
Did you know Hopper, to play Overwatch, uses a mouse and a keyboard? Crazy, right? Crazy. Not many people knew that.
Okay.
Yep.
That's...
Yep.
That is profound, Jaws.
It is.
Profound.
I know. I was potentially the only person that knew that. It would have been even crazier if I said, oh, I use it as a controller.
That would actually be really cool.
Yeah. There we go. We're going King's Row. Fan favorite. So there's that small change. We aren't seeing Dallas Fuel with any changes though, Rose. Looks like they're going to continue to roll out with Doha. And I mean, it looked pretty good before, so why not keep it in? I like that they're switching up here, because I wondered when we were going to actually see Doha, because he's always been, like I mentioned before, like this Sombra player who is exceptional at the pick, but then you have Spark and Edison now, who are just also unbelievable and can cover a lot of what Doha also plays.
Well, maybe it was just giving Doha some time to be able to build up to playing and being more integrated into the Dallas Fuel roster. We've got to talk about the Toronto Defiant, though, because they're already walking out of their defensive spawn, and Hotba subbing in means we've got Hotba Zarya. And so Toronto Defiant obviously saw how effective that composition was against them, and so they're running it back. They're giving it back to the Dallas Fuel here, Jaws. That could be pretty big for the Toronto Defiant.
Ready to rumble. I've never heard that voice line before. Yeah, you needed that bubble. Oh my word, Edison almost got dominated. 3 HP and a dream. Escapes with his life, only just. Nice little teleport though to try and put a little bit of pressure onto Hisu. That's what you want to do, just get these big rotations. I love the use of the bubbles from Harbin. We spoke a little bit about before, giving Edison basically an extra life. Hopper subbed in and yeah, it's owned unfortunately. However, Toronto Defiant might be able to go for a recontest. Choring is alive. So speed boost in, potential, but it doesn't look like it. They're a little bit too far away at this point.
Yeah.
What a quick cap, I feel.
Super quick cap. That payload's going to unlock, and they're going to get the show on the road. But where Toronto Defiant get to defend from now is one of the best defensive points on the map, which is this corner right by Bookstore. Especially when you've got this straightaway down mid where you're able to shoot so much damage. Toronto Defiant really are looking to try to increase their ultimate availability. They don't have a lot to work with right now. Even Twilight, not at that nano yet. Fielder's already using his.
Yeah, oh man, speed boost, Nano Zarya, about 80, 90 energy, that's a lot of damage. Oh, yeah, denied. Oh, although, that's, he still get, how does he get that kill? I don't know. Doha does die, although eventually killed off. Even after those bubbles, I don't know how Doha went down. There you go, already getting the payload to second point almost. This is insane, and having that nano on board and online, that's 10% away for grab compared to Hopper's 67.
Maybe Twilight's nano can change that. If that does get donated over to Hotba, could be grab versus grab, but as it stands, Dallas Fuel already has it online, and Doha is right with that tac visor too.
There it is, a beautiful double tap from Edison. Does end up going down. He uses the visor to try and recover this fight. Edison and Geo fall, but it's a good trade. It's now Hisu versus Doha. Harbin, hey, ain't gonna happen, my friend. Nice visor, but it wasn't enough to stop the assault of the Dallas Fuel. Nice cap onto second point. 5 minutes and 40 seconds going in. That is what you want to see if you're a Fuel fan. My word.
I think that was good too, because Dallas Fuel capped that, and so they got the closer spawn as well, so not too many of them having to walk really far away. But Toronto Defiant have forced Dallas Fuel to use quite a few ultimates, so they've got some that they can fire back with here, like this sound barrier.
There is a beat and a grab. That's what we wanted to see, but a bubble onto Edison keeps him alive, but not for long. Toronto Defiant now making a stand. All they needed was the Graviton Surge. Harbin is 100 NG. He's got Nano in the back. Yeah, Fielder applies Nano straight to Harbin. Now he's just running the enemy team. He's got bubbles to spare. Oh, he doesn't quite get it off, though, as Twilight hits him with the sleep. But the rest of the team are backing up Harbin and killing off the rest. Although he does end up falling, and the Dallas Fuel still in control of the payload. These Nanos from Fielder have been so good. Harbin now 10% away from yet another grab, Rose.
They have been cycling through so fast, and this could be exactly what the Dallas Fuel need to just push this cart right over the edge and capture that third point. Although, look at how much damage they take trying to teleport up to the high ground.
Ooh. Yeah, Hopper back it off real fast, although has got the Nano with Doha on the flank. Oh my goodness. He got turned into like a couple of molecules there. Although got the bubble, hit them with the Nano Blossom. Toronto Defiant still in a good spot, and that gave a lot of time to Hopper to build up to a grab of his own.
Now they have Grab Tactical Visor. That could be a very powerful combination to keep this defense alive, but there's still 4 minutes that the Toronto Defiant need to chew through to stop Dallas Fuel from capping this third and final point, where Hanbin, Edison, they're ready to go with an ultimate combination of their own. That Zarya grab, Reaper Death Blossom can be pretty powerful if you're able to land it. There's the grab.
Double grab, universe created, Edison dies, Hanbin follows. That's the picks that you want. No way the Fuel push at this one, even with the kill onto Hopper, who was grabbed. Nice trade. I really like that if I'm Defiant.
Yeah.
Hanbin switching over to Rhine.
What?
Okay.
I'm okay with
Hanbin
this.
hammer.
I don't even think you need the hammer. I think it's just the shield right now. You can deny so many angles coming in from the high ground right now.
Double beat, Doha already dead. Edison booped up into the high ground. That's so much damage negated just from one brute. Chorong popping off. Hanbin is alive in the front line, but he hasn't really got too much damage to back him up, and he has to back away. 2 minutes and 45 seconds remains from their 5 minutes and 40 seconds from before. 3 minutes burned away.
Oh, we talked about Twilight and Fielder being super impressive. What about Chio and Chorong? Both of these Lucios have been so fun to watch, and especially when it comes to the boops to just displace members, whether it's getting an environmental kill or just negating an entire Death Blossom. That's so cool to see the impact of these Lucios, but let's see Doha's impact here.
Visor, he's getting a little bit damaged on the backline, in fact helping Edison. There was a nano, it was applied to Hopper. He didn't get anything done because his supports were just in trouble. They couldn't heal him and couldn't even go in with the anti-nade. The Dallas Fuel, they've switched back over to the Zarya, by the way. Hanbin was like one life wonder on the Reinhardt. Okay, we go back to the Zarya. A lot more beneficial to Edison with those bubbles. Although he's in the backline, he's going so low. Already a bubble applied and a Wraith form has been used. Fielder in a very, very strong position and has the nano to boot. Edison gets nano. There's no stopping him now. No way Hopper survives the onslaught of damage about to come. There it is. 1 minute and 30 seconds in the time bank. The Fuel, they entered point C, the last point, with what, 540?
Yeah.
So a extremely good defense from the Defiant there, burning off a sizable portion of the time bank.
Yeah, that's 4 minutes. That's a lot. And we've seen a couple of teams be able to do that, but sometimes the time bank is just insurmountable, that it's inevitable that they're going to end up capturing the point. Toronto Defiant obviously would have loved to be able to stop the Dallas Fuel with no time in their time bank and overtime, but it is what it is. And now the Toronto Defiant are up to bat for their own attack phase. Curious about if they decide to stick with the Zarya. It worked out pretty well for them when they were able to find their footing, Jaws. So almost half expecting it to come back out here too on the attack.
I really do like the brig here on defense, Rose. It's very, very close-knit, so you can get a lot of value on the Inspire, but Chio's been doing so well on this Lucio. It's just going to be Mirror Comps again. And honestly, I really enjoy Mirror Comps. It really does show how impactful like the ultimates are, especially like Nano Visor, for example, or just like, sorry, Visor, for example, from Doha. It's been an ultimate that we haven't seen a whole bunch in this series yet. This map yet. The Nano Visor, it's mainly been nanoing Hanbin when he has high energy, or nanoing Hopper when he has high energy to build up those grabs quicker. A very different approach to how we've seen it thus far.
But it's working out really well for both of these teams to get those Graviton Surges online that much faster, or just making sure that these Reapers can survive to keep pushing pressure onto the front line. Edison gets so up close and personal with the Defiant.
You can, because you have the bubbles to back you up, right? And that's the best thing about it.
Yeah. And
those boots can be quite impactful around these corners, Rose, too. It's worth keeping in mind. If Chio's in a position where he can boot people past this gate, you can almost, if you're Hanbin, you can basically body block people. Deny those sidelines with a bubble on yourself, so Twilight can't hit the darts on the players that have been booped in.
Yeah, that's true, and we've definitely seen some body blocking happen, whether it's kind of a cycle between Edison being in the front or Hanbin being in the front with those bubbles. It has been very difficult for Twilight and Chorong to really get that healing in unless the Toronto Defiant are backing up here. Edison gets so low, though.
So does Although, and he has to use that Wraith Bomb to get away. See what I mean? These boots from Shio are so good. Oh, not a time for your bubble to run out, Hopper. Not when there's a Nano Reaper up in your face. He hasn't got Wraith Bomb. That's super unlucky. Edison does go down. The tactical visor from Doha is going to get used. Jumps on top of the statue. Ain't no need to aim when you've got that visor online. Kill onto Twilight from Shio is going to be good. It means the Defiant are going to have to back off once again. Hanbin's going to rely on this ultimate for the next fight. They have beat, but if they just get a clean grab, they might not even need to use it.
Hanbin has been doing so good with the aggressive grabs as well. Like, look at that.
See ya.
They don't need it. They don't need the sound barrier.
I mean, speaking of sound barriers, Rose, Chorong's beat last fight. I didn't actually notice where it went.
It wasn't impactful at all.
Clearly did nothing, but yeah, exactly, like it did nothing, right? I mean, that's what happened. Oh, the Heater's lease?
Huh?
Where is he going? He's chilling.
Oh, he's... Does anybody know?
Well, I guess they will now, but...
Well, this is interesting. If Hisu doesn't get found out here, maybe that tactical visor comes through from the long haul, but Hisu has moved up from the bookstore.
There's a high energy Zarya, Hanbin and Edison trying to make a reservation in that hotel, and they make it, although ends up going down. Nice little beat to follow up. This should be an easy fight win for the Fuel. Ult cycling has just been perfect from Dallas up until this point. I mean, you use B in that fight, you use nothing else, you wipe the Toronto Defiant. Hisu mad, Widowmaker switch to try and get an instant kill, switches back to the Soldier. Like Defiant, with 1 minute to go, they've got a lot of ults coming online, but Dallas Fuel like for like almost.
And especially if you maybe preserve the Reaper Death Blossom. But look, Edison wants to use it here, maybe getting a chance to remove Hoppa before the grab comes through.
There's the Nano and the visor. Can't hide behind that post box for too long, my friend. Twilight and Hopper end up going down, and Defiant with 30 seconds to go need to find their way past not only a grab, a Death Blossom on top of that. If they get this beat, it could be big, but you have to make sure Hopper has these bubbles if he tanks this grab, Rose.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, it's going to be all over. There's 20 seconds to go as Hopper is posturing to try and go for an engagement, but this Death Blossom could be deadly. If Edison finds what he did before, it could be big. There's a nice grab. It finds 3. The beat's going to come out, although gets slept, but instantly woken up. The Nano applied. The Death Blossom kills 2, and that was the opening Defiant needed. The Dallas Fuel, they find a big grab, but Chorong's beat came online just in time. OT, it's here, but Defiant, they got the point.
What a big saving grace there, Tron being able to get that sound barrier online. Toronto Defiant really stood no chance if they didn't have that extra sustain on top of the Graviton Surge that came out from Hanbin, because Dallas Fuel could have had the opportunity to go for that grab Death Blossom combo. And as it stands, Edison wants to use this Death Blossom soon. He's held on to it for 2 team fights now, and with the bubble might feel confident enough to go in and use it and at least be able to hold Toronto Defiant at the door. But also, what's this? Although on the May here.
Yeah, the May's pretty good in this point of the map because you can just... Ooh, you can wall people off, but you walled your entire team as the Death Blossom killed you guys. Oh my
no.
Edison better type thanks for that wall in the chat. That was a really nice walling concept, but Edison just hitting the queue as soon as he landed on top of it. Oh, disaster strikes.
Oh no, I mean there's still 1.5 minutes remaining. Hotpo working up to a Graviton Surge, but Fielder has that Nano, and we've seen that Nano get given over to Hanbin Zarya to build up to the grab for their own. But it's on Edison this time, big purple.
Huge bubble, that wall came up and although fell down, That was a 2-hit from Edison. No heal in that, especially when Reaper's that close to you. All those pellets are going to hit you. With the nano boost, yeah, that's a lot of damage. Defiant find themselves in a similar situation, further away from this second checkpoint than they'd like. 50 seconds now remain. They've made their way into the fight. Wall available. There's the grab. It's massive. The beat's going to do a good job, but not when a nade lands straight on top of you. That's what you want to see. Defiant with a good wall, a good grab. They're getting the payload going. But can they get it to the second point? Dallas Fuel are going to at least have a couple of fights here, Rose.
They will be able to come back and contest. Twilight obviously trying to move the cart forward as the rest of the Toronto Defiant get aggressive and try to stop the Dallas Fuel from being able to push that cart into a pretty awkward position. They really want to get that payload to the second objective. Look at where they're standing right now, posturing to be able to use this sound barrier in response to the grab, and also hoping that the blizzard comes online here for the Toronto Defiant.
Grab's okay, it gets Hisu, but the beat instantly comes out after that. He had great form too, so he was more than safe. Although he's 10% away from the blizzard, one icicle should do it, or a headshot on icicle should be fine. Anti-nade onto Edison, gets booped by Choron. What a flank from Orbo and the Lucio. OT is here, but Defiant chasing down Dallas Fuel. 1 minute and 30 seconds. They are holding on to this game. It might be a thin thread, Rose, but they are holding on right now.
Capturing that point, though, with any time left in the bank is what Toronto Defiant are looking at. Overtime, that's not going to do it here. So...
Wait, those lost his blizzard, by the way. I don't know where that went.
No, he used it in that last team fight just to secure the point. But also,
that feels like a mistake.
Echo?
Okay. That's what you want to see from the flexible player. Feels like a Death Blossom, a Blizzard would be really good right now.
Yeah.
Feels like they could have used it in this fight instead. There's the wall to try and separate the team. The Death Blossom comes out, ends Twilight's life, but Nano Hisu ends Edison's. And now the Dallas Fuel collect the payload. It's theirs now. Who really deals with Doha in these situations? Easy access to high ground is extremely tough. And the value from copying a Zarya Rose is absolutely massive. Those bubbles do so much work. Think about how many bubbles that is. 4 on your team for Doha if you want to perm the pocket.
Yeah, and especially when Twilight's been hitting these nasty anti-nades, you can just refresh all of that anti off of your team if you do get that copy online. But 10 seconds remaining, so... grab, hoping for the blizzard.
There's the wall. There is the beat. It's good. Hisu with the Death Blossom in the corner. Can someone touch? No, they can't get it. Oh no, that grab and Fuel playing so far up. Grabbing them all in that corner. The Toronto Defiant unable to touch the payload. You saw Although and Choron just trying as they must.
Oh, that's
unfortunate stuff. For how far they made it, Rose, like that looked like maybe they get it in OT, but it is the Dallas Fuel with superior positioning at the very end, claiming Kings Row. 2-0 in the series, a lot different from what Control was. The Toronto Defiant fighting back. Can they get it in our next map? We'll have to wait and see after this break. From the shadows and the top right, don't forget to pick up Luchador Reaper. It's the Kickoff Clash Legendary skin. That's going on sale through June 25th. So you got a little while to grab it. It's for 200 League tokens. Probably get tokens for watching too, so make sure you connect your Battle.net account and you can pick yourself up this skin. I mean, it looks crazy. It's definitely one of my favorite Reaper skins, although I do like Plague Doctor. Does that make me edgy if I like Plague Doctor? I don't know. I don't play much Reaper, to be fair.
I do like Plague Doctor. Plague Doctor is really good, but I think Luchador is good.
That one's my new favorite, though.
Yeah.
There we go. By the way, if you started the season and you looked at the rosters and you were like, wow, Dallas has a lot of DPS players, when are they going to get played? Well, apparently today is that day. Doha's premier game. We had Xy's actually premier game a little bit earlier on, and now we have their 4th DPS stepping in. Gurio is now in the server alongside Edison. So great. I love seeing the players that they have on their bench. I was always curious how they were going to mix and match different DPS players this season, Rose. So there we go.
Widowmaker. We're going to Circuit Royale. It's gotta be Widowmaker. Please give me the Gurio Widowmaker. I want nothing more in my life right now than Gurio Widowmaker.
I hope so, and I hope he smashes him too, because rookie versus veteran, like, that's a heck of an introduction for the young player. Circuit Royale is an interesting map, and I love playing Widowmaker on this first point. It feels really nice, but then when you get to second, it becomes so much tougher for the attacking Widow, because you are fighting up Mount Everest, it might as well be. Like, the angle you have to look up to see people's heads on Widow, it's pretty tough. And it does look like, there you go, you've got your wish. Gurio Widowmaker, Eddie on the Tracer, Hanbin Sigma. Another pick that we see on this map a lot is that Sigma. The ability to hold these corners and just fortify yourself down with the Zen and the Brigitte makes you an impossible dive target.
Well, I think it's not only that, but also the fact that it's a movable barrier. You can really help to cover your angles, especially if you have like a Widowmaker on the other team. So you've got quite a few different ways that you can really support your team with that Sigma choice. I mean, we're matched across the board here, except Chorong is going to be playing that Baptiste. That Immortality Field does pose some problems for the Dallas Fuel, especially when you're looking at Hanbin trying to find value when that Gravitic Flux comes online.
He's getting a nice long angle. Problem is, you have Edison in your face, but there's also a barrier too. Whoa, Edison coming in strong already. Twilight Zen gets taken out first, followed up. Really nice control of the health packs here for Edison. It's tough for the Defiant to really push in these rooms because of the amount of spam, so you have to play the corner. And then Edison can just run to these health packs. Can receive the little cookies too from Chio. Pretty nice.
I do like that. Oh.
The Heese.
Oh no.
The Heese. Potentially least. I'll have to come back to that one in just a second. He does escape with his life, but Edison's still in the backline. Earns the first ult of the game. That pulse bomb yeets it straight towards Twilight and picks him up. Although goes down to Chio, and that rookie taking out the veteran. Hisu falls to the sharp shooter. Dallas Fuel holding this first corner strong.
They're looking really good so far, especially when Gurio just has this great angle onto the Toronto Defiant. They really haven't been able to make any progress. Big pulse bomb, whiff and a miss here coming through from Aldo. Hanbin does get a little low, but Chio and Fielder are there to top Hanbin right back up.
Edison is just permanently in the backline. It's giving Gurio so much room, Rose. He can peek for free. Oh, no. Take it back. Edison dies a better mind. There's the window, forcing the rest of the Dallas Fuel. However, that rally is going to make sure Hanbin doesn't get insta-deleted. Flux available for the tank player. Hanbin has to get out of this room. The Flux onto Hanbin. He's pretty low. No Mortality Field, no Batiste. Hopper finishes that one strong. Hanbin falls, so they finally have control of that payload. Fielder trying to stay alive for as long as possible, but it ain't going to happen. This push around the corner, it's going to be quite deadly. Like I said, you're basically looking at Mount Everest now if you're the opposing Widowmaker. Hisu's going to have a lot on his hands.
this is definitely a tough place to find an angle, and especially when Hanbin has that barrier as well. He's just gonna have to go on some really strange flanks or hope that that barrier goes down in order to get those quick picks. But Gurio giving a lot of information away, like where Aldo is gonna be hiding out so that Edison can go after him.
Nice Transcendence. Stopping that Flux doing any damage. Oh, Hopper is low. Immortality going to save. He's who has the sights. But it is a slow march of this payload, just waiting for that shield to come back up, waiting for your accretion. Body shot on the Tracer, forcing the recall. And now sights. They know exactly where Gurio is. However, being this deep in the angle, pretty easy for him to hide away. Nice pulse onto Hopper. They do trade for a support, however, and Hisu finds the body shot onto Edison to finish him off. Twilight with the opening pick. The payload is so close to that point. In fact, Dallas Fuel really trying to force something. Hanbin goes low and in response, Fielder had to pop that Transcendence. Hisu goes down. That's a 2-0 now in the Widowmaker duel, and Hanbin putting himself on this payload and just refusing to budge. Chorong window instantly killed. Not sure about that.
Oh, I mean,
there's a few seconds to go. Maybe, well, I mean, few seconds, that kind of makes sense, right? Oh, Hisu kills Edison. The payload's moving back. No one's going to be able to touch, although doesn't get there. Nice little interrupt on the dash from Chio. And the Dallas Fuel halt Toronto Defiant just before that last point.
Wow.
Tough stuff.
Wow. That was short. That was really, really short.
Yeah. Yes, it was. I mean, so what really happened there, Rose? I mean, on the Toronto Defiant side, it's pretty tough when Hisu is just getting permanently pressured by Edison. Hisu just didn't have a good time on that first point. And yeah, you could say Gurio in like the 1v1s, sure, he's winning those fights like onto Hisu. He's getting those kills. I think he was 2-0. But when Edison is just permanently on Hisu doesn't have the time to set up these angles. He has to go for these quick like pop shots around the corner. It's so much more beneficial to Gurio just having that Tracer on at your back, just harassing the other Widowmaker so you have easy sight lines. It's a really tough situation for you to be in, and this is why Edison was such a crazy good pickup for the Dallas Fuel.
Agreed.
His Tracer play is out of this world.
It's really, really good, and you could see how Edison was able to kind of swing a lot of those fights into the Dallas Fuel's favor. I think the other thing that was just surprising to me about the lack of progress Toronto Defiant made was that Baptiste, especially getting that amplification matrix online and having Hisu's Widowmaker there as well, it should have created a lot of space, and it just didn't. And so something wasn't quite clicking there for the Toronto Defiant, especially when Hoppa did have that barrier. Not enough space was being made either. And so regardless of whether Hisu was being kept in check by Edison or not, there were some other things that just weren't quite there for the Toronto Defiant. So let's hope their defense is better.
Well, they've already given up a lot of space. You saw where the Fuel were able to hold in that small health pack room and holding right on the corner. Toronto Defiant, once again, it reminds me of Oasis. They were paying them so much respect. But you pay them respect and you give your Widowmaker a crazier sightline. He knows exactly where Hisu is. You see those orbs flying past Hisu's head. He's not full HP either, so a very quick shot from Gurio here could end his life. He spots the Zen, hits the body. Twilight will be healed up, but again, the high ground advantage now for Hanbin. Sitting behind that shield is Gurio, just looking for Hisu's noggin.
Gurio is helping to delete those shields also, so Hotba will have to put those on cooldown, but
there you go.
Sheesh. Hisu.
Little 180 maybe. Ooh, little body shot. Okay. That's what you want to see.
Yep.
Still controlling the high ground of the Dallas Fuel. Hisu has to back away. Trying to find with the pulse bomb in hand. This is going to be the big turning point. If you end up giving up any more space, you're playing on the last corner, and Hisu gets a horrible angle to defend. He can defend from the high ground, but where the payload victory box is, it's not the best, especially to get a sightline on an attacking Widowmaker. Edison with the pulse. Peace, goodbye. Saying that. There's the lamp to save, but now Harbin, unfortunately, ends up going down to Hisu headshot. That would have been pretty clean if Harbin managed to get up that extra 20% for the Flux, but Hisu with a very, very nice return kill.
This is exactly the type of defense we want to see, and now we're coming up on ultimates though, so this is where things get a little bit hairy, but Hanbin getting the Gravitic Flux online potentially soon. Will have to deal with Chorong with the Immortality Field and Twilight as well with the Transcendence. Bueller has that Transcendence up for Hoppa's Gravitic Flux, and so here it comes.
Lamp has already been used. Now Hanbin can unleash the Flux. Still has to worry about that Transcendence. There it is. Transcendence used. Hits everybody. And now they're all alive and well. Although had to recall in the backline, but now the charge on forward, the surge from the fuel. They use the rally. Everybody's rather healthy. Hopper gets flattened like a flat pack box. Although still contesting the payload with a pulse spot is going to be quite annoying to deal with. But the rest of his team are just in shambles. Edison finishing up the kill onto Ortho, and the Toronto Defiant need to be able to touch. But it's looking rather unwinnable as Hanbin is basically in their spawn. Support's dead. The Doom Fist from Hopper. He used a mouse and keyboard, but he might as well be using a controller. There it is. The Defiant end up falling on Circuit Royale, and the Dallas Fuel end up 3-0ing.
Oh boy. Wow, what a series for the Dallas Fuel. After especially that loss to the Houston Outlaws at the beginning of the season, Dallas Fuel have not dropped since then. Definitely took some lessons from that loss and have been able to apply them to future series. And especially when you look at Doha and Gurio making their debuts this season of the Overwatch League after Sparkle has been performing really, really well as well. I mean, look how happy Gurio looks too to have won that map.
First win, let's go! That's a whole lot of pressure relieved, right? I mean, you're gonna be nervous. You're going against veteran. I pointed out versus Hisu in the Widow 1v1. You're going against a veteran player. Brand new rookie stepping into the league this season. Gurio finds his first win, and Doha, of course, a returning vet, finding his first win of the season too. A nice 3-0 from the Dallas Fuel today. They're 3-1 overall this season. Who is the player of the match? Let's take a little look. I think I know who it's going to be, though, Rose.
It's got to be Chio.
Not because it's got to be.
It's got to be Chio.
We were like, hey, Chio's pretty good.
Look at that.
Boom. That was a really nice boof at the very start of the series.
Yeah, but it's not even just that, though. Yes, Chio has been able to get some flashy kills, some big picks, and of course, like, those environmentals are always such a treat to watch, but look at these boops. To be able to just place members into Graviton Surges from Hanbin or just remove people from the cart. We talked about how these Lucios can be so good at just being able to create space for the team. And so Chio, definitely a big part of that.
Yeah, big part of the team and a big pickup for the Fuel. Slotted in perfectly. He's been playing extremely well. And in a game right now that is so quick. The Lucio, you have to have a Lucio player on your team.
Yeah.
Right? That's what it feels like right now. Having a Lucio player that you know you can rely on, and that's exactly what Chio is. 3-1 in the season so far for the Dallas Fuel. Kickoff Flash just around the corner, Rose. Like, they are looking extremely good. Toronto Defiant go to 2-2. Still a team that has a lot of potential.
Absolutely.
Rose, I think we're going to see a lot more from them.
Absolutely. The Toronto Defiant are not done yet, and I think that this was just a pretty strong matchup for both of these teams in terms of, well, they're two really good teams right now as we're just kicking off the very first quarter of the Overwatch League season, and so teams are still trying to figure each other out, and I think that Dallas Fuel just ended up getting off to a really strong start, playing that Reaper Zarya combo against that Winston from the Toronto Defiant. That was a really tough loss to have under the belt to just kick off this series overall.
Yeah, it did feel really rough playing against Edison's nanoed Reaper some of the time. Like, that's a whole lot of damage. There you go. The Dallas Fuel 3-0. The Toronto Defiant, they're continuing their steamroll this season. We're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be breaking down those games after this.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to the post show, everybody. We're here now, joined by Edison from Dallas Fuel. Hello, Edison. Thank you so much, and of course, congratulations on the win today. 에디슨 선수 인터뷰에 응해주셔서 감사드리고 일단 자기 소개 한번 해주세요.
안녕하세요. 이번 댈러스 퓨얼에 합류하게 된 에디슨이라고 합니다. 네.
영어로도 가능할까요, 에디슨 선수?
안 됩니다.
Okay, all right. I asked Edison if he could do the intro again in in English, and he said no, very firmly. So yes, Edison did say, hello, my name is Edison. I play a DPS for Dallas Fuel. Don't worry, I'm gonna ask you again next time. 다음에 한번 할 때 제가 다시 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. So I want to start off this interview, Edison, with a question about your with your composition, Dallas Fuel's comp. You guys have been using a lot of Reaper Zarya composition over anything else. Do you believe that is the superior, the best composition right now in the current meta, even over something like Winston Tracer dive that other teams are heavily relying on? 일단 첫 번째 질문은 달라스 팀이 좀 더 이번에 지금 좀 조합적으로 이 자리아 리퍼 조합을 좀 굉장히 많이 쓰고 있는데 그런 이유가 아무래도 지금 현 메타에서 그 조합이 제일 좋다고 생각해서 그러는 건지 아니면 좀 특별한 이유가 있나요?
일단은 그 조합 자체가 좋다고도 생각하기도 하고 이제 지금 많은 팀들이 윈스턴을 쓰고 있는 상황인데 그 윈스턴 조합을 깰 수 있다고 판단을 해서 그 조합을 계속 쓰고 있습니다. 네네.
Right, so first of all, yes, I do really think that this Zarya Reaper composition is probably one of the best, or it's a good composition in the current meta that we are playing on right now. And not only that, like Daddy said, or like I said, a lot of teams are really using a lot of that Winston dive composition, and this Zarya Reaper composition is a composition that is really good for countering or breaking that composition in team fights. So that is why we are relying more on the Zarya Reaper composition. All right, second question, a lot easier for you. I'm just really curious, Edison. Is there a team, like a rival team, that you think is sort of on the same level as Dallas Fuel? So if you could pick a Dallas Fuel's rival team, which team would it be and why? 두 번째 질문은 에디슨 선수가 보시기에 이번 달라스 팀에 좀 라이벌 팀이 있다면 어떤 팀이 있을까요?
저번에 경기했을 때 글래디가 되게 많이 까다로운 상대였기 때문에 아마 글래디가 조금 힘든 것 같아요. 네, 라이벌 팀인 것 같습니다.
As for a rival team, I think I'll have to go with the Los Angeles Gladiators. Last time that we played, we had a difficult time dealing with them, and they gave us really a hard time throughout the match. So for our rivals currently, I think it's going to be the Los Angeles Gladiators. All right, Edison, thank you so much for your time again. Big congratulations on the win, and see you next time. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치겠고요. 감사합니다, 에디슨 선수. 안녕히 들어가세요. 바이바이.
네, 감사합니다.
Got a wave back.
Yes.
Yes. A success.
I did it.
Yeah, he did it. He did it. And so did the Dallas Fuel do it. Sure,
Yeah.
Let's go with that.
They
did do it. No, great performance, of course. It's fantastic to see them back on track. I mean, some people might have been a tiny bit worried, at the very beginning of the season that the Dallas Fuel took an L. But they're back, nothing to worry about. And now, speaking of being back, we of course once more get our analysts in to dissect all the action. Now, I personally would have hoped for a little closer match. Scott, it was a one-sided affair. Are you still okay with the performance that Toronto Defiant has shown, or do you think they quote-unquote underperformed?
I think the Toronto Defiant didn't understand how to deal with the Dallas Fuel and the Zarya composition, and you can't really hold that against them because no one has really been able to work out how to beat that. It's just such a different way of playing the game. They tried to come in, play their Winston style with, subbing in although to play, the Tracer and sort of some of the other roles as well, and they just never seemed to get going. Every time they tried to do anything, this happened. All of a sudden there's an Edison in your backline with a bubble and a Death Blossom, and it just felt like Edison and Hanbin were able to just move around the map for however they wanted, and no matter what the Toronto Defiant threw at them, they always just got met. I think on this Oasis map specifically, that's where they saw the most trouble. It felt like they had so many winnable fights, but they were just struggling to close out because of that defensive nature of the Zarya. So, I don't think you need to start worrying if you're a Toronto Defiant fan. No one's been able to beat the Dallas Fuel right now. You need to look at this, grow from this, and maybe try and start learning how to play it themselves. They did want to put Hopper on that Zarya as well for Kings Row, and it looked okay. It had its good moments. They can definitely lean on this in the future as well.
Reinforce, do you think that Dallas Fuel actually has something else in their back pocket as well, in case that Zarya Reaper composition is not working out for them anymore? Do you think they got something else?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty funny, I suppose, because we played like 3 different compositions if you're the Toronto Defiant this time around. First off, you started playing the Winston composition on Oasis, and then you're like, oh, we're gonna go to King's Row and play some Zarya, and then, well, let's play some Sigma while we're at it too, and just see, like, bring out the whole arsenal. The only thing we're missing is Orisa. Still haven't seen you on Orisa, so Toronto Defiant, if you could get on that, I'd appreciate that. No, but I think that Dallas Fuel have plenty of looks. I would have liked to see them perhaps a bit more dominant when it came to the Sigma composition we saw here the last map. Obviously, like, dominant, yes, they full held the Toronto Defiant. What more can you ask for? But it felt partly that like it was the Edison show. It felt like Edison on the Tracer was just wreaking havoc and pretty much carrying that entire map. Gurio, he didn't really get on fire. We didn't really see Gurio have tons of impact in that Widowmaker duel, even though he hit Hiso a couple times. They weren't being overly aggressive, which I guess is a good thing if you're playing that slower Sigmas and that type of composition. But I'd like to see them, you know, get into the groove when it comes to those slower compositions as well. And at that point, I mean, the Dallas Fuel, you can play the Winston compositions on stuff like Gibraltar with Fearless, heading the Spear. You can play the Zarya compositions on Eikemalde, and you can play the Sigma compositions while they're at it as well. So Dallas Fuel, it looks like they're super well rounded. It looks like they're integrating all of their players, whether it's Edison, Doha, Sparkle, or even Gurio now as well on Escort maps. So the Dallas Fuel, they're looking prime for a great ending to this kickoff clash as well.
Yeah, it's good to know that they have such a well-rounded team with no holes currently to be spotted for us. And as you said, it was a pleasure to actually see most of the players today getting some time in the sun as well. So a good first look at Gurio there as well. Yeah, so Dallas Fuel is going to take the W, and that is just one of the many exciting things that happened today. So once more, we want to bring you our best of the day. It felt like a really short one. Granted, there were some dominant performances of individual of teams, but also individual players, and one of them made it into my best of the day, and that is, of course, DK. I mean, okay, excuse me, but he's literally like just a living and breathing pulse bump at this point. Like, he literally stuck them all. Khan must have nightmares at this point. I know, right? Like, at one point it felt personal. I'm not gonna lie about that. There we go. There's a poor guy. Khan just like got the brute force of it. But DK was phenomenal on that Tracer. He was landing those pulse bumps, and he had them ready for every single engagement. And he opened up so many good fights for his team with just his aggression, his flankings, like being able to constantly be in those backlines and having that constant pressure applied. Like, that was just phenomenal. Yeah, should check his PC actually. Yeah, Scott, whose PC would you have to like?
Well, it's kind of funny because it's also Decay. It's also Decay. So I don't want to feel like I'm stepping on your toes over here, but it's not just Decay. I want to talk about the Washington Justice on this King's Row overtime attack. The amount of like touching that Decay did of the card to keep it in overtime, and then the communication here from Mag as well. Mag came in, touched the card. The team was just coming, and that just gave them time for their team to get back on spawn. And then once again, Khan gets stuck in true Decay fashion in this match, and Decay just lived and lived and lived, and he just kept getting more and more kills. He just kept picking up that mega health pack, and then he ended up clutching out this fight. So this is the first of many fights that Decay ended up, you know, winning for the Washington Justice. And it, you know, true to what Johnny said in the pre-show, Decay's back, like 100%. He looks confident, he looks comfortable in the heroes that he's playing, and it looks like the team around him is enabling him to do that as well. So that was the same one, but I still feel bad for Khan. That feels like I could just watch that on replay over and over again.
It's pretty rough. I actually do so. Low-key hero of that fight, though, even though we didn't see it in the clip, was Dredro.
Yeah.
He stayed alive. He stayed on that payload. He really tried his best. Didn't manage, but he tried, and I respect that. Now, Danny, who won your heart today?
Well, mine's also Decay. No, actually, no, it's not.
Oh, okay.
Same hero, Tracer.
Same thing, yeah.
But it's from New York Excelsior, Yaki. And mine's not really a happy one. You see Yaki here on Mayhem wall, just, I think, trying to get a kill with that pulse button, just waiting for that perfect moment. And then from the back, boom! Hydra just kills him. And look at the reaction, the pain, the sadness in his face. I love these kind of stuff.
I just absolutely love player reactions. This one is almost delayed too. Like you couldn't believe that he actually died.
It took him a second to.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I just died.
Yeah. It's the moment of I'm so stupid. Of like, why? Like they can come from the other side as well. How did I not think of this?
Johnny, what tickled your fancy today?
Well, I mean, there's too much Tracer going on here in the best of the day. So give us someone else. Give us someone else. Can we have someone else?
Oh, no.
Just give us someone. Oh, there's someone. Look at someone popping up at the end of the match. We loved it as well, the reaction. Very emotive character, rookie here, coming into the league this season. And I think he had a fantastic game. So is laughing at my puns. That's when you know you got like the market respect right there.
Full anime, no holding back.
I'm fist pumping IRL right now. I'm so glad I impressed Zoe with a pun. That made my day. That's my new best of the day. Oh, look at someone. He's popping up. I think someone had a fantastic series overall. We're really seeing some of these Winston players come alive in this current meta as well, being able to control space, create space for the rest of your team, and battling with the enemy Winston. So someone doing a great job. Thank you, someone.
Someone's going to make him a TikTok. He would pop off on TikTok with all these dances he's doing right now.
This was like, yeah.
I think we should put his dancing on loop and put a music under it.
Yeah, someone clip that and make that a loop with some fancy music. Also, I love that someone had to go in to stop someone from dancing. Like, I gotta hug this. Just stop it. It's like just someone gotta go in. Now we of course have more highlights coming your way tomorrow. So let's take a look at the schedule to see which games await. And of course we're gonna have some more bangers. Coming your way. Maybe not the first one, but still. We have the Outlaws going up against the London Spitfire to warm things up. You never know, Johnny.
Well, no, I want to hear Johnny's point. I want to hear more than just hate. I want to know Johnny's point. Johnny, what are you going to say? How are you going to defend the London Spitfire here?
They play Brawl.
That's all you got.
Just play Brawl.
Okay. Well, yeah, tune in tomorrow to find out, I guess. But yeah, the second match has to be a marquee matchup. Gladiators versus the San Francisco Shock. We said it in the Shock's last match, like, this is the first true test of it. But this one is the actual test. I'm dreading making my pick-ems for tomorrow already. I'm not going to lie about that one. Yeah. Are you guys also just hyped for the second match? I mean, Johnny, obviously very excited about the first one. What about you, Scott?
No, it has to be the second match. It's like, if the San Francisco Shock dispatch of the LA Gladiators, then all of a sudden we no longer doubt them, right? Everyone keeps saying Gladiators is their rival. There must be something going on in the Scrimbucks exchange that's saying that Gladiators are a team to beat. So that match tomorrow, is going to be an absolute banger. You should be there.
You made it sound so like London-Houston was like my favorite matchup.
They're right.
I can't wait to hear all about that Houston-London matchup from you tomorrow, Reinforce. I expect a little bit of a essay for the pre-cap for that one. And now I have to give you some time, exactly, to get on that case. So you got a few hours. We're done here with the Watchpoint post show. Thank you all so much for joining. Costa, Reinforce, it was great to have you, even though you got stuck in a box. But we still have you on the show, so that is fantastic. Danny, once more, you're just my best friend, and that's how things are. We hope everyone enjoyed our show. Make sure to tune in again tomorrow at 11:30 PT in the morning for our Watchpoint pre-show, where we'll talk about all the fantastic matches coming your way. Thank you so much for watching, and bid you a wonderful evening.
Bye-bye.